Good morning and welcome to Albuquerque. It is the 2024 University of New Mexico Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Invitational. We are going to be bringing you all the action today here on FloTrack. I'm Hayden Cox. I will be bringing it to you solo all day long on the track here at Albuquerque. Host of the USATF Indoor National Championship this year and last. And boy, do we have a great couple of races assembled for you today. Listen to some of these athletes that are going to be on the track today. Rashida Adeleke is the Irish record holder in the 60, 200, 300, and 400. Possibly the greatest Irish sprinter ever will be gracing us with her presence alongside her former Texas teammate Julian Alfred, a five-time NCAA champ. She'll be here in the 60 and the 200. Collegiate will be out here too. We have Yusuf Bizamana of Texas. He was the NCAA record holder in the 1K until last night when it got taken by the Georgetown freshman Phenom. So Busy will be back to race the 800 this time. He's been one of the best mid-distance athletes in the NCAA for years. And then the headline of the day, in my mind, is Dina Asher-Smith, the fastest British sprinter of all time, 2 Olympic medals, 6 world championship medals, UK record holder in the 100 and the 200. She'll be here later this afternoon racing the 300. That's going to be new. I haven't seen her race longer than a 200 in years. She will be taking that at 2:40 Mountain Time. That's local time, of course. But first, we will get started with the men's 3K. Look at what we have coming later this afternoon. It's going to be great. Look at that schedule real quick. If you have any chores to do, want to get a cup of coffee, do that right now. Because once the mile starts happening at 1 o'clock, it is going to be nonstop action. Those 60-meter finals are going to be incredible. But you're not going to want to miss the qualifying or the prelims either, because that will set the stage for what I'm sure are going to be some fantastic finals. It seriously looks like we have some world-class finals getting lined up here in Albuquerque today. It's going to be a great day of racing, and I am looking forward to bringing it to you. So now we will turn to the track for the men's 3K, getting us started. Now, if you're new to the Albuquerque Convention Center, it is a 200-meter bank track, which is pretty standard across the United States these days. Don't forget, we are also at about 5,000 feet of elevation, so all the distance runners will get a nice hefty conversion back down to sea level. Don't ask me to do that math. That is my worst subject in school, but I can tell you every single one of them, when they look at their TFERs this evening to see what they ran, will get a nice little adjustment for the altitude. Here we go. A lot of Adams State gentlemen in the track. They are no strangers to the altitude. Walking you through our contestants, we will have Dayton Brown, will be bib number 1 of Adams State. We will have Awit Baraki of Adams State, will be going in number 2. He is the D2 Outdoor National Champion in the 5K, runner-up in the 10K, so look for him to be doing some work. Devin Provence of Grand Canyon, Nathan Sherbath of Adams State, Juan Rosales of Adams State, Alex Canales of UT Rio Grand Valley, Andy Sexter of Adams State, Paul Maher of New Mexico JC, and Jose Corona of UT Rio Grand Valley. As you can see, the Adams State gentlemen out to the front. That's no surprise. One of the strongest D2 programs over the last decade and more. Dayton Brown, who is your current leader, opened the season at Boston with a sub-14 5K a couple weeks back. D2 All-American in 2023 for cross country. There was the 6th place team as they split a 65 there through 400 meters. My guess is he's doing a little bit of pacing work, judging by glancing at the watch. The other gentleman sliding in behind him. Remember, Baraki's kind of the headline of Adams State. He is that NCAA D2 outdoor champion. Devin Provence of Grand Canyon also in there with a snappy speed time of 8:20. Sounds provisional based on the 0 zeros at the end, but there's Baraki looking smooth in that second position. A little bit farther back, that's Juan Rosales sitting in that third position, given some healthy space to the gentleman up front. SoCal native spent 2 successful years at the JUCO San Diego Mesa before transferring over to Adams State. Struggled in his first cross country season, which was always a tough adjustment, especially when you're going up to compete at altitude and train at altitude as well up there, but looking to break out this track season. Bib number 4, that's Sherbath of Adams State, ran 2 cross country races this fall. This is his first foray onto indoor track. Oh, strike that. Raced the mile at Mount Near Open week back. First foray in the 3K this year, I should say. Yeah, that's Brown continuing to do the pacing up front. Rocky on his heels. See how far Brown takes him. Generally in the 3K, you'll probably take him about 1,600 meters, maybe 2K if he's feeling good. Looking to get some early marks, qualify for the two indoor championships later this winter. 244 through 1K, plus or minus a second or two. The rest of the gentlemen coming through at about 250, 251. Rocky looking pretty smooth in second place there. Yeah, you can see just the class of Baraki as he's starting to just open up a massive gap. Obviously still has his pacer up there. I'd be very surprised if Brown goes the full way. But running some smooth 65, 66s so far. Looking pretty good. Again, that's the rest of the Adams State contingent. That's third and fourth place right there. That's Rosales and Sherbath, joined by the Grand Canyon Athlete Province. Baraki, our current provisional leader, getting paced by his teammate Dayton Brown. Really an outstanding athlete. 2024 Olympic Trials qualifier in the marathon. He won't be racing that, I don't think, as that's in about 2 weeks down in Orlando. He qualified via a very speedy 62:40 in the half. As we stated already, the national champion in the 5,000 meters for Division II, All-American in the 5K, 10K, and indoors in the 3K and 5K. So we gotta start adjusting and calling it short track for World Athletics. I will leave my opinion out of that, but we are now competing in short track rather than indoor. So 200 meters around this Albuquerque Convention Center. And Baraki's looking smooth, tucked in behind his teammate, Dayton Brown. And that is your chase pack. Still holding strong. Rosales, Sherbath, and the sole Grand Canyon athlete in that darker singlet, just off camera there, sneaking in a little bit. That's province of Grand Canyon. Dayton Brown, our pacer up front. He's a senior for Adams State. Always good to have that veteran presence setting the tone, keeping things moving. He graduated from Rockford High School in 2018, hometown of Grand Rapids, Michigan. He's doing a great job setting the pace, keeping it super even. Baraki staying right on him. Coming around the bank, we're about to get some lapped athletes. And here we are coming through 2K as you hear the in-stadium announcer. Baraki starting to look under pressure a little bit. 5:32. So just about even. That was 2:45 for their first K, so that's about 2:47 for K number 2. Chaseback doing a good job of working together here, starting to trade off a little bit. It's been Rosales doing most of the work. Sherbath looks like he's going to help him out. I think Provence is running really smart. You have 2 guys on the same team in the pack with you. Let them do the work. You sit back, wait till you feel good. No reason to work any harder than you should. Let them pace for you. Why not? Why not? Provence and Rosales actually have a little bit of history racing together. Both raced at the JUCO San Diego Mesa. Provence ran 24:18 in the 8K this cross-country season. Nice little PB for him. Run 3:56 in the 1,500 and 14:49 in the 5K. As expected, Dayton Brown, the pacer, has stepped off. So there's Baraki holding down the fort, 2,200 meters. So Brown did a great job getting him through 2K. Baraki's going to have to do the rest of the work now with 800 meters to go in our opening race here. Dr. MLK Collegiate Invitational at the Albuquerque Convention Center. Chase Pack still holding together pretty strong here. They're about to come through 2,300 meters after this straightaway. Starting to spread out just a little bit. Sherbath putting some pressure on the other gentleman. Rosales has looked in difficulty a couple times, losing a little bit of gap, but he's holding really strong, running a real tough race. It's always helpful when you are racing alongside a teammate, someone you've been working out with in practice. You know that anything they can do, you can do as well. Hanging strong. So, of course, we are very, very early in this indoor season. But nonetheless, the top mark in the country for Division 2, 600 meters to go for Baraki coming through there. Or sorry, 200 meters to go for Baraki. The top mark, as I was saying, is 7:54.95. That's altitude adjusted, and Tyler Nord of Western Colorado ran that at over 7,000 feet of elevation, the Western State Fieldhouse. So listen to this conversion. He ran 8:25, and that converted down to 7:54. So we'll see what Baraki's conversion is here as he comes through the finish line in 8:23.86. I will tell you right now, that's not going to be enough to take the lead from Tyler Nord, but he's going to be well up there. As the rest of his Adams State teammates come through 8:33, 8:34. That's Sherbath and Rosales. And Providence should be close behind of Grand Canyon. Well, I must have lost some space there in the last 300 because he was right alongside them with about 400 meters to go. But it looks like Rosales and Sherbath really brought it home there. 8:34. They will all, I believe, be in the top 10 in D2 so far this year. Right now, that takes an 8:12. Remember, all the distance athletes get a pretty nice altitude adjustment due to the altitude here in Albuquerque. Let the results come through as we await our next event.
Attention athletes, if you have equipment or trainers, if you have equipment stored in front of the south concession stand, if you would please move it. We are going to get prepared to open that concession stand. So if you have equipment over that's kind of behind the shotgun rings, please reclaim that stuff and move it. Thank you very much. So in 1 minute, the check-in for the men's and women's 200. Actually, right now, it's just for the men's 200. Unseeded is closed.
Welcome back. We are now preparing for the women's 3,000 meters. Unlike the men, they will race in 2 separate heats here. About 9 women scheduled to run in heat number 1 and 15 scheduled in heat number 2. Here's your start list for heat 1. I'll draw your attention to Vienna Lanner of Adams State. She is the fastest seed time. Now, as those experienced with indoor track know, these seed times, a lot of them are provisional. A lot of these women have not raced yet this year, at least not a 3K. So the top 2 times here, both Lanner and Lovato, are provisional, but Lanner's the 9:40 seed time, fastest seed time by 20 seconds. Podiumed 4 times at Kansas Outdoor Champs as a high school student for Spring Hill. Good her season at the Mountaineer Open with a 5:15 mile. And came back and paced the 3K. Now will be running it herself.
Wearing hip one,
A lot of D2 athletes out here today.
Kansas, where she was a triple
The
threat
top
winner,
mark
state
in the
meet
country is
against
actually
the
an
number
Adams
40
State athlete.
in
You will see
women's
plenty of
freestyle
Adams State in the distance events here today. That athlete, Ava O'Connor,
Hip three is
ran
Samantha Gonzalez.
9:10 about a month and a half ago for Adams State
Last year, hip
at
four
the
is
opener.
Richard Couple.
We're out pretty quick here.
Comes in at 10,
Going to come through about 37 high for that 200.
Kendall
I do
Seta
not
at
anticipate that pace
Colorado
remaining,
College. 10:35, same for her
but we will
teammate
see. We
Ellie
will see.
Singer.
Already spreading out pretty
7
generously here. 2 athletes to the front.
College. 8 is
One
Carolina.
athlete kind of hanging out in no man's land, but I think she'll get caught by that next group and we'll have some women to run with. You want to get caught early on. Generally, you want people to run with in the 3K. 9 and 10 here. We got a Breha and Kristen Johansson, a late ad. So a Breha of North Texas. Both to the front here. Johansson running unattached. Tiblitz Breha, a distance runner, obviously, for North Texas. Grew up in Grapevine, Texas, where she attended Grapevine High School. Had a solid cross-country season in the fall. Set personal best in the 5K at the Texas A&M Invitational. And a 6K PR of 22:17 at Arturo Darius. A notoriously quick course, but a fair one. A couple athletes out there racing, very solid. That's why Johansson's name sounded familiar. She is a former Olympic trial qualifier out of Greenwood Village, Colorado. 3K is a little short for her, I would think. She should be feeling pretty good. Raced in the 2020 Olympic trials hosted by the Atlanta Track Club. Personal best of 2:42 in the marathon. Which is good enough to qualify her for those trials in 2020. Some success on the track as well, as run 10:37 as she goes to the lead. By far the most experienced athlete on the track against all these collegiate women. So I have no doubt that that lead will continue to open up. Breha letting her go pretty immediately. And we got a nice little pack for our chase pack here of these women. That'll be great for them. Get some women to race against, work together, set some fast early marks here at 5,000 feet of altitude. Johansson, your leader. Again, that marathon best 2:42. She is now, I believe, 37 years old, 36, 37. And showing the collegiates how it is done. With her many years of experience racing on the track and beyond. Running's in her blood. Her parents met at the Boulder 10K in 1982. So I think you would say she was destined to become a distance runner. Boulder race, one of the premier road races in the United States, has been for a very, very long time. Also, she is a volunteer firefighter, certified as a swiftwater and ice water rescue technician. So gotta have some good strength for that too, I would imagine. And definitely some bravery, which she is demonstrating, coming down and racing a bunch of 22, 21-year-olds. As the mean green athlete of North Texas, Breha hangs on in second in your picture right now. Starting to lose a little bit of space to third. Breha went out pretty quick, but this altitude is challenging, especially if you haven't run in it much before. There's Johansson, your leader. You can see the gap back to Breha in second. Now falling back into third as another athlete takes in second. That's Gretchen Kuffel of Grand Canyon, transferred from D2 school Fort Hays State to Grand Canyon after her sophomore year.
3K.
Change of scenery seems to be working for her pretty well, as she is now firmly in second place in this race. Breha is starting to feel the effects of altitude. If you've never run at altitude, I know we talk about it all the time. You've probably heard of this phrase, right? But if you're a distance runner watching this from sea level, just feels like a tightness in the lungs. You just don't have quite as much oxygen. The legs feel just as fine as normal, at least early on in the race, but you just get that tied up, that out of breath feeling so quickly. It's really difficult to pace yourself at altitude if you don't train at altitude. As Christian Johansson remains in the lead. Really opening it up here. You can see that gap back to second. Ran a 10K this year down at the Peachtree Road race in Atlanta. 37:51 was her time there. Really no other marks on her World Athletics page. Maybe she snuck in a couple smaller, low-key races here and there across 2023. But first race of 2024, I would imagine here. There's your eyes on Gretchen Kuffel of Grand Canyon. 28th at the WAC Conference Championships last year. Course was measured a little long, so that 22:14 for her looks even better on the longer cross-country course there at conference. A little bit longer than a 6K there for her. Also ran a PB of 5:22 at the Friday Night Axum Open. That was last week, January 12th. A pretty good start to her indoor season, and she's looking like her training has gone well over the holidays. Back to Johansson, our leader. So current situation on the track is Johansson in first, Kuffel in second, and here is our battle for third. We got two Colorado College athletes working together. That's Kendall Aceta and Elliot Singer. Love being able to race with your teammates, just pulls you along. Anything they can do, you know you can do. You've worked with them in practice. My apologies, that's not Singer, that's Mueller Hickler. I had the wrong bib number there. Number 7, that's Mueller Hickler of Colorado College, racing alongside her teammate, Kendall Aceta. And there is your leader, Johansson. Starting to struggle a little bit as her pace slows down. That's Camayo of New Mexico Junior College, putting in the work up here at altitude. Johansson goes around her. We'll have to keep track of the lapped runners here to know what place is who. Johansson remaining in the lead. Johansson was smart early, let Breha get spicy for the first 200 meters, just kind of kept an eye on her. Around 600 meters, Johansson started closing that gap. And once she took over, she never looked back. And look at that gap back to second, almost a full 100 meters between Johansson and our second athlete, Gretchen Kuffel. The Kuffel's still running pretty well herself. I would expect a PR out of her, especially with this altitude adjustment. Kuffel's run 10:23 in the 3K. Really had a difficult cross-country season, but is a pretty strong track runner. Has had some success there in the past. Ran the steeple at the MIAA Championship back in 2022. Mostly West Coast races for her. Her 1,500-meter PB is from Brian Clay. That's a 4:34. That's a couple on your screen right there. Formerly for Fort Hays State. Now making the trip over to Grand Canyon. Number 522 in the mile a week ago at the Friday Night Axum Open. Really good start to her indoor season. She will also go around Camayo, the New Mexico Junior College athlete. There's the bell for Johansson. 200 meters left. 9:41 with 200 meters to go. I remember every single time here gets that altitude adjustment. A little over 10 seconds. It's not quite a flat number, depends on the time, so excuse me for not doing the math. We'll be here all day. We will be here all day, but I'd much rather be talking about track and field than doing math. Johansson coming around the final curve. She's run such a smart race. Really intelligent over the first 600 meters, biding her time, taking the lead in the middle of the race. Keeping it going and then closing it down here with a 10:19:49 for Johansson. The lap runner coming through there. And there is Kuffel, our top collegiate athlete. We'll get those results up on the screen there for you. So a couple lap runners with some work to do. We will keep that camera on the finish line as folks finish and get their final times.
Kristen Johnson, former Buffalo runner at the University of Colorado, likes marathons. She dropped her PR right there by about 30 seconds in this one race. Couple of Grand Canyon at 10:24:9.
And we are going to step away for just a moment before we get ready for heat number 2 of the women's 3K.
Weight throwers, your break is open. Women's weight at 9:15. That's in 30 minutes. So ladies, you can start your warm-ups at the weight break. Women 10:24:9 for couple.
Welcome back to Albuquerque. It is the Dr. Martin Luther King Collegiate Invitational. We are still getting the track warmed up here with some more distance races. Remember, the sprint events this afternoon are going to be world-class, and I do not exaggerate, world-class. With the likes of Rashida Adeleke, Julian Alfred, and Dina Asher-Smith, all present at the World Championships in Budapest this summer. They will be gracing us with their presence later this afternoon. But first, we will have this second heat of the women's 3K.
Now the second section of the women's 3K.
And of course, your starters on the right-hand side. 15 women in this heat.
On your marks.
And here we go. 10:19 is the time to beat from Kristen Johansson. The marathon woman stepping onto the track for the 3K in that last heat. Collegiate best time of the day, Gretchen Kuppel's 10:24. And in that break, you got a peek of the field events. We'll apologize in advance for not quite having the resources today to cover the field. We have a skeleton crew here, as you can tell by just me doing the announcing. We will only be covering the track events, but we acknowledge that there will be some great field battles today. So get your butt over to the Albuquerque Convention Center if you can. If not, the live results are on rt.trackscoreboard.com. You can track the marks. We apologize to all our field fans out there for not getting to the field events today. We will all eyes on the track. And to the lead there, that's Camille Jackson, representing the hometown host of New Mexico.
Lead jumper coming in, Leon Gillis of UCLA. He won the Big West last year.
If you're following along throughout the day, there's an athlete that you want to shout out, some piece of information of highlighted on the air, feel free to shoot me an Instagram DM at _ Cox Hayden, CoxHayden. Would love to hear from you. You guys know more about track than I do, so would love to get that inside scoop as we watch Camille Jackson of the Lobos in the lead. Love seeing the host out in front. She's a native of Ames, Iowa. Has been competing as a Lobo since her cross-country season of 2022. A solid indoor season as a sophomore, ran 5:57. Went on to outdoors to set a 1500 PB. A lot of home meets for her. That 5:57 was from Don Kirby last year. So she is no stranger to the thin air up here in Albuquerque. A native of Ames, Iowa. Not an easy place to run there either. It is at sea level, so won't quite be as altitude adjusted there, but man, that place is windy. I remember talking to the Iowa State coach about how they would do their runs there in Ames. They would send the guys and gals out one direction, have them do their whole run in one direction, pick them up and drive them back because it was too dang windy to run back into the wind. So that appears to be Jackson's teammate, Malia Goldie, who is closing the gap and trying to give her teammate a little bit of help up front. Jackson sensed her on her heels, put together a little bit of a surge there. That's the K in 3:33. This is Goldie's first indoor race as a Lobo. A solid cross-country season. Ran 22:43 at the Mountain West Cross Country Championship, so made their varsity team there. New Mexico historically a very, very strong women's program, especially in distance. And there's Jackson and Goldie working together up front in this heat number 2. As you see, third and fourth a little bit farther back. There we go. That's Charlie Flint of Colorado College working with Vanessa Gallegos of New Mexico Junior College. Gallegos looking like she wants to get around Miss Flint. Two of them working pretty well together about the halfway point of this race. There she goes, making the move on the straightaway. Flint still doing a decent job of holding her off there. Flint can really make it much more challenging. These outside turns on this bank track, really a challenge to get around. So if you can hold that inside lane and push somebody to the outside, it make a big difference in how much energy they are spending to stay with you. So Gallegos definitely working a little bit harder than Flint on the outside. Flint running very smart, but Gallegos comes and makes another move on the straightaway. Flint really doing a great job of holding her off. It's really smart running by Flint, trying to hold that inside, keep Gallegos to the outside as much as possible, and then also using Gallegos as an inspiration to pick up her pace a little bit. Love the way that racing can bring out the best in you, and Gallegos keeps trying to set that little bit of a surge. She needs to just slam on the gas there just for a second to get that inside, and it looks like she's doing it right here in the straightaway. Flint did a great job of holding her off there for about 2 or 3 turns. Still doing it, wow. Gallegos not quite able to close the door on Flint. Flint still keeping it up. Now remember, this is third and fourth on the track right now. Gallegos in third, Flint of Colorado College in fourth. Gallegos in that white top, Flint in the black. There are our two leaders passing the lap runners, a lap runner. So it's the two women in red who are going 1 and 2. That's Malia Goldie and her teammate Camille Jackson. Jackson, the early leader for about 1,500 meters. Goldie eventually closing that gap, getting back up to her.
Halfway through the race here now, this second section of the women's 3K.
Goldie and Jackson. Goldie in 1, Jackson in 2. That is a lapped runner just behind them. And a little bit farther back in white and black, that is our battle for a third. Looks like Gallegos has managed to get around Flint. So that's 1,200 meters to go for all these women. I don't think the time of the day will be under threat. Remember, it was Christian Johansson, the unattached marathoner, in heat number 1, coming down to the track, setting a personal best in the 3K of 10:19. Followed by Gretchen Kuffel of Grand Canyon with that 10:24. I don't think those times will be under threat here. If you are just joining us, remember this afternoon is going to be jam-packed with excellent action. The men's mile at 12:35 starts off the finals. And then we will have some great races later this afternoon. The women's 60-meter final will be a highlight, as well as the women's 200. We'll have athletes like Rashida Adeleke, the Irish national record holder, Julian Alfred, 5-time NCAA champ, top 8 at Worlds twice, prepping for the Millrose Games. Yusuf Bizamana will be holding down the men. He was the NCAA record holder in the 1K until last night, so he'll be looking for some revenge. And then Dina Asher-Smith will be in the 300 today. That will be super fun to watch. The fastest British sprinter of all time, 2 Olympic medals. That women's 300 will be at 2:40 local time. So we'll have some prelims for you coming up in a couple hours here. Men's mile starting off the finals at 12:35 local time. Remember, everything is mountain time, so adjust accordingly depending on where you're watching from. Now, women's 60-meter final, also going to be a marquee event. That's at 2:15, and then you will not want to miss Dina Asher-Smith at 2:40. Now, women's 200 is also going to be pretty dang good at 3:05. You get to see Alfred and Adeleke race each other. The Texas teammates now running professionally for their respective countries en route to the Olympic Games this summer. Situation on the track right now is still 2 New Mexico women doing the leading. It's Malia Goldie and Camille Jackson. Jackson was your leader for about the first 1,500 meters. Goldie started a little bit more comfortably, closed the gap, went around Jackson at around 1,500 meters, and has been doing the work ever since. Jackson really not giving her a lot of gap, though. I say that right as Goldie makes a move, opens up a little bit of space there. 400 meters to go for Goldie. Jackson right behind her. Battle for third has slipped a little bit, as it was Flint and Gallegos last time we checked. Flint racing for Colorado College, Gallegos racing for New Mexico JC. But it looks like Goldie, there's Flint on your screen. Now being joined by, I believe that's Brooksy Frog of Colorado College, her teammate. That's the bell for Goldie. Been our leader since 1,500 meters. Looks like she's put Jackson in the rear view a little bit. Goldie surging down the track. 150 meters to go for her. Really well run race, started very smart. Let Jackson do some of the early leading, drafted off her for just a little bit, and is now bringing it home into the final straightaway. Our first
New Mexico.
victory for the home team of New Mexico. Thank you to all the New Mexico coaching staff and support team for hosting this meet today. 10:56 will be our winning time for Goldie as she takes a well-deserved rest there on the inside. Jackson comes through in second. There is our third athlete through.
Walking to the finish line, please. None around
That is
curve.
Stanel
Walk toward the curve,
of
please.
Colorado College,
Walk toward the curve.
according to the results here. And that's actually incorrect. The timer there will get a adjustment there. I think that was Brooks Frog of Colorado College who finished second. So if you're looking at those results, note it was Frog, yeah. Note those results are going to need to get a little bit adjusted, but the top two are correct. It was Goldie, our leader for New Mexico, and Jackson in second, and a host of Colorado College athletes. I can understand why that might have gotten mixed up in the timers. A lot of Colorado College athletes in this race, setting some early marks, making the trip down to Albuquerque. As we have our last few women coming through the line. So we will throw it to break here right after our last few women finish. And we will be back in a moment with the men's unseeded 200, followed by some women's unseeded 200s. But make sure you stay tuned, especially later this afternoon. We'll have some great events with Alfred Adeleke, Bizamana, and Tina Asher-Smith. But first, a quick break, and we'll bring it back for the 200. See you soon.
Captain absent, Grand Canyon. Lane 5 will be Desmond Frazier of West Texas. And lane 6 is Brandon Guzman at State. Best time in the field, 21:54 by Amsterdam. Let's correct the lane assignments here for this men's 200. Elijah Jefferson to report to the starting line, please. I misannounce the participants here. We've got lane 3, Josiah Adams of Grand Canyon. Lane 4, Elijah Jefferson of New Mexico. 5 is Desmond Frazier of West Texas. And 6 is Jamari Hartz of UT Rio Grande Valley.
Welcome back to Albuquerque. We have already gotten the day started with some 3K action. Now we're going to bring it down to the sprints for the men's unseeded 200 meters. You're looking for the seeded action. That will be later this afternoon. The men at 2:55, the women at 3:05. That women's race especially will be pretty spectacular. We will keep our eye here on the start line as we get ready for these men's 200s.
Test.
Always takes a little longer to set the blocks than we anticipate, but glad we could bring you back early and not miss it. Here are your athletes scheduled for heat number 1. Again, I am Hayden Cox. I will be bringing you all the action here today at the Martin Luther King Collegiate Invitational. If you got an athlete you'd like to shout out or a fun fact about anybody competing today, feel free to shoot me a message on Instagram at _CoxHayden. Would love that insider information on the athletes competing today. So here we get ready for heat number 1. Josiah Adams in 3 of Grand Canyon, Elijah Jefferson of New Mexico in 4, Western Texas athlete Desmond Frazier in 5, Jamari Hartz of UT Rio Grande Valley in 6. Let's start from Hartz on the outside. Let's start from Jefferson of New Mexico as well. Really good movement by Jefferson there on that turn. He's starting to get challenged on the inside a little bit by Adams. Can Jefferson hold him off? It's Adams on the inside, Jefferson in the middle. It's going to be Jefferson and a late outside move by Hartz. Really tight 200 there. Jefferson's going to take the win for New Mexico. That is our second. Let's keep track of them. Second New Mexico win of the day. Always supporting the hometown team. Love to see some red up front here. 21.99 for Elijah Jefferson will be the mark of the day. So we will have 5 heats of this men's 200. $21.99 by Jefferson. Decent start to his indoor season. As the gentlemen in heat number 2 will set their blocks. Actually, we have now added a 6th heat, the men's unseeded 200. That's the beauty of the unseeded 200. You can add some athletes late, really just to get some of these athletes a mark to race later in this indoor season. Keep saying later, it feels early in the indoor season, but really we've been going since December. It always feels a little odd with that long break for the holidays. Broken indoor season, but still pretty early for the collegiate men and women. They'll both be competing at the same national championships. But here's our heat number 2, gentlemen. See if we can get another New Mexico winner here. Obviously rooting for all these athletes to have a great day, but especially thank you to New Mexico for hosting in this facility. They really do have a great facility here at the Albuquerque Convention Center. Putting up that temporary indoor track over the winter time. You would not know it's temporary if you've run on it. Really nice track. Pan to some of these field actions in the middle. Apologies again to our field fans. We know we have some great battles, especially in the women's long jump today. Got Leo the German in the pole vault as well, one of the top NCAA decathletes last year, NCAA champion. But due to our skeleton crew here, we will be just focused on the track. This race will feature Winslow Trollinger running unattached in 3, Vaquero of New Mexico in 4, Poteet of Grand Canyon in 5, and Washington of North Texas in 6.
Set. Vaquero from New Mexico in lane 4.
Really good start from Washington of North Texas on the outside. Poteet of Grand Canyon starting to reel them in just a little bit, but not quite yet. There's the battle. Washington on the outside, Poteet on his inside. It's going to be Washington. Really great start. Shows the value of a strong start in the 200. As he goes wire to wire there with a 21.63. That's our fastest mark of the day. Jalen Washington with that 21.63. I believe that's his first race for the Mean Green of North Texas. So by nature, that will be a collegiate personal best. Always count a personal best if it's your first race doing something, even if it's just your first collegiate race, count it as a personal best. Why not? As we get ready for heat number 3, these gentlemen set their blocks.
So ladies, be ready to run.
If you are new to track or just a distance runner who doesn't know much about sprints, you may be wondering why we are leaving lanes 1 and 2 open here on this indoor banked 200-meter track. Well, those tight turns really disadvantage athletes in lanes 1 and 2, so it is the custom to leave those open so that we can get some faster times on the outside lanes. A little bit more of a bank, a little bit of a wider turn leads to quicker times on those outside lanes. So helping the gentleman out by leaving 1 and 2 open. This race will feature 4 more athletes. We've got Fullerin of Lubbock Christian in 3, Walden of North Texas in 4, Bowie running unattached in 5, and Cornelius in 6. Pretty even start. Good move by Walden of North Texas. Seems to be your early leader in lane 4. Definitely overtaking the stagger there on the curve. Walden of Texas running well. Cornelius trying to hang on there on the outside. Can he bring it back? No, I don't think so. That was Justin Walden of North Texas. As we await the mark. There we go, 21.85. Justin Walden. Formerly competed for Indian Hills, I believe. Junior college for North Texas. That's his first 200 in a UNT uniform. Last week ran a 6.86 in the 60 before helping his team out in the 4x4. As he wobbles off the track. Amazing how quick they can run for 200 meters and hurts so much afterwards. And we will get reset for heat number 4. Jalen Washington of North Texas still has the time to beat, 21.63. He was the winner of Heat 2, followed by Dylan Poteet in 21.67, which is the second best mark of the day. Walden's mark right there in Heat 3 was good for third, 21.85. Obviously, that's still provisional, still a couple of heats left to run. We'll let these gentlemen set their blocks. There's the whistle calling the gentleman back to the start line, getting ready for this fourth heat of the men's unseeded 200. 6 total heats. We'll have Jalen Nero of UT Rio Grande Valley in 3, Roberts of New Mexico Junior College in 5, and Brewer of Grand Canyon in 6. Another pretty even start. A little bit of advantage to Roberts of lane 5. Starting to get a move on the inside by Nero of UT Grand Valley. He's definitely got the speed in the last one there. Nero versus Roberts. Nero on the inside. Roberts taking another surge on the outside. I think that was going to be Roberts. Mary Roberts of New Mexico Junior College. Yes, he does take the win in 21-8-4. That'll be his first mark on the books for New Mexico JC. Taking a little heat win as well.
Lane 6, Western Texas. In the men's high jump,
these are the gentlemen of heat number 5, our penultimate heat. Time to beat is still Jalen Washington's 21-6-3. Remember, we will have some world-class events later this afternoon. If you're tuning in now, make sure to be back this afternoon. Men's mile starting at 12:35. We'll have a couple of Puma Elite athletes en route to the Olympic trials this summer, racing at 12:35. At least on the calendar I've got. And then we will have the women's 60-meter final at 2:15. That's going to be a great one with Julian Alfred, finalist at the World Championships last summer. Women's 200 will be excellent at 3:05. That's going to see a battle between Alfred and Adeleke, former Texas teammates, both World Championship finalists now competing professionally. And then at 2:40, you'll want to watch for Dina Asher-Smith, a legend of our sport, changing it up in distance a little bit. Usually a 100, 200-meter runner, now racing the 300 indoors, so that'll be fun at 2:40. A lot of great action, all on FloTrack later this afternoon. I'm Hayden Cox. I will be bringing you all of it, along with our camera crew here, production crew, getting it done. As we get ready for heat number 5.
We'd like to remind all runners you do need to check in at the clerk's table before you come onto the track. Check with the clerk. On your marks.
Guzman of Adams State in 3, Abston of Grand Canyon 4, Conejo of New Mexico in 5, and Campbell of Western Texas in 6. Pretty good start on the outside by Campbell of Western Texas. Juco. Also a decent start from Abston of Grand Canyon, who's moving pretty well as they hit the turn here. Abston has made up the stagger on Cornejo. Abston of Grand Canyon trying to challenge Campbell on the outside. Campbell still has the lead. Abston comes off the turn. Can Campbell hold him off? Late charge by the New Mexico athlete. Man, that was tight. I think it was Campbell. see if I'm right here on the results, but definitely neck and neck between Campbell Abston and Cornejo. Cornejo who gets
And our
the
final
nod.
section of the
Campbell third.
women's
Wow.
200
My
event
eye
will
did not do well
jump
there.
beginning in
Give me some
21.95.
credit for it being
Place
two
one,
hundredths of a second off. But Cornejo with the lead, 21.78, Abston 21.79, and Campbell 21.80. Campbell did let up a little bit at the line, so maybe that's what it was for the Western Texas athlete. Got to run through the lines, gentlemen.
First 5
You learned that in high
sections,
school.
sections 1 through 5. Please report to the track. Make sure you have
So
your
that
name
was heat number
number.
5.
Women's
We will have
200,
one more
sections
heat
1
of
through
the
5.
men's unseeded
In that
200.
first section, the women will be boys racing for a foot. And in section 2, the mighty Shaw Huckabee, Crawford, and Knight.
On your marks.
Last heat is going to feature Aaron Johnson of Grand Canyon. He'll be in 4. Monty Masco Beckles of Western Texas is going to be in 5. Gail Romo of UT Rio Grande Valley in 6. Good start on the outside by Romo. The big lead there going into the turn. Starting to move on the inside. That's Johnson of Grand Canyon making up the stagger on Beckles. Romo is still your leader on the outside. He's going to come around the turn in the lead. And Johnson challenged. I don't think so. It is Romo who goes wire to wire there with a good start. 21.85 for him. Jalen Washington will remain the top time in the unseeded men's 200-meter dash at 21.63. We will take a little break here. After the men's 200 dash, we'll be back in a moment with the women's unseeded 200-meter dash, currently scheduled to have 14 heats of that. So we will be back here in a minute on FloTrack.
Sections 1 through 6 of the women's 200, sections 1 through 6, please report to the track.
Welcome back to FloTrack. It is the Dr. Martin Luther King Collegiate Invitational here in Albuquerque. Still getting the track warmed up. We've got some unseeded action in the women's 200. Got a couple more unseeded events before we get to the prelims of the 60-meter hurdles at 10:50. Prelims will run for the hurdles and the invite sections of the flat 60 until about 12:30. And then the finals later this afternoon. This first heat has Brianna Boyce of Western Texas in 3, Jada Moore of San Diego State in 5, and her teammate Tina Foote of San Diego State in 6. Foote is the early leader with a good start, really open it up on that back stretch. San Diego State running 1-2 right now. Foote will take the lead quite easily. 23.50 on our clock. adjusted to 23:47.
Section 2 is on the track of the women's 200. Section 7 to the track, please. All the way through 7 to the track.
That would include bench.
That will be our top mark of the day so far. We will have 14 heats total, 13 more heats to try to finish foot. Your early leader in the women's 200.
24-22. Lane 4 is Deja Shaw Huckabee, North Texas, 24-22. And lane 5 is Alika Crawford,
If you're just joining us, make sure to make a note of our afternoon events. We will have Rashida Adeleke, the Irish national champion and record holder from 60 to 400. We will have Julian Alfred, finalist at the World Championship, area record holder in North America. We'll have Yusuf Bizamana in the 800, the NCAA record holder until about 12 hours ago in the K. That was taken by a Georgetown freshman, but he'll be back in the 800. Yusuf Bizamana will. And then Dina Asher-Smith in the 300. Finals this afternoon start at 12:35 local time. That starts with the men's mile. We will have some pretty spicy prelims before, though, especially that women's 60-meter invite section. 12:25 is when that starts. That'll be really fun to watch. These unseeded 200-meter women, I'm sure, will be sticking around to be watching some of the best athletes in their sport racing later this afternoon in the Albuquerque Convention Center. This heat number 2 features 3 athletes. We'll drop one out of lane 6, Kelsey Enhile of Cal Poly Pomona, David Shaw Huckabee of North Texas, and Alika Crawford of North Texas. That's Crawford in the outside. Shaw Huckabee with a better start of North Texas middle. Shaw Huckabee making up the stagger here into the turn. Putting her teammate in the rear view. It's going to be Shaw Huckabee with a big lead into the final straightaway. Shaw Huckabee, everybody in the rear view mirror. Shaw Huckabee with the win. 24:39.
And we need Jonathan Rogers of New Mexico Junior College. Please report to the long jump. Jonathan Rogers of New Mexico Junior College. Shaw Huckabee at 24:38. In the third section of the women's 200 at lane 3, Katie Peck's of Grand Canyon comes in at 24:36. Lane 4 is Amanda True of Grand Canyon, 24:32. Lane 5, Danielle Lewis of Grand Canyon, 24:26. And in lane 6, Jenna Williams of North Texas, 24:28.
Here we are getting ready for heat number 3. Time to beat is still close to 23:47. Running in this heat will be Petch of Grand Canyon in 3, Lewis of Grand Canyon in 5, Williams of North Texas in 6, and 4 will be open. So 2 Grand Canyon athletes and a mean green. North Texas on the outside. Good start on the outside by Lewis. Lewis making up a stagger on Williams. Williams trying to hold her off a little bit, but to no avail. Lewis goes around her on the inside. Williams trying to come back a little bit on the outside, but it's Lewis of Grand Canyon who comes into the straightaway first and will hold on to the lead, 24:69. That'll get adjusted, don't worry. 24:66 for Lewis. 23.47 remains our top mark from 16 foot.
23 is Amari Pratt of New Mexico Junior College, 24.50. 24 is Collegiate Green, Western Texas, 24.42. Next talent joining the number. In lane 5 is Sierra Brewer of New Mexico State, 24.40. Lane 6 is Summer Grubs of Grand Canyon, comes in at 24.41. Mid 600 runners, be ready, gentlemen. We'll running about 15 to 20 minutes. Men 600.
Women's 200 heat up to section 9 to the track, please. Up to section 9 to the track, please.
They are getting called back to the start line here. Getting ready for this fourth heat. The women's unseeded 200. 14 heats total. There's your starters. Amari Pratt of New Mexico Junior College in 3. Shaquilla Green of West Texas in 4. Sierra Brewer of New Mexico State in 5. And Summer Grubbs of Grand Canyon in 6. Good start by Brewer of New Mexico State. She's in lane 5, trying to make up the stagger on Grubbs at Grand Canyon. Brewer makes up the stagger, goes around. She's in lane 5, the maroon top. She's still your leader. Here, Brewer starting to get challenged on the outside. That is a late charge. Wow, a very, very late charge by Summer Grubbs. We have not seen that yet today. Takes the lead in the last straightaway, 24.80 for her. Transfer from UT Tyler. Really great move there on the outside. Won't be enough to take the top mark of the day from Jaquina Foote, though. San Diego State still holding that provisional title. 24.38 is the second fastest time of the day. That came out of Heat 2. Deja Shaw Huckabee of North Texas won that heat. And Jada Moore of San Diego State is currently sitting in third. A 24.48.
Women's 200. Up to section 10 to the track, please. Women's 200 up to section 10 to the track.
Here we go, getting ready for heat number 5. The women's unseeded 200. Dakota Minor in 3. Therese Steen in 4. Rhea Hote in 5. And Zoe Adams in 6. Pretty even start for the ladies in heat number 5. Trying to get a little bit of lead from Adams on the outside. Adams on the outside of UT Rio Grande Valley. Moving well. A little bit of a challenge there by Steen of New Mexico State. Steen starting to move a little bit there. Will she get Adams? I don't think so. It's going to be Adams wire to wire. UT Rio Grande Valley. 24.78 will slot her into the 6th fastest time of the day. I remember all these times do get adjusted just a little bit due to the fact that we are at altitude here. The distance runners actually get a pretty decent advantage getting their times adjusted down due to the altitude. Now, these poor sprinters, they actually get a disadvantage. Now, you'll have to ask the physics professor to explain why this happens, because I'm not sure I entirely understand it. But because the air is thinner out here at altitude, it's actually easier to run a little bit faster, less wind resistance, I guess, in the sprints. So these 200-meter athletes will get their times adjusted up just a little bit, usually around 0.07. It's an equation, so it may be plus or minus a little bit there, depending on what time they run. But all these athletes will need to add 0.07 to their marks before they are added to their respective conference or national lists. But I would still be calling it what the time was if it was my PR without any adjustment. Take what you can. We get ready for heat number 6 here. Sartain of Adams State in, oh, that's incorrect. The right list here. We'll have Hicks of San Diego State in 3. Alomu of Stanford in 4. Jada Miller of Adams State in 5. And Elise Sartain of Adams State in 6. A little bit of a slip there. That should be a green card. Don't want to DQ anybody out here if we can avoid it, especially these unseeded sections. They're just trying to get a mark for the rest of the season. A chance to run, make sure it's fair, of course, but give them a mark for those later races. It's Jada Miller of Adams State, who had a little bit of a flub on the start, but not enough to warrant disqualification. Love Adams State's uniforms. You can always find that bright yellow anywhere, whether it's track or cross country. Good start from the Adams State athletes in the outside. They're running pretty neck and neck right here. Hicks is trying to challenge a little bit on the inside. Hicks of San Diego State starting to make a move on the curve. Hicks in the black on the inside. She's going to try to hold off Miller. Miller didn't quite run through the line, so I think it's going to be Olivia Hicks who gets the lead. And indeed she does. 25-1-4 for the San Diego State athlete. Miller gets second, same time, but probably a thousandth of a second or so behind Hicks. That was heat number 6. We'll get ready here in a moment for heat number 7. 14 heats of the unseeded 200, making sure this track is nice and warm for the fast events this afternoon. Women's 60-meter prelims at 12:25 are definitely going to be one to watch. Philippines national record holder, St. Lucian national record holder. We'll have the North American record holder. We'll have the British record holder. We'll have the Irish record holder. All coming at you later this afternoon across the various events here at the Albuquerque Convention Center. So just 2 women here in heat number 7. Lanes 3 and 4 ending up vacant. This is going to be Jody Blackwood of New Mexico State in 5 and Kayla Mafia of Utah in 6.
Utah remain in the field.
It's going to be the Utah athlete, Kilamakia, with the clear lead here.
This will be the 7 to 14
Continue to hold off
sections.
Blackwood over the last 50 meters of this race.
And on the outside, this is
She will.
Utah.
24.26. Stormin. It's actually going to be our second fastest time of the day. 24.23 adjusted there. It's going to be our second fastest time of the day in the women's 200 unseeded behind Shakina Foote, who still has that top mark of 23.47.
And in the 8th section in lane 3, Logan Nelson, CY. In 48 University, 25-13. Lane 4 is Will Childress of North Texas, 45-13. Lane 5, Camille Tyson of Stanford, 25-07. And Zena Ryan of Arizona, 25-08 on the outside.
Good run there by Kilamakia, 24.23. Very solid. As we get ready for heat number 8. We've got Nelson in 3, Childress in 4, and Peisner in 5. No, we do not. So we just have Nelson and Childress. Nelson on the inside, Childress on the out. Childress, your leader. With a start going into the turn. Childress holding off Nelson. That's Childress of North Texas. Mean Green taking another heat victory here. 25.27 is going to be her mark. We'll get adjusted, don't worry. 25.24. Nelson in with a 26.16. Childress with a bone to pick with the trash can, it seems, walking off the track.
Up to section 14 for the women's
Good
200.
smack.
Please report to the track. Up to section 14 of the women's 200. Please report to the track.
Heat 9 coming up next. We'll have 3 athletes scheduled for Heat 9. And we will have all of them.
And now in the 9th section of the women's 200, lane 3 is Lauren Fowler, New Mexico, comes in at 25-29. Lane 4 is Carly Daniel, Utah, 25-28. Lane 5, round out on the end, Lubbock Christian.
This heat number 9 will feature Lauren Fowler of New Mexico, Harley Daniel of Utah, and Rihanna Argulin of Lubbock Christian. Here she is, fixing her block in lane 5.
On your mark.
Good start from Daniel in the middle there for Utah. Daniel making up the stagger pretty quick. Fowler on the inside starting to challenge. Fowler, the New Mexico athlete, really storming into the back curve. He's ahead of Daniel. Fowler, can she hold Daniel off? Fowler going to get another New Mexico heat win. This would be number 3 for the Lobos. It is 24-7-9. The third Lobo heat win of the day. Off with a smile on her face. Well-deserved, 24-7-5. Be good for the 6th fastest time of the day. Score another one for the home team.
Women's unseeded 400.
No real team competition here, of course, but always fun to take some heat wins in front of the home crowd.
You have 12 minutes, ladies, until we receive that 400. And now this section of the women's 200. In 3 is Medley of Overton, Utah. 4 is Megan Rose of Utah. Rose comes in at 25.53.
4 athletes scheduled in this one. There are nice little sponsors. One Albuquerque Parks and Recreation sponsoring this track, along with Mondo, the Albuquerque Convention Center. Nice little shot of the billboard there. It's to everyone who made this meet happen, whether you're sponsoring the track or otherwise. It takes a lot of work to go into a track meet, especially this track gets built over the winter here in the Albuquerque Convention Center. It's not there year-round, so a little extra work involved to make meets like this happen. But they do a great job here in Albuquerque. That's why they're hosting the USA Indoor Championships yet again this year. We'll have Overton in 3, Rose in 4, Hardy in 5, and Boyd in 6. 2 Utah athletes on the inside, Texas State, and then Lubbock Christian on the outside. A lot of Texas athletes making the trip up to Albuquerque. Closer than you think. Longest part of the trip is just getting out of Texas. Good start on the outside. That's Hardy at Texas State with a good start. Texas State really has a very strong sprint program. And a good job over the years there. Hardy still leading. That is Rose on her inside, but it looks like it's going to be Hardy. Can Rose make up it on the turn? Rose trying to challenge, but it is Hardy. Hardy of Texas State taking the lead and the win in heat number 10, 24-7. I guess 24-7-1. Yep, I cheated a little bit because it came up before I said it. 24-7-1 for Miss Hardy of Texas State, the heat winner in heat number 10. Three more heats left of the women's unseeded 200. Hayden Cox. I will be bringing you all the action today at the Albuquerque Convention Center. Feel free to send me some fun facts, some information on your athlete competing. If you've got a friend, child, or someone special to you on the track today, let me know. Shoot me an Instagram at _CoxHayden. Would love to shout out some athletes today, especially this morning, but this afternoon it will be busy. We will have some great races coming at you this afternoon. The finals start at 12:35. Again, if you're just joining us, I know for those that have been with us since the morning, I've said this plenty, but want to re-emphasize men's mile at 12:35 starts off the finals of the day. You'll want to pay special attention to the women's 60-meter final at 2:15, the women's 300-meter final at 2:40, and the women's 200 at 3:05. We also have a pretty strong men's 800 at 3:20. So a lot of great events happening later this afternoon as we get into the finals. This race will have Pellicini of CUI in 3, Baye of San Diego State in 4, and Schul of Utah in 6.
Set. The lane 3 jump on another seating. Goes in 26-14, lane 4 as Haji, San Diego State 26-5. And lane 6 Corey Sheila, Utah 25-87.
And as you can tell, it's all in Bay of San Diego State. Just taking absolute control of that race. 24.32, I'm going to guess 24.29. Yep, 24.29. We're going to get about a 0.03 adjustment from our internal clock here. Things rolling here with some more unseeded 200. We'll get some home team athletes on the track here for heat number 12. There are 14 heats total. Lane 3 will have Dumlau of New Mexico, Yanez of CUI in 4, and then 2 more Lobos on the outside, Hartley and Pooley. There on the outside. Looks like it's Pooley of New Mexico with the lead. See if Hartley can chase him down a little bit. Make it a race, but it's going to be Pooley of New Mexico with the win in heat number 12. The women's unseeded 200-meter dash. 26.02. 26.25 for Hartley. 1 and 2. That's the 4th heat win for New Mexico today. We'll keep track of that throughout the day. Why not? Love seeing the hometown team get some good racing in.
Please report to the track. Head towards the start line behind the high jump. Men's 600 to the track. All fleets head towards the start line behind the high jump.
That is second, third, and set. 172.
Getting ready for heat number 13. We'll have Sage Hinton representing the Stanford Cardinal in lane 3. Kelly Davis of Colorado College in 4. And then 2 New Mexico Lobos, Carlota Denninger and Alexandra Adams in 5 and 6. See if we can get another Lobo victory here in the Albuquerque Convention Center. Good start by Adams on the outside. Adams from New Mexico with a quick start, but it's Hinton who's starting to get rolling on the inside. Really good speed there by Hinton on the inside. Completely taking control of the race at 100. Wow. He is far and away from those ladies. 24.92. It was Adams with the best start, but once Hinton got up to speed, no one could challenge her. 24.89 for Hinton in heat number 13 of the women's unseeded 200. One more heat of the women's unseeded 200, and then we will be moving on to the men's 600, which should be really fun. We've got a possible junior college record on watch in the men's 600 coming up momentarily. Sean Boyce of Western Texas will be the man to watch in that race. The record is 1:16.22 in the 600. I'll say all that again in a moment when we get to that men's 600 meter. But first, one more heat of the women's unseeded 200. Our top mark of the day remains Shakina Foote's 23.47 out of heat number 1. Followed by Utah's Bailey Kalamakia of 24.23 winning heat number 7. And then Aji Mbeye of San Diego State with that 24.29 out of heat number 11. This last heat will feature Sutherland of UC Irvine in 4, who didn't quite make it, so it will not. Mamuya of New Mexico in 5, and Gam of Utah in 6. So Mamuya and Gam. Mexico versus Utah, red versus red on the outside. Gam with a better start, pulling away from Mamuya a little bit on that first curve. Still has a little bit of a lead, but starting to hold that steady. She's extending it out again in this curve. Really good attack of both curves there for Gam, and she's going to run away for this 14th heat in 24.11. And we will throw it to break real quick on FloTrack before coming back with our men's 600-meter run.
Scheduled run in this section, lane 1 is Luciano Fiore of Atlanta Track Club. Comes up with a 1:19.38. Lane 2 is Jalea Armstrong of Western Texas at 1:18.43. Lane 3, Deshaun Boyce of Western Texas, 1:17.34. Lane 4, Shane Strike of Atlanta TC, 1:18.10. Lane 5 is Hunter Johnson of Western Texas, 1:19.03. Lane 6, Jan Vasquez of Arizona, 1:19.80.
Welcome back. Men's 600. We have a record on watch here. Deshaun Boyce in lane 3 will be chasing the JUCO record of 1:16:22. Also, some other great competitors in the field. Shane Strike of Atlanta Track Club was the American record holder in the indoor 1K, taking it from Bryce Hoppel, a name we should all recognize. We'll be joined by Jaleel Armstrong of Western Texas, Luciano Fior of Atlanta Track Club, Tyreek Johnson of Western Texas, and Jan Vasquez of Arizona. But the eyes are going to be on Deshaun Boyce of Western Texas, right there, bib number 3, trying to break that JUCO record of 1:16. Chasing the pros. There's Strike. Bib number 4 starting to get rolling here. Strike really rolling there. Remember, he was the U.S. record holder in the indoor 1K. As he storms into the lead. Got a PB of 1:18:10. Trying to challenge that up at altitude. Raced all across Europe this summer. Now his teammate, Fior, starting to challenge. Fior trying to go around him. He does at the very end, 1:19:24. Semifinalist in the 800 outdoors last year for USA, takes the lead. Will not be Boyce's day. Unfortunately, that JUCO record will not go down. Led up big time on that last lap, but it was Fior and Strike, the Atlanta Track Club teammates, going 1 and 2. Fior, transplant to Atlanta, followed his coach, Tom Nohilly, from Empire Elite Track Club down to Atlanta. Primarily an 800-meter runner. Him and Strike both will be trying to make the U.S. team in the 800. Probably getting a little taste of this indoor facility, knowing that this is going to be the host of the U.S. Indoor Championships later this winter as we move along to heat number 2. We would say of Texas State, and then 2 Simmons from Arizona. Evan Simmons on the inside, Christian with the white headband on the outside. .600, one of those odd distances, run indoors, never outdoors. Some 400-meter runners coming up, trying to work on their strength. Some 800-meter runners coming down, working on their speed. It's going to be Christian Simmons in the lead early. 600 is a type of race you really want to attack early. Like Simmons is an A&M transfer, ran 150.67 there. Christian Simmons, still your leader, starting to get challenged a little bit by Evan Simmons in second. Evan Simmons closing that gap. He's running out of space to do it, though. 100 meters to go. Evan Simmons in second, challenging his teammate Christian Simmons in the lead. Farther back, that's Vasey of Texas State, but it's Simmons versus Simmons, Arizona versus Arizona. Christian will hold on for the lead, beating Evan by a step. Good work by the gentleman of Arizona. 120.78, 120.91. For heat number 2. We are running on schedule here. The Albuquerque Convention Center. You're watching and waiting to figure out when your race is going to be or what race you want to watch. Check the calendar or the meet schedule. We are running right on time here in Albuquerque. Getting ready for heat number 3. Remember, if you're just joining us, you can follow all the results, both track and field, on rt.trackscoreboard.com. Unfortunately, our skeleton crew will not be covering the field events today. I know the field events are going to be excellent, especially that women's long jump. He will be limited to the track. Heat number 3, Mizuta of CUI, Bill of New Mexico Junior College, Matthias Vasquez of CUI, and Harris of New Mexico. A bit of confusion there on the start. Mark usually means hit your mark. Didn't quite mean that, but the New Mexico athlete is your early leader, Harris, really charging early. 200-meter indoor bank trap, 3 laps around. This will be lap number 1. 20. Wow, that's pretty quick. 23 high. He would have beaten some of the 200-meter athletes coming through that first 200. Remember, we've had 4 New Mexico Lobo heat victories so far today. Harris will try to make that number 5 here in heat number 3. Harris doing a good job of attacking this, but he is starting to get hawked down a little bit by one of the CIU athletes. A little big number on him. There it is, number 5. Matthias Vasquez into the lead. Matthias Vasquez of CIUI. Doing a good job pacing himself a little bit early in the first lap. Takes over the lead there in lap number 2. He will have one more lap to hold on. It's like while of New Mexico Junior College is moving into second back there. And he holds on, 1:22.87. Matthias Vasquez in heat number 3. Now we'll wrap up our men's 600. We will step away. No, we won't step away because the women are already here for heat number 1 of the women's 600. We'll have Wilcox of Utah in 2, Hall of Arizona, Wilcox of Utah in 1, Hall of Arizona in 2, Taylor of Utah in 3, Sanchez Nunez of Arizona in 4, and then 2 Atlanta Track Club athletes, Olivia Baker and Sadie Henderson. Olivia Baker, a really strong athlete for the Atlanta Track Club, was a qualifier for the 2022 World Indoor Championships, runner-up at the Indoor 800 for the United States last year. 5th at the Outdoor 800 for the U.S. in the USA, 1:58.63. Also works as a marketing coordinator for the Atlanta Track Club. Henderson, originally a native of Montana. It appears like it's going to be a race of the Atlanta Track Club women here. Henderson and Baker. Baker out quick. Baker known to get out pretty quick in her 800s. No surprise to see her doing it in the 600 as well. We'll see if these collegiate women can give her a little bit of a challenge. Shirley Taylor, now running a grad transfer year for Utah. She slots into second ahead of Sadie Henderson. Taylor primarily a 400/hurdle runner, reaching up to the 600 this meet. That's Olivia Baker, though, in the lead. 11-time All-American while racing for the Stanford Cardinal. Baker went from Cardinal to Red, so really not much of a change there, racing now for the Atlanta Track Club. I like those new kits. New kits for the Atlanta Track Club this year. Olivia Baker, still your leader. Atlanta Track Club's always been so recognizable in that red and black. Keeping it now with some Adidas flair to it. Olivia Baker is continuing to lead. And it is going to be all Olivia Baker from wire to wire. A 1:27.52 for Olivia Baker. Again, 600, kind of an odd event, not competed on the international stage, but really good practice for these 800-meter runners. Sadie Henderson there with 135.5, and Keely Hall of Arizona ended up third. So third race as a Wildcat, but really good junior career. Was second in the U.S. Junior Olympics in the 400-meter hurdles. Starting her career off right with the Arizona Wildcats, but Olivia Baker, undoubtedly your winner there in Heat 1 of the women's 600. Look for her to feature at the U.S. Indoor Championships back here in the Albuquerque Convention Center later this season.
And in lane 6, Elias Simmons of Texas State at 133.15. Then 60-meter hurdle preliminaries, women's hurdle preliminaries. You can check in. Will all the hurdlers please check in?
Here we go, getting ready for heat number 2. Heat number 2, we have Annie Murdoch of Utah, Asia Foster of Western Texas, Alexis Alexander of UC Irvine, and Aaliyah Simmons of Texas State. Got a couple shout outs here in the DMs. Want to shout out your athlete, remember you can shoot me a message on Instagram at _Cox Hayden. We're shouting out Eric Brown with Premier Athletics, getting in the long jump today. It's from mom and dad. Unfortunately, we will not be covering the field events. Might be able to get a sneak peek on the inside, but our skeleton crew can only cover the track today. You know, there's going to be some really, really great field battles. But right now, it is Simmons of Texas State coming through 400, about 59 high, 60 low. More shout out. We've got a Cal State Fullerton freshman, AJ Cornthwaite, shooting in the long jump, second flight, and will also be in the 60s. We'll see him in the 60s. Followed from San Diego, California. That's the beauty of streaming these meets in Albuquerque. We can see it all over the United States, all over the world. As Aaliyah Simmons of Texas State looks to hold on for heat number 2 of the women's 600. That's a 1:34.26. Good work there. Love running these off distances early in the season. Whether you're an 800 runner or a 400 runner, good to work on something new early season. Practice a little bit. Stay away from your main event before coming back to it later in the season and trying to get a good mark for your conference championships.
Her second attempt. Second attempt's coming down for Kowalski, Thomas, Dylan, Peterson, Harper. Second attempt's 3:02. Peterson's first coming at 3:02. In the third section of the 1:06 lane, is Daphne Cause of New Mexico Chico. 11. Lane 2 is Annalisa Barr, New Mexico, 139. 3 is Jane Alvin, New Mexico Junior College, 138.
Have 5 heats. For those following along, 5 heats. This will be number 3. Olivia Baker, our winner of heat number 1. That very speedy 1:26. Because of New Mexico JC, Annalise Ibarra of New Mexico Lobos in 2. Jane Elvin of New Mexico Junior College, good number 3. Ibarra of UC Irvine 4. Lydia Major of San Diego State 5. And Jodianne Mitchell 6. Also getting a shout out to Ariana Williams running in the 400-meter unseeded. She'll be in number 3 running for the North Texas Mean Green. Already seen some great North Texas athletes today. forward to see Ariana Williams racing later as well. Heat number 3, we've got the Lobo in the lead. That's Ibarra, and Elisa Ibarra currently holding off Raina Kabara of UC Irvine. And Elisa Ibarra takes the bell in the lead. She's got 2 women on her heels. Let's see what they can do over the last 100. Oh, there's a move. She started real slow, Jody Ann Mitchell did, but she is charging down this last lap. Maybe a little intimidated by the 600-meter distance at first, but real good speed here in the last 200. She stormed into the lead, and it is going to be Jody Ann Mitchell of New Mexico JC with a 1:35 to take the lead. Wow, really good run there from Jody Ann Mitchell. Love that last 200. Love to see a good kick, don't we? Track fans everywhere can agree with that. 1:27.55 remains your top time of the day. Olivia Baker, 800-meter stud from Atlanta Track Club, followed by Sadie Henderson, her teammate. We'll get ready for heat number 4 here in a moment.
First 2 sections of the women's 400 unseeded, please report to the track. First 2 sections of the women's 400 unseeded to the track, please. On your mark.
And here we go. We have Goodfried of Colorado College in 1, Petty running on attached 2, Reese of Colorado College 3, Parrott of New Mexico JC 4, Lippert of Colorado College 5, and New Mexico JC athlete Waltmeyer in 6. So really a battle between Colorado College and New Mexico JC. Susanne Peart of New Mexico JC who goes straight to the lead, being first to the break line. A 31 first 200 meters. And there is our chase pack all working together. Petty on the outside, the unattached athlete trying to challenge Waltmeyer of Mexico JC. And I say trying to challenge, did a very successful job challenging there, moving into second place. That's Waltmeyer. And up ahead, that's Sam Peart of New Mexico JC, who's been the leader since the very beginning. He has 100 meters separating her and the finish line here of number 4. Peart holding on well there with enough distance that I think she is going to hold on to this just fine. Good movement in the chase back there while they were off camera as well. We'll see how that shakes out in the results. 1:40.04 for Peart. Might get just under 1:40 on the clock. Not quite. 1:40.02, and it was Luis of Colorado College at 1:43.1. Nice to see some short sleeve shirts in here in the Albuquerque Convention Center. 39 degrees outside, so you bet those sprinters are staying inside for the day. Distance athletes may still be sneaking out and getting a little bit of a warm up. Don't want to be warming up 2-3 miles inside, although there is some decent room here in the convention center. It's a nice little warm up track off camera for some of the sprinters to use. A little bit of room farther back in the convention center to jog around. Really nice facility here. Heat number 5. We'll stepping on the line there. This will be our last heat of the women's 600 meter.
And
We are struggling to figure out that line, ladies.
On your marks.
There we go. They have figured out the start line, how it works, where not to step, and we have Isabella Duarte of UC Irvine on the inside, Sky Theodosopoulos of Colorado College in 3, Molly Vance 4, Amelia Troutman 5, and Julia Snelling in 6. That is Sky in lane 3, and Duarte of UC Irvine is your leader. Remember, we've seen these 600s go a lot of different ways. Just because you're the early leader doesn't mean you still can't tie up pretty bad. Nice little cross between a 400 and an 800 here. You really have to know your effort level well to balance it over the 600-meter race, and Duarte is attempting to do just that for UC Irvine, running confidently out front. You see a couple of Longhorns, the defending indoor champions, warming up on the inside. Duarte moving well. Her teammate Troutman a little bit farther back, racing Molly Vance of Colorado College. Bell lap is through. She's got about 150 meters left as Duarte in the lead on the left side of your screen. Battle for second, heating up on the right. Duarte now in firm control of this race. 100 meters to go. Looks like she has measured her effort out very, very well. Ooh, don't want to fall on the inside there. Kept her balance well, though. It is tough on those banks. It really does push you to the inside. Easy to lose your balance. But Duarte stays upright and crosses the finish line. 1:38.13. She will be in a faster heat next time she runs this. That is for sure. Good race, and that will cap it off for the women's 600-meter races. And there's your results, and we will step away momentarily before coming back with the women's unseeded 400 meters.
So we have decided to move this to a rolling schedule, clerks and starters. So let's bring the women on to the track for the first section, the women's 400. In lane 3 is Laura Aquino, UC Irvine comes in 56.78. Lane 4 is Maria Sarton, CU of Concordia, 56.61. Lane 5 is Nancy Bird, North Texas at 55.96. And in lane 6, Camille
Welcome back to chilly Albuquerque. Here at the Albuquerque Convention Center, 39 degrees outside, but feeling comfortable inside for the Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Invitational. We have been busy warming up the track this morning and will continue to do so with the women's unseeded 400. And we'll take a look at the events later to come this afternoon. We will, after this women's unseeded 400, we'll have a handful of prelims in the 60-meter hurdles, men's and women's, and the invite men's 60-meter prelims, and followed by the women. Those will be some great races. We'll see some World Championship finalists, Rashida Adeleke, Julian Alfred, and then later in the day, Dina Asher-Smith running the 300, the British national record holder, multi-time Olympic medalist, really a stalwart of our sport. We'll also get to see Yusuf Bizamana in the 800, was the 1K NCAA record holder until last night. Fly busy looking for some revenge in the 800. On heat number 1 of the women's 400, we will have Lauren Aquino of UC Irvine, Maria Sarton of CUI, Macy Burnham in there as well. And as we lose those start, I'll get the rest of the starters here in a moment. It's Macy Burnham of North Texas and Camille Peisner of Stanford rounding out the field. And as they get going, got another shout out here for James Milholland, coach of Adams State. His mom watching along, supporting those athletes. He's also running the 400, so love to see Coach getting along in the action with the events as well. Also, shout out for Gracie Hyde running the mile for the Adams State Grizzlies. You want to shout out your athlete or got a fun fact you want put on air about one of these athletes competing today, shoot me an Instagram message at _Cox Hayden. Love to add a little bit of color to the background of all these great athletes competing. Right now, it is Peisner of Stanford doing the work up front. And she's being chased by Sarton of CUI. We're starting to bring her back a little bit. We're going to have a little bit of race on our hands. Oh! Almost got her. Peisner's going to hold on, though. 56.67. Let's see that official time. 56.64. We're getting about a 0.03 adjustment from our marks. Now remember, all these times are going to be bumped up due to the altitude. We are at thin air here at 5,000 feet, so these sprinters actually lose about 0.11. It's a multiplication factor, I guess. I'm not really good at math. Can't tell by what I'm saying here, but because of the thin air, and don't ask me to explain why, get a physics professor to do it, but because of the thin air, we add time to the sprint events here. They run just a tick quicker here at the Albuquerque Convention Center than they do down at sea level. Distance runners will have the reverse effect because they are thin on the oxygen. Obviously, in those distance events, need a little bit more oxygen than those sprinters do. They will actually get time back when you adjust for the altitude. Here we go, getting ready for heat number 2. Number 2 of this unseeded 400, Bethany Schmidt of CUI, Elizabeth Flores of Lubbock Christian, Sonia Verk of UCLA, and Sierra Velarde of Adams State. Verk, our first UCLA athlete of the day. Here we go. Now, if you are a field fan, let me apologize to you. I know we have some great field battles, some awesome athletes competing. I'm especially excited about the women's long jump here today. And we also have Leo the German in the pole vault, defending Athlon champion, but we will not be able to cover the field events today. Ooh, a little slip in lane 6. We'll see it. Might be a little bit DQ. We'll see. Hopefully not. But if you're a field athlete or fan, follow along on rt.trackscoreboard.com for live results. That's all we can do today. We'll leave the camera on the field when we take some breaks. Try to sneak some action in there for you, but really small crew here in Albuquerque, so doing the best we can. But that's Sonia Verk doing the best she can up front. And she's doing great, leading this race into the final straightaway. Oh, people struggling with the bank there, losing their balance, but it's going to be Sonia Verk. 56.96. She'll get about 0.03 back on that on the timer. And that will be it for heat number 2. 6.91 for Sonia Verk. will be her official time. She will be frustrated to see that jump over 57 when it gets adjusted on her T for her conference list due to the altitude, but good run by Miss Burke. If you're just joining us, I am Hayden Cox. This is FloTrack's presentation of the Dr. Martin Luther King Collegiate Invitational in the Albuquerque Convention Center. We're still getting the track warmed up for some excellent events later this afternoon. World class. We'll have some Olympic medalists. We'll have some area and national record holders, especially in those sprint events later this afternoon. Should be some great racing. And here are our starters for heat number 3. Yahuyu of New Mexico, JC in 3. Palmgren of Adams State in 4. Williams, our aforementioned shouted out athlete, Ariana Williams of North Texas in lane 5. And Brunger of Cal State Fullerton. Ariana Williams' mom is following along today. Shouted her out earlier in the show. So we will keep our eyes on her in lane number 5, North Texas. Good start, especially on the outside. Like Brunger of Cal State Fullerton. A really great start. The other 3 women running mostly together there as they hit the break. Fell in about 25 low. Brunger of Cal State Fullerton continues to lead. Williams starting to move through the field a little bit for North Texas. Eyes on the lead. Brunger of Cal State Fullerton trying to take this wire to wire as she hits the final turn here on this 200-meter bank track. Williams starting to move very well there in 3rd. Coming around into 2nd, Williams is of North Texas. But it's going to be Brunger on the lead. Got a nice little battle here. Oh, is it going to be Williams coming back? She's going to get there at the line. Oh, it's going to be close. What a great run there by Ariana Williams. Last 100 was awesome. Let's see who got it. It's going to be Williams with the lead. 56.35. That is a new PR for Ariana Williams as well, with mom watching along as well. That's great. Brunger holds on for 2nd with a 56.38 for Cal State Fullerton. Great race by Hugh as well, coming in for 3rd. Ariana Williams, way to fight that last 100 meters and make it happen. Make mom proud. Ooh, I got my heart rate up a little bit there. That was a great race. We are moving along with the women's unseeded 400. We'll have heat number 4 coming up next. Remember, if you have an athlete competing that you want to shout out, or fun fact, if your teammate is competing, don't embarrass them too much, but send me a message on Instagram at _CoxHayden. CoxHayden throughout the day. Keeping things light, keeping things fun here in Albuquerque. Just me on the mic today, so feel free to shoot me some information to shout out. I'll be keeping you company all day long, from these warm-up and unseeded events here in the morning to the marquee events, truly world-class this afternoon with some great sprinters. I hope all these sprinters are hanging around and watching some of these later events, because it's going to be great. We'll have Cummings of Lubbock Christian in 3, Castillo of UT Rio Grande Valley in 4, her teammate Brewer in 5, and Ruby Bishop in 6. Good start from the Rio Grande Valley athletes, charging down in the curve. UT Rio Grande Valley still leading. That's Castillo. Kruger in second. Bishop of CUI. We've seen some crazy kicks here. So who knows? Just because you're in the lead with the bell doesn't mean anything, as we saw from Aaliyah Williams in that last race. It looks like Castillo is running very well. Or sorry, Ariana Williams, correction, in that last race. We have Aaliyah Castillo here. That's the confusion. But she's the one leading this race. Castillo doing well. Aaliyah Castillo of UT Rio Grande Valley. Hanging on wire to wire. She'll run 58.87. The 8.85 corrected for Aaliyah Castillo, taking the lead of heat number 4 for Rio Grande Valley. Here we go, getting ready for heat number 5, the women's unseeded 400. Villalobos of Cal Poly Pomona in 3. Heinlein of Cal State Fullerton in 4. Moran of UC Irvine in 5. And Jardstrom of Cal Poly Pomona in 6. Another shout out to Kaylee Hall of University of Arizona. The family is very proud of you competing today. Hope I got that first name right. Kylie Hall. Look forward to see you competing later this afternoon. And it is Heinlein of Cal State Fullerton who takes the bell in the lead. Charging into the final 200 of this race down the back stretch. A little bit of a battle there for second, but it is all Heinlein of Cal State Fullerton has been since the gun. So a couple more Longhorns warming up. Glad to have the defending indoor champions on the track competing today. 56.38. We'll get maybe 0.03 back on that. We'll call it 65. As we see the results, it's going to be 36, actually. We see the results come through. One more section remains of the women's unseeded 400. As the ladies take a well-deserved lie down on the infield after that 400. So coming up after this women's unseeded 400, we will get started with the men's 60-meter hurdle prelims. One of the best events in the United States. Grant Holloway, of course, one of the best athletes in the world at that event. We'll get to see some great competitors there at about 10:50 local time. So far, we are running on schedule. We'll see if that changes at all. Jumping ahead with the men's 60-meter prelims, we might get a little bit ahead of schedule. We'll see what the meet directors decide to do. They very rarely run behind here in Albuquerque, so make note of that if you are competing later this afternoon. Here we are with heat number 6 athletes. Got Rachel Nelson of Stanford, her teammate Sage Hinton in 3 and 4, Emma Jones of Colorado College in 5, Keisha Eileen Adams, Cal Poly Pomona in 6. Good start by the Stanford women on the inside, particularly Sage Hinton. Getting out very strong. She's going to challenge Elaine Adams to get to that break first. And it is the Stanford women 1 and 2. That's Hinton in the lead. Nelson's going to slot in behind as they hit the final 200 meters. Best time so far is still Ariana Williams' 56.35 out of heat 3. That really great close. See if either of these Stanford women can get there. The Cal State Fullerton athletes, Heinlein and Brunger, running 2 and 3, 56.36, 56.38 overall in the unseeded 400. But we are going to get another pretty quick time, 56.62. That'll be our 4th fastest time of the day. That'll get adjusted just a little bit. Stanford ladies will end up going 4.5 on the marks today, 56.65. That's Hinton. She'll actually slot in just behind her teammate Camille Peismer as the 5th fastest time of the day. And that'll be it for our women's 400-meter unseeded sections. We will take a break. The next event scheduled is the men's 60-meter hurdle prelims in 12 minutes. We'll see if that runs on time or ahead of schedule, so keep an eye on your laptop here. Keep an eye on the results to see that race because you won't want to miss it. We'll be back in a moment here with FloTrack's coverage of the Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Invitational.
Men's long jump, lane 3, 7:42, lane jump, 24:4 for Boston, Arizona. Second, Chris Petty, Texas State, 7:29, 23:11. First section of the men's hurdles. First team, Javel Radical from New Mexico Junior College, president 809. Lane 2, Joshua Mosby of Cal State Fullerton, 756. Lane 3 is Chris Brinkley of Texas A&M, 10. Lane 4 is Easton Hammond of Texas State, 9:31.25 is Jordan Coast of Pride from Texas at 8:36. 6 is Caleb Pamela of Texas at 8:04. 7 is Lucia McCartney of Grand Canyon at 7:96. Lane 8 is the best seed driver coming in, Daniel Harrell, Texas State at 7:71. Seventh year Collegiate Invitational last year. And he went to the Sun Belt for coming 10 hurdles. And the Sun Belt champion, 1602 was last year. He has him as 771. He was 6th in the NCAA 400 hurdles last year. Joshua Morsby of Cal State Fullerton, the California Community College champion last year. Now at Cal State Fullerton. Stephen Gardner's moved up into third place in the men's long jump now at 7:15.23.5.5. This section taken as long strides, moved up into third place, 5:79, 19 feet even. And Drew Grand Canyon, 5:79, 19 feet even as well. They both stand in third place overall. women's hurdles, first section, first heat.
Welcome back to Albuquerque. This is FloTrack's presentation of the Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Collegiate Invitational. We are going to get started with the fast men here. The 60-meter hurdles prelims getting going on the track. As you can see the start list on the right, we will have the top 2 in each heat, plus the top 2 fastest times overall advancing to the final. That men's hurdle final scheduled for 1:15. Keep your eyes on lane 6 and 7 for this heat number 1. Caleb Kavanaugh and Tavisha McCartney of Grand Canyon, 2 of the fastest seat times entering in. Kavanaugh, an impressive junior season, 6th in the 400 hurdles and 7th in the 4x4 outdoors. 6 and 7 on the outside. Really good start from the Cal State Fullerton athlete, though. 8 moving really well, too. That's Daniel Harold. I have a friend named Dave Harold. Daniel Harold of Texas State. Really great run there. Getting watched by the Harold family as well. Harold family wants to shout out Daniel and the whole track team. And that shout out came just in time because Daniel Harold 7.70. 7.71 was his PB coming in. He's got the fastest seat time in this event coming in, and he will punch his ticket to the final with a great run there. Opened his season with a 6.84 and a 7.71 in the 60-meter flat and hurdles respectively last week. Really great run there from him. He will certainly be in the finals. He was 3rd at the 2023 Sun Belt Outdoors. Made it to the 2nd round at the NCAA West prelims. We'll be looking to improve upon that this year. Trying to win that Sun Belt Conference title and punch his ticket to the NCAA Finals. So we'll get the blocks set up for heat number 2. Daniel Harold and Joshua Hornsby punching those automatic cues. To the final at 1. Confirm that real quick, 1:15. So that men's 60-meter hurdle final will be at 1:15. And we'll certainly see Daniel Harold and Joshua Hornsby. Hornsby, the back-to-back California JUCO state champion in the 110 outdoors. Transferred to Fullerton from JUCO Riverside City College. That was his first race as a Titan, actually, that we just saw. Did it well, punching his ticket. McCartney and Kavanaugh will have to wait on their times. So Daniel Harold as well, running the 3rd fastest time in the NCAA. We remarked upon it earlier, but he already had the 3rd fastest time in the NCAA, so not much of a change for him. Still early, still very early this NCAA indoor season. But here we go for heat number 2. Heat number 2, we have Tyler Dennis in 1, Walker in 2, James in 3, Critton in 4, Poteet in 5. We already saw him in the 200 where he ran 21.67. Rod in 6, Voss in 7, and Ex-Teen of Arizona in 8. We've got the movement in the outside lanes again. It's going to be Barada Fullerton, I believe. Not quite as fast as heat number 1, wasn't expected to be. It was Barad of Fullerton and Voss of UT Rio Grande Valley who will punch their tickets through. Carter Barad of Cal State Fullerton. 8.06 will be that time. They will both punch their tickets into the final. We'll wait for the full results to populate to see who's sitting on the hot seat with those 2 small cues. McCartney and Kavanaugh hold on to those small cues.
Texas at 8:20. In lane 3, Kendrick Smallwood of Texas. Fourth in lane 1210.
Harold remains the fastest mark of the day. That's 7:70. I have a feeling that's going to stay up there. I think the only person that might be knocking that off is going to be Daniel Harold himself, perhaps in the final later this afternoon.
Christian. 5 is Amir Williams, New Mexico Junior College. In lane 6 is Simon Thor, Texas State. He has best at 880. Williams at 810. In lane 7 is Abel Jordan, Cal State, Fullerton. Third in the Midwest team at 110.
If you're just joining us, you can follow all of the results, both track and field, on rt.trackscoreboard.com. That's what I'm doing. That's my cheat sheet. Recommend it to you as well. We will only be covering the track events here on FloTrack's presentation of Dr. MLK Collegiate Invitational. Skeleton crew, just one announcer, just me. So if you don't like me, I'm sorry. You're stuck with me for the rest of the day here in Albuquerque. Unfortunately, not enough folks on the ground to be able to cover field, but there will be some great field battles, women's long jump especially. Follow those on rt.trackscoreboard. But here we get ready for heat number 3. Davis in 1, Pierce in 2, Smallwood in 3. He's a man to watch of the Texas Longhorns. Frazier of Lubbock Christian in 4, Williams in 5, Simon Thor of Texas State. What a name in lane 6. Abel Jordan in 7, and Logan Hasher of Arizona in 8. Kendrick Smallwood, all conference, the 100 hurdles and 400-meter hurdles at Big 12's outdoors last year. He's in that burnt orange in lane 3. Smallwood out well. A little bit of a challenge from Williams, but it's Smallwood. Now Cal State Fullerton. Jordan really charging down, and it's going to be Jordan. Cal State Fullerton, what a hurdles team have they brought up here to Albuquerque. They've already got 2 into the final. That's going to be 3, and it is Abel Jordan of Cal State Fullerton with that 7:79. Dang, second fastest time of the day. Smallwood's going to have to resign himself to second, but that will still punch his ticket automatically to our final. So that's 3 Cal State Fullerton athletes into the final, punched automatically. And I think McCartney and Kavanaugh are going to hang on for those last 2 lane spots. Remember, it was 2 autos per heat, 2 provisionals. And they are. It is McCartney and Kavanaugh, both from Heat 1, who are hanging on to the final. So your final will be Daniel Harold, Abel Jordan, Carter Barad, Kendrick Smallwood, Joshua Hornsby, Zach Boss, Alicia McCartney, and Caleb Kavanaugh. 3 Cal State Fullerton athletes, 2 Texas Longhorns, Grand Canyon, UT Rio Grand Valley, and Texas State. We will take a quick pause before coming back with the women's edition of the 60-meter hurdles.
In the women's weight throw, Ellen Brown, Texas State still leading at 17:39. Second, Anna Lilly, UT Rio Grande Valley at 16:55. The third, Deanna Tyler, UC
Welcome back to Albuquerque. We're getting ready for the 60-meter hurdles prelim. Just like the men, it's going to be 2 automatic and 2 fastest times getting through each of these heats. Heat number 1 will have Pellicini of CUI, Adkins of Grand Valley in 2, Deger-Fenried of North Texas in 3, Davis of UC Irvine in 4, Walton in 5, Lesasenka of New Mexico in 6, holding down the hometown Lobos. Miranda of Colorado College in 7, and 8 is open. We're actually even 6 and 8 open. Couple real good runners coming at you in the next 3 heats. 3 heats total, top 2 in each. And then we'll go from there. Good start in lane 2. That's Adkins of Rio Grande Valley out very well. Adkins of UT Rio Grande Valley keeping the tights on. Knew she had it, pumped about it. Let's see what that official mark is. 8:42. Moria Adkins will punch her ticket. She'll join Jasmine Davis in the final. And Miss Walton and Deger-Fenried will have to sit on the hot seat, the 2 North Texas Mean Green athletes. Wait and watch heats number 2 and 3 to see if they sneak their way in. Start there by Adkins. The women of heat number 2 will set their blocks. The hot seat will be Walton and Deger-Fenried, so 8.83 is really the time to beat if you want to punch your ticket into finals. I'm Hayden Cox. I will be bringing you all of the action here in Albuquerque. If you've got an athlete you'd like to shout out or a fun fact about somebody competing, shoot me an Instagram DM at _CoxHayden, CoxHayden. Would love to hear from you. I've been doing some shout outs all day long. We've actually had 2 shout outs that ended up winning their race. So might be a little good luck in the water. Never hurts, never hurts. Those 2 athletes were, of course, Ariana Williams, who ended up winning the overall women's unseeded 400-meter dash, and Daniel Harold of Texas State, who ran the fastest time in the prelims of the 60-meter hurdles moments ago for the men, and will be racing again at 1:15 in that men's final. That'll be fun to watch. Well, we'll go to heat number 2. Here's your starters. James in 1, Shorter in 2, Daniel in 3, Kai in 4, Powers in 5, Jones in 6, Fawkes in 7, and Drew in 8. Drew of Grand Canyon also competes in the long jump pretty often. He's 11th there outdoors, also 8th in the 100-meter hurdles outdoors for her conference. Start on the inside from 1. That's James of San Diego State. Challenged a little bit by, I think that was Powers, but it's going to be James, I think, who took the win for San Diego State. Again, I misspoke earlier. Unlike the men, we will have 1 automatic qualifier from each heat. They added some women to these heats while I wasn't looking, so it's going to be Charlize James with that 834 that's going to stamp it automatically. My apologies for the confusion. Charlize James, 834, stamps her ticket automatically into the final. Apparently, we're only letting in 1 pass time, so you really need to win your heat. We had originally written up the schedule with 3 heats of this, but we'll instead have 7 heats of this women's 60-meter hurdle prelim.
Arizona. Lanes
So right now we have Samoria Adkins of UT Rio Grande Valley, who punched her ticket in heat number 1. Charlize James will join her out of heat number 2. And Amanda Through with that 8.47 will sit on the hot seat. If anyone runs faster than 8.47, she's out. I forget how much harder it is to keep track of everything with just the one commentator. It's always nice having two. So apologies for confusing on the qualifying procedures for the women's 60-meter hurdles prelim. Just one athlete from each heat and then one time qualifier. Got a shout out in the chat from Diane Lacoste, shouting out Pierce Lacoste in the long jump today. So you'll be following those results on RT.track scoreboard. Good luck to Pierce as we get ready for heat number 3. Ooh, got a good heat here. Actually, we dropped Hallie Bonds. That's a shame. I was really looking forward to watching the professional runner, Pac-12 100-meter hurdle title racer. But we'll have some other great women in this race. Oh, we do have Bonds. She is hiding over there in lane 1. There she is. Keep your eyes on Bonds in 1. We'll also have Adamson of Cal Poly Pomona, Wise in 4, Amos in 5, Darchum in 6, Bear in 7, Milton in 8. Eyes on Bonds on the inside. Quick start for her, and she is showing why she is a professional athlete in this race. Wow, 8:13 on our clock. That'll get adjusted. 100-meter hurdle school record holder for Arizona. I like that she's still subtly repping the Arizona colors. 8:15 is going to be her mark. Good start for the prelims for Callie Bonds. Racing unattached today. That USA on there. Love when athletes do that. Always representing your country, even when you're not at a world championships or similar. That will be Bonds' goal, I am sure, is to make Team USA this year. She takes a well-deserved seat. She will stamp her ticket into the final with our fastest time of the day. She'll join Charlize James and Samoria Adkins. Amanda Through continues to sit on the hot seat. That 8.47 will survive another round. Have another shout out coming up in a couple of heats. We'll go ahead and preface her. Riley Norris is coming up in heat number 6. Her twin Grace Norris is super proud of her, watching along here on FloTrack's presentation of the MLK Collegiate Invitational. We will be rooting for her in heat 6, lane 8 of this 60-meter hurdle race. We'll have heat number 4 next on the track. Thanks for the shout outs, guys. I love it. I know the athletes love it as well. Keeping things entertaining. And here's your starters for heat number 4. Anguiano of Cal Poly in 1. Grubbs of Grand Canyon in 2. Evans of San Diego State 3. Lemay of Stanford in 4. Hoyt of San Diego State 5. The Cal State Fullerton teammates in 6 and 7. That's Stewart and Reed. And Hodges of New Mexico State in 8. Only one automatic qualifier, y'all, so win that heat. Good start from 4. That's Remain of Stanford. Grubbs of Grand Canyon out very well, too. She's starting to get rolling. Watch Cal State Fullerton on the outside. That's Mia Reed. Mia Reed is going to stamp her ticket into the final. We'll need to work out her start a little bit before that final, but makes it happen there for Cal State Fullerton. Really great hurdle squad from Cal State Fullerton. The Titans running very well today.
And Evans and San Diego State 897. In the fifth of seven heats of the women's 60-meter hurdle qualifying, lane one Jada Pearson, San Diego State, 686, 868. And lane three, Jerica Boyd, New Mexico State, 855. And lane three is Haley Carol.
So I'll give you the current state of affairs for the qualifiers in the women's 60-meter hurdles. Tally Bonds is still your fastest qualifier with that 8:15. I do not think that's going to get knocked down. One or two athletes may have a shot at it later, but she's certainly qualified into that final. Charlize James, San Diego State, is your second qualifier out of Heat 2. Maria Adkins of UT Rio Grande Valley is your third in Heat, or out of Heat 1. Mia Reed, as we just saw, gets that auto cue, and sitting on the hot seat still is Amanda Threw of Grand Canyon. She's been on that hot seat for a minute there out of Heat 2. That 8:47, hoping to hang on.
Here she is in the 60-meter hurdles. Kayla Garrett at the best of 8:32.
Here we go. Pierre in 1, Boyd in 2, Kalamakia in 3, Pisaris in 4, Moss in 5, Clairvaux in 6, Ajaya in 7, and Garrett of Texas in 8. While Micah, the Utah athlete, in 3 is already pretty warmed up, got second in the 200 unseeded dash. Good start in 1, good start in 6, too. 1 is Pierre, 6 is Clairvaux. Clairvaux moving well. Clairvaux is going to take it all the way through. Once she got up to speed, she rolled. Garrett very unhappy with her race. Not the best start from the Texas Longhorn athlete. High standards as a Longhorn. They were second indoors and 1 outdoors, the women did. Clairvaux is going to punch her ticket with that 8:31. Garrett is not going to get into the final. That is definitely going to be a disappointment for her. Clairvaux, no surprise to see her in the final, has qualified for 2 different world championships, 1 indoor and outdoor. Was born in the U.S., but represents Haiti on the world stage. And has her own Wikipedia page. That's how you know you're a big deal, right? When you have your own Wikipedia page. So we'll get to see her again in the final. Making a fashion statement as well. Going a little bit away from the standard kit. Adding a little creativity to the game.
Section 6 now. Carrington Johnson, Texas State, 1-8:53.
Brew remains on the hot seat, that 8:47. Holly Garrett just out. It'll be a big disappointment to her. She was hoping to be in that final this afternoon. You could tell she was frustrated with her technique there, but still early enough in the season, still room to work. And that UT Longhorn program is one of the best if you want to improve your technique. Coach Flo's really done a great job in that program. Runner-up indoor champions outdoor. We'll see a couple of their grads later this afternoon. Julian Alfred and Rashida Adeleke will be tooling in the 200. Both were at the World Championships in Budapest this summer. Alfred, one of the best starters in the world. She was my pick to win in Budapest, but Carrie Richardson, hard woman to beat, isn't she? It's fun watching her win that gold medal for the U.S. But we'll get to see Alfred and Adeleke duel later this afternoon. But first, let's get ready for heat number 6. Johnson in 1 of that very good Texas State sprint program. McKenzie in 2, Jada Jones in 3, Robinson in 4, McMahon in 5, Hussey in 6, Dumlau in 7, and Norris in 8. The time to beat remains 0.47. That's 8.47 of Amanda through.
60-meter dash runners,
One
men and
automatic
women
qualifier
together.
into the final.
Men's and women's
That final will
60-meter
be at
dash. Begin for
1:20 local time. That's mountain time, of
5
course.
yards.
One automatic qualifier, one time qualifier. And that time qualifier is currently Amanda through at 8:47. So that's the time to beat. Couple lanes empty here. Jada Jones, a woman to beat, transferred from Harvard 2 years ago, won an Ivy League title there in the 100. Start line here. Good start from 2. Lane 1 and 2 really doing battle. Lane 1, that's Johnson of Texas State. Texas State, she's going to do it. Johnson all the way through. 8:55 will get her in automatically. And no time qualifiers from this race.
Final section of the 60-meter hurdles.
Through still. Looking like she's through. I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. THRUE for Grand Canyon, sitting on the hot seat still with that 8:47 just off her PB. Both a sprinter and a long jumper, as those speedy athletes often can be. Long jump is very much about speed as well. Obviously, different technique involved there. Oh, we got a couple more shout outs in here. Let's get to them while we wait for number 7. Shout out to Jacob, known as Jax, will be running in the 400 and the 4x4 for Arizona. Jacob Samford, that is. Also watch for Tyson Tippett in the 60 meters. Both boys transferred from Mesa Community College, JUCO, I think. Reading that right. We'll look out for him in the 400. No unseeded of the 400. We'll be running that all together this afternoon. So those 400s will be happening at 1:30. We'll be doing the regular 400 first, followed by the unseeded events. And we have a couple more shout outs, but they'll wait for this heat number 7. Well, I guess we'll do one more shout out because it's apt for where we are right now. Boosh would like to shout out the entire Cal State Fullerton hurdle squad. And boy, are they looking good today. Some really great races by Cal State Fullerton. A lot of them in the final. Looking forward to watching them race again. Putting on a show. Here we go for Heat 7. Valea Logan in 1. Sarah Davis in 2, Harvey in 3, Reel in 4, Johnson in 5, Marshall in 6, Linguino in 7, and Cheney in 8. Remember, only one automatic qualifier into the final. Ooh, a little bit of pushing on the start there, but that's going to work out. 5 out well, 1 out really well. Aaliyah Logan of New Mexico State. Aaliyah Logan into the final. Runner-up at the 2023 WAC Outdoor Championships in the 100 hurdles. He beat at this meet last year. Isn't going to get the PB yet in the prelims, but that 8:35 will be good to get her into the finals. And Amanda through from heat number 2 will get through with that 8:47. Kayla, sorry, I'm probably mispronouncing that. Garrett of Texas is going to be the first one out. He's going to be very disappointed. The world junior champion in the 400-meter hurdles will not quite make it to the finals here in the shorter edition of the 60-meter hurdles. But your qualifiers are going to be Bonds, Clairvaux, James, Atkins, Logan, Johnson, Reed, and through. We'll see all of them race again at 1:20. In the women's 60-meter hurdle final, and we will step aside before coming back with the prelims of the actually the unseeded sections, correction, the unseeded sections of the men's 60-meter dash. We'll be
Qualifiers, the women's 60-meter hurdles. Taylor Dobbs of USA at 8:15. Vanessa Kakova, who's at attached at 8:31. Charlize James of San Diego State at 8:34. Leah Logan of New Mexico State at 8:35. Samaria Atkins of Rio Grande Valley, 8:42. Carrington Johnson of Texas State at 8:55. Mia Reed of Cal State Fullerton, 8:66. And Truro of Grand Canyon at 8:47. First heat of the men's 60 qualifying, lane one is Holden of Texas, two is Madonna of Rio Grande Valley, lane three is Nicholson of Grand Valley. On your marks.
bringing it back for the men's 60-meter dash at FloTrack's presentation of the MLK Collegiate Invitational. Not quite the invite sections yet. Those will come a little bit later at 12:15. So a couple more developmental squad gentlemen getting started here. We'll have Holben of Texas in 1, Kittleson of Grand Canyon in 3. I saw him race here last year. Romo we've already seen today in 4, Brewer in 5, Roberts in 6, Adams in 7, and Cornejo in 8. Good start from the middle. That's for Romo. Romo's having a good day today. 6:81 on our clock. That'll get adjusted. Also ran 21:85 in the unseeded 200. He looks pretty pumped about that. 6:77. Dale Romo. That is a new personal best for him. Well done, Mr. Romo. Walking off with some well-deserved swagger. We're setting a new personal best here in Albuquerque. A couple more shout-outs in the chat here. Ophelia Pooley, a competitor for the University of New Mexico, won her heat in the 200. I remember that. That was great. Freshman, and that was her first race for New Mexico. She's from Denver. And having a great afternoon here in Albuquerque. And supported by her father, Alex. So I have another shout out from, I think, New Zealand. That's awesome. Kayla Brunger from Cal State Fullerton. She looked really well in the heats. We'll get to see her race again, I believe. Both sets of grandparents watching you. Love having the family supporting from all over the country, all over the world today. You want to shout out your favorite athlete or throw a fun fact into the chat, you can send me a direct message on Instagram at _CoxHayden, CoxHayden. A lot of great athletes competing, a lot of friends and family watching from all over the United States and the world. We forget how spoiled we are, folks. When I was competing in college, we didn't quite have this yet. We had a couple of races, might have been streamed, but couldn't watch these races. Now we can watch from all over the world. Don't have to make it to Albuquerque, although Albuquerque is a great place to visit if you ever get the chance. We'll be hosting the U.S. Indoor Championships later this season. So that would be a great excuse to take a trip. Hopefully it'll be a little warmer then than it is today. But here we get ready for heat number 2. We'll have Jalen Nero of Utah Grand Valley Coming back for the 60 in lane 1. He ran the 200 earlier, ran 21.89. Clements in 2. Jaleel Scott in 3. John Robinson in 4. Heron in 5. Fox in 6. Johnson in 7. And Thomas in 8. And would it really be the 60 if we didn't have one or two interesting starts, let's call them? I do like the official staff here trying to keep kids in the race, give them a chance. No one wants to see a DQ. We don't need to see a Devin Allen 2.0. That stunk. Love seeing the athletes get to race, so give them another chance, reset it, make sure it's fair. Pretty even start there. Inside lanes are all looking pretty good. UCLA athlete Robinson running well. Is he going to get challenged by Heron? I don't think so. I think John Robinson took that one. Let's see. Oh, it was Brian Heron. My eyes deceived me. Well done from Brian Heron of Texas. That's a 6.87 for him. Followed very closely by Mr. Robinson. That's 6.88. It's a new PR for Heron. Good work for him. Previously had a 6.94 set at the Ron McCravey Memorial Track Meet last week. Also ran that same time last year at the Louisville Cardinal Classic Invitation. But we'll get a new PB here. Come back to pick up his stuff, I guess. I have absolutely no idea what he just picked up. Interesting. Maybe a tape measure. You can tell I'm a distance runner. I think that is a tape measure, working on his blocks, being precise there. Or whatever it was, just set a personal best, so it was working. Another shout out to Trinity Barnett from Cal State Fullerton. She's racing the 60. Entire family watching from Coachella Valley. Very nice, very nice. Got another shout out in this next race coming up. Eric Brown. Mom and Dad watching you, getting ready to run this 60 for Premier Athletics. Conveniently had the camera on him. That wasn't even planned. No, we didn't. That's Christian Wood. Teammates at Premier Athletics. There's Brown. Getting ready to get started. Fuller in 1, Gates in 2, Stratman in 3, Wood in 4, his teammate Brown in 5, Cornelius in 6, Kavanaugh in 7, Jones in 8. Couple empty lanes here. Time to beat is still Gail Romo's 6.77, that personal best for him. Still good for number 1 on the day. Here we go. Good start in 1 and 3. Or 4, rather. Christian Wood running well. 6 is Cornelius. That's pretty tight. Let's see what the results say. Disappointment there. Christian Wood's going to take it. 6.94. Cornelius second with another 6.94. Wow, that must have been real close. Jacob Kavanaugh 7.06. Stratman 7.09, and Mr. Brown, the aforementioned, is going to run 7.10. And we will reset for heat number 4. We'll have 6 heats. At least that's what's scheduled right now, although heat 6 is just 1 New Mexico Lobo, so we'll see what they do about that. I guess if they'll try to squeeze him into one of these other heats. Remember, you're watching the non-invite men's 60 at the Dr. MLK Invitational here in Albuquerque. The invite 60s will get started at 12:15 local time. That's Mountain Time, of course. We'll have a couple women's 60s after this men's edition. Got a shout out coming up in this next heat. AJ Cornthwaite racing is Andrew Cornthwaite. He is in lane number 7. We'll get a camera on him, see how he's doing over there in lane number 7. Mom and dad watching, rooting you on. Coming up in this race is Smallwood in 1. There's Mr. Cornthwaite getting ready. Smallwood raced the hurdles prelim, ran 7.86 there. He's got a busy day running the hurdles, the 60, and later in the 300. Wilson in 2, also coming back in the 300 later today. Trollinger running unattached in 3, Vaquera in 4, Emerson in 5, Bowie in 6, Mr. Cornthwaite. Oh, Cornthwaite. Interesting. I think he's misentered in the, it says Cornthwaite on the heats, but Mom's DMing me Cornthwaite. I'm going to guess Mom's got it right and the results have it wrong. That's usually how things go. Moms are always right. Jalen Washington in 8 for North Texas. He won the unseeded men's 200, 21.63 was his time there. So on a pretty good day, he is. We'll keep our eyes on Cornthwaite in 7. Mom and dad watching from afar as we get ready for heat number 4. Good start. Smallwood got a good start. Really good start from Washington on the outside. So fast they couldn't keep up with him. Great run from him. North Texas really having a good day. Jalen Washington 6.69. Smallwood was 6.82. Mr. Cornthwaite coming through with a 7.18 down in 6th. Thanks to Mom and Dad for tuning in. You're just joining us. We are getting the track warmed up for some great afternoon races. We'll get to see some national and area record holders. We'll get to see some Olympic medalists, Julian Alfred, Rashida Adeleke, Dina Asher-Smith, and former NCAA record holder Yusuf Bizmana was holding the record until about 12 hours to go. He'll be back in the 800. We'll have some great races later this afternoon. I'm Hayden Cox, keeping you company all day long here in Albuquerque. If you don't like me, sorry, you're stuck with me. I'm your one announcer of the day. But feel free to give some shout-outs, fun facts, etc. on Instagram. You can message me at _CoxHayden. Love to learn more about these athletes. Had some great shout-outs earlier. Had some great winners after getting shouted out as well. That's always fun. We have a skeleton crew here in Albuquerque, so we are unable to cover the field events. Can't do them justice today, unfortunately, but there are some great field battles happening. You can follow those on rt.trackscoreboard.com, along with all the results here at the Albuquerque Convention Center. We are moving right along with the men's 60 meters. Non-invite sections reminder, the invite sections will start at 12:15. We already had some great prelims for the 60-meter hurdles for both the men and the women, highlighted by Talia Bonds in that women's 60-meter hurdles. We'll get to see them all come back later this afternoon.
On your marks.
Jefferson in 1, Williams in 2, Brinkley in 3, Hartz in 4, Hammond in 5, Dossman in 6, Quintanilla in 7, and Kavanaugh, who we've already seen in the hurdles moments ago, in 8. Kavanaugh will also be in the final. There he is on the outside, the Longhorn. He will be the last man into the 60-meter hurdles final. We've got a little confusion on the start. Cal State Fullerton squad has really been racing well today. But need to make sure we got the start line right. Marks maybe lost it on the mic. Keep your eye on that Texas State athlete in the middle. I'll tell you this, the Texas Longhorns may not think much of their neighbors down the road in San Marcos, but those Texas State athletes are very, very good, especially on the sprints, and have a good chip on their shoulder when it comes to racing their burnt orange Austin neighbors. Texas, of course, one of the premier programs in the United States. Always got to keep an eye on burnt orange. Good start in 4 from Hartz. Hartz is going to take it. Oh, maybe Cal State Fullerton came back. Not sure. That was Dossman who got going there at the end, but I think it was Hartz from UT Rio Grande Valley with the start. Oh, Cal State Fullerton got it. Dossman making it happen. Cal State Fullerton, really a good day. He was the one athlete on the start line who may or may not have had his thumb on the start line, but made it happen. Got to let him run. 6.87 for him. Top time in that event is going to be Romo's 6.77. The personal best for him will be good enough to win the day. So congratulations to him, and we will be back in a moment on FloTrack with the women's 60-meter dash.
Men's sprinters in the 60-meter dash invitational. Get your newcomers, gentlemen. Now in the first section of the women's 60-meter dash. Then we're going to Kodiak out of Cal Poly promoted 7:61.82. Jada Jones, UCLA at 7:63 is Dejon Shaw Huckabee, North Texas at 7:58. 4 is Leslie Riviere at Tash at 7:56. And 5 is Aji Baby San Diego State 7:57. Lane 6 for Janae Oakland, Texas at 7:60. Lane 7 is Jasmine Crawford, Victoria at 7:61. Lane 8, Danielle Lewis of Grand Canyon. Women's pole vault, Drew Bay, you can report in ladies. Drew Bay, women's pole vault.
Welcome back to Albuquerque. I'm Hayden Cox, bringing you FloTrack's presentation of the Dr. MLK Collegiate Invitational today. We are getting ready here for the women's 60-meter dash. Heat number 1 getting started. We'll have Una Kenny of Powell Poly, Pomona in 1. Jada Jones, I think, is foregoing in heat number 2. Saw her in the hurls. Deja Shaw Huckabee of North Texas in 3. She was 4th at the 200-meter dash for the women, 24.38. Leslie Regular running unattached in 4. Aji Mbeye of San Diego State also ran that 200, 24.29 for her earlier today. She'll be coming back in lane 5. Dejanay Oakley for the Texas Longhorns in 6. Jasmine Crawford of CUI in 7. And Danielle Lewis in 8. Remember, this is the non-invite section. The invite section is going to be a lot of fun. Got several fun facts coming in from Trinity Barnett, who's going to be in Heat 1 of that invite section. Won the Big West Women's 100 with a school record of 11.49. Also, a high school 200-meter record as well in CIFSS Division III. So we'll be looking forward to see her racing for Cal State Fullerton, who's really had a great meet. Titans and Cal State Fullerton so far today. Here we go for heat number 1 of the women's 60. Really pretty even start. Lane 5 maybe has an edge there. Let's see. Lane 5 was Mbeye of San Diego State, who ran that great 200. So she's got some closing speed. And we are correct there. Mbeye 7.5. Oh, Shaw Huckabee of North Texas really giving her a good challenge, though. 7.51. And Oakley of Texas, 7.53. Really tight race there. Love to see it. Brings out the best in everybody when we get that tight race. North Texas in there, too. Got to shout out the American Conference. A couple new athletes and teams to the American Conference this year. I will be commentating the American Indoor Championships. I did cross country and outdoor last year. Love the American Conference. They've been good to me. I'll be good to them. Really good competitive races there. Even with the conference realignment this year, changing things around, so it'll be a very new face that the American has this year. But that's a fun conference to follow along with. A lot of great schools, a lot of great coaches, a lot of great people. North Texas, a new face in that conference this year. But their sprinters doing well this afternoon. Everybody thinking about conference all year long, really. No matter what school you are, no matter what conference you are, that is obviously a major, major meet. A lot of athletes, that's their last event of the year, those conference championships. Trying to rep that school proudly and bring home some hardware no matter where you're from. Another shout out for Trinity Barnett in the chat, along with Arian Livingston and Ray and Booker from Amira. Looking forward to watch Barnett especially race later this afternoon. Heat number 2, we have Bartz in 1, Fletcher in 2, Conyers in 3, Harris in 4, Ford in 5, White in 6, Faircloth in 7, and Minor in 8. And the officials once again making sure everybody's running fair. No disqualifications today. Go to the officials to make sure everybody gets a chance to run. Good start in 4. Yep, that's going to be lane 4 all the way through. That's Harris, UT Rio Grande Valley. Harris running well. Good start all the way through. Conyers of UCLA and Fletcher of UCLA going 2 and 3. Also got a shout out in the chat for Zoe Adams of UT Rio Grande Valley. Interesting path to the sport. Started as a softball player and switched sport while they were in the process of finding a softball coach. Found that she's pretty good at track. Happy to have her. Mom and family supporting from Marietta, Georgia, the road from where I grew up. Got shout outs from Georgia, shout outs from California, shout outs from New Zealand. We're all over the world today here at FloTrack. Like to shout out your favorite athlete or provide some fun facts, some background, feel free to shoot me a message on Instagram at _Coxhayden, COXHAYDEN. Don't forget the underscore. Should be easy to find from there. Bringing you all the action here in Albuquerque at the Dr. MLK Collegiate Invitational as we get ready for heat number 3 of this women's 60-meter dash. We have 8 heats coming at you. And there are your starters. Pratt in 1, Garrett in 2, Adkins in 3, Hicks in 4, Childress in 5, Crawford in 6, Ryan in 7, and Apka in 8. Garrett, we saw in the 60-meter hurdles prelim, she's going to be looking for some revenge here. She's a really talented athlete. Didn't quite have the race she wanted in the hurdles. Was the first woman out of the final. World junior champion in the 400-meter hurdles, working on her start here in the short races. 16-time high school champion in North Carolina. But it's Adkins who's out very well, and Abka of Adams State, that bright yellow flashing. She's going to take the win in that heat. Adkins also had a great run in the hurdles. Should have shouted her out as well. Adkins actually takes the win there. Wow, 0.02, I was wrong. I'm not seeing that outside lane well today. Adkins takes the win there with that 7.46. That's great for her. She is also going to race again later this afternoon in the hurdles prelim. She ran 8.42, good for the 5th fastest time, winning her heat in the near hurdles prelim. She'll be coming back to race the finals at 1:20, maybe just one little extra starting practice there for her in the 60-meter flat, getting a time. Always useful this early in the year. So far, the top mark in this women's 60-meter dash remains Ajiambeye's 7.50, listed as a freshman for San Diego State. She was also 3rd in the 200. Actually, that just got adjusted. My apologies. Adkins, that time we just saw from UT Rio Grande Valley, was the fastest time of the day. Results just lagging just a little bit. So 7.46 is our fastest time of the day from Adkins, keeping the tights on, just like she did in the prelims. Warm muscles are fast muscles, and she's proven that. Apka, that Adams State athlete, was the 2nd fastest time of the day with that 7.48. Here we get ready for heat number 4. Posengree from New Mexico in 1. Williams of North Texas in 2. Alamu of Stanford in 3. They'll be joined by Pastrana in 4, Lewis in 5, Logan in 6. We've seen her today. James in 7, and Schul in 8. Keep your eyes on Logan. She was 4th in the 60-meter prelims, won her heat with an 8.35. Actually, she's not running this, probably to run the final. There's Alamu of Stanford with a good start. She's challenged on the outside by Lewis of Texas State. Texas State, a fantastic sprint program. I think they're going to take the heat win right there on the back of Kaylee Lewis. Yes, they do. 7.64 for Kaylee Lewis of Texas State. Great run for her previously at Oregon. I think that's a PR for her as well. Tiny one, but we take those. 7.67 was her PB coming in. Remember, we are at altitude, so thinner air, that'll get adjusted up 0.02 for her conference and NCAA marks. Don't ask me to explain it too much. All I understand is the air is thin, easier to run through. Sprinters can run faster up here at altitude than they can at sea level. For more information, see your local physics professor.
University, Irvine, 791. 7 is Khalil Boyd. Harvey Christian, 792. Winning is Camille Preisner, Stanford, 794.
Getting ready for heat number 5. Remember, we have 8 heats of this women's 60. This is not quite the invite section yet. That'll come later, and boy, do you not want to miss that. Julian Alfred, one of the best athletes in the world, representing St. Lucia internationally, formerly a Texas Longhorn, will be racing in that. We'll be excited to see her get her indoor season on the way. She has no doubt got her eyes on the Olympic Games in Paris this summer. I think when it's all said and done, we'll have at least 3 Olympians competing today. Alfred and Adeleke not quite old enough to make the 2020 Olympics, or not quite there yet, but I think they'll definitely be on the start line for 2024. Both were at the World Championships. And then, of course, Dina Asher-Smith. It's very rare to watch a World Championship without her present. Atkins still the time to beat here for Rio Grande Valley, 7.46. Pettengill in 1, Boyd in 2, Overton in 3, Thomas in 4, Gilmore 5, Nelson 6, Boyd 7, Peismer 8. Good start from the Utah athlete. Overton getting challenged on the outside by Gilmore. Gilmore, can she hold on? That's going to be really tight. It's going to be Gilmore versus Overton, I think. I think Overton might have gotten it. Let's see. 7.83 from Overton of Utah. Gilmore actually fades to 3rd. Thomas of Cal Poly Pomona takes 2nd in 8.5. 7.85 that is. Still Atkins holding down the fort with that top mark of the day. 7.46 for UT Rio Grande Valley. Adams State Apka with the 2nd fastest mark. She was coming out of lane 8 too. She did that. You can run fast in any lane, especially here at the Albuquerque Convention Center. Getting ready for heat number 6. Remember, we have 8 sections. 8 sections of this non-invite, I should call it, non-invite women's 60-meter dash.
New Mexico State, 795. 95, Ophelia Pulley of New Mexico at 799. In lane 6 is
A couple more shout-outs in the chat. Shout out to Dylan Fox. Dylan Fox of Concordia University. He's a finalist in the long jump today. Unfortunately, we do not have the field events covered today. Just a skeleton crew, 1 announcer. Only a couple camera people, so we will focus on the track. But you can follow all of the field events on rt.trackscoreboard.com. Some really great battles happening, some great field athletes here today. Leo, the German, the decathlete in the pole vault. A couple great female long jumpers. As we get ready here for heat number 6. Syme of Lubbock Christian in 1, Hill of Utah in 2, Nelson of Stanford in 3, Blackwood of New Mexico State in 4, Pulley of New Mexico in 5. She got shouted out earlier. Racing again here. Yanez in 6 of CUI, Bueckis of Lubbock Christian in 7, and Alexandra Adams in 8. Julia Pooley won her heat of the 200 earlier. She's in 5 right now, but it's going to be lane 3, I believe. Rachel Nelson. Ooh. Man, it is not easy to go from a full sprint up that bank, but luckily she got to the finish line first, so she will at least get a mark. Let's look at the results popular. Nelson of Stanford, 7.84. And everybody's up and moving around. Just a little bit of a bruise waking up tomorrow, but moving off the track fine. Just a little embarrassed, I think. If you haven't done it, sprinting as hard as you can on a 60-meter flat stretch and then going up that hill, and it's already hard enough to drive your knees and get them back up. Do it on that uphill after you have gone through the 60 is hard, so I'm actually surprised we haven't seen more people fall. Nothing to be embarrassed about there. Got a couple CUI athletes competing today. Shout out to Natalia, Yanez, and all the CUI athletes. Natalia and Yanez's mom watching along on FloTrack. Thanks for tuning in. We also have a shout out to Jawarren Smith, who's running the 400 meters later this afternoon, along with the entire Adams State University track and field team, from Keith and April Smith to proud Grizzly alumni and parents. We've seen that bright green and yellow flash around the track a couple times already today. We'll never miss an Adams State athlete. You can see them from a mile away. Great program there. Always fun to watch them. So we'll be rooting for Jawarren Smith in that 400. Thanks for the shout out. If you want to shout out your favorite athlete or provide some fun facts, don't embarrass them too much. You can DM me on Instagram at _CoxHayden, CoxHayden. Keeping you company all day long here at the Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Invitational in Albuquerque. Getting ready for heat number 7, our penultimate heat of the women's non-invite 60. We'll have Ayacere of Cal State Fullerton, Doomlau of New Mexico in 2, her teammate Mamuya in 3, Davis and Miranda of Colorado College in 4-5, Lindenthal in 6, and Kana in 7. Wow, what a start by Ayacere. I think she was in the wrong heat. My word, what a great start. 8:03. What we got there. 7.98 adjusted. Made her mark on that heat. Cal State Fullerton. Don't underestimate them. They are a very good sprint hurdle program. Having a great meet out here in Albuquerque. So we will have one more, I believe. Yep, one more heat of the women's 60. Match in a moment. We'll have Taylor Brunger in this heat. She's being supported all the way from New Zealand from both sets of grandparents. She's already raced today, got 3rd in the 400 unseeded. Ran 56.38 there. We'll keep an eye on her in lane 5, presenting that aforementioned Cal State Fullerton team. Really been quite the show for them today. The whole team racing very, very well.
Men's 60-meter Invitational is next.
That 56.38 for her earlier was a personal best. According to my notes, does not have a 60-meter dash PR, so that means we are about to see one. That's the way I view it anyway. First time you run a race, that's your PB. You can take it. Let's also pay attention to Hannah Keiss of New Mexico in 2. She might actually be racing unattached in this race. Sutherland of UC Irvine in 3, and Molly Vance, who we saw in the 600 in the 4. Interesting, 600 and the 60. You don't see that too often. Maybe training for the 200 or the 400 later in the year, working on her strength and her speed. There we go. Great start from Brunger. She's out quick. She is going to win this heat through and through. Brunger all the way through, making her grandparents proud in New Zealand. 7:62 on our clock. Let's watch for the official in a moment. Walking away with a smile. 7:61. Well done, Miss Brunger of Cal State Fullerton. Making your grandparents proud. Well done. And that will be it for our women's 60-meter dash, the non-invite sections, that is. The invite sections will be coming up later today at 12:25. But first, we will step away before our men's 60-meter invites. That'll be coming up at 12:15. So take a deep breath because it's going to be fast. Here on FloTrack, we'll be back in a minute.
Solomon Washington of Texas was fifth in the Big 12 outdoor last year. She missed a 15:59, 51 1 3/4. So men's triple, let's report in, gentlemen, men's triple jump.
Men's 60 Invitational, please report to the track. Men's 60 Invitational, please report to the track.
Welcome back to Albuquerque. It is the Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Invitational, and I am Hayden Cox bringing you all the action all day long here on FloTrack. Now, I hope you have your seatbelts on because it is time for the men's 60-meter dash prelims. This is going to be fun. We've got some really, really great athletes lined up for this invite section, and we will get that ready for you in a moment. Here are your starters for heat number 1. Calvin Abstein in 1 for Grand Canyon. Daniel Harold, we already saw win the, I shouldn't say win yet, but ran the fastest time in the 60-meter hurdle prelims with that 7.70. Tyson Tippett of Arizona in 3. Diego Pederossi in 4. Jacob Hogan in 5. Joseph Harding, in 6. Nathaniel Luna of Lubbock Christian in 7. Elijah Major in 8. Daniel Harold's been shouted out from the Harold family. Fun fact, his dad used to have him jumping coolers to learn how to jump hurdles. Clearly worked for him because he's got one of the top times in the NCAA and will be in the final there. And his uncle is still faster than him with a head start. At least that's what I'm being told. I'm not sure I believe that because Daniel Harold's pretty dang fast. There we go. Harold in 2, of course, keep an eye on him. Good start by him, but this is going to be real tight. Look at the middle of the track and the outside as well. Luna of Lubbock Christian. Ooh, we got a tumble there. He gets up quick, though. And, man, it is hard running up a bank after you are sprinting a 60-meter dash. We talked about it earlier in the women's race. And it's going to be Pederossi that gets it with a 6.78. 6.78. And the Texas State athlete Daniel Harold is going to run a 6.81. So I didn't talk about qualifying. Let's do that real quick. Top 2 from each heat. We got 3 heats, so top 2 will advance. So Daniel Harold into his second final day for Texas State. That 6.81 will knock him in immediately. And then the top 2 fastest times. So we got 2 more 6.81s there. I said it was tight. I didn't realize we'd have 3 guys in with the same time. So they'll be sitting on the hot seat watching their marks. So top 2 from each heat, next 2 fastest times. That will be the name of the game here in the men's 60-meter dash prelims. Let's take a look at these gentlemen in heat number 2. Jared Johnson getting his blocks ready to go there in lane number 1. Florioli of the Cal State Fullerton squad will be in 2. Justin Walden of North Texas in 3. Raced earlier in that 200, got 7. Ran 1.85. Adrian Kerr of Western Texas in 4. Marcellus Moore of Texas in 5. Monty Maskell Beckles of Western Texas in 6. James Ananabusi of Arizona in 7. And Knowlton Shelvin in 8. Knowlton Shelvin ran 10.09. Win legal as a freshman at Coffeyville CC. Ran alongside his teammate Marcellus Moore in the 4x1. Moore's got the number 1 seed time in this event. Won the 60 at this meet last year, 3rd at Big 12s in the 100. Strong athlete there. So Moore in 5. Keep an eye on him. His teammate Shelvin 8. Good start by Moore there on lane 5. Moore still leading for Texas. Ooh, on the outside, Shelvin, I think, got him. But they definitely went 1-2, the Longhorns. punching their tickets into the final. Remember, 2 autos, 2 times.
63, and then points.
Shelvin,
65.
6.63. Very good time for him. That's going to be top 15 in the NCAA this year. Knowlton Shelvin, followed very closely by his teammate Marcellus Moore. They'll go 1-2 with that 6.63, 6.65, and punch their tickets into the final. I think 3 and 4 also good enough to make the final as well. We will see in a moment.
Now the final heat of the men's 60-meter dash qualifying. Lane 1 at
Yep,
Nebraska.
that's going to be Jared Johnson of North Texas and Alonzo Florioli,
In lane 2,
who are
Brian Bell,
currently,
attached at 665.
the big asterisk on that, currently sitting on the hot seat to be into the final.
2021 World 120 Championships in the 100-meter dash has a best of 60.
Shelvin in for sure, Pederasi in, Moore in, Daniel Harold in. One more heat to decide the final here in Albuquerque.
Carter at 90. He was fifth in the NCAA outdoor long jump for Texas. Part of the relay team that was sixth in the NCAA championships.
So those times to beat are going to be 6.75 and 6.77. Jared Johnson, hot seat number 1. Florioli, hot seat number 2 as we look at heat number 3. Got some fun competitors in this one. Adam Raska in lane 1. Brian Level running unattached in 2. Aaron Brown, lane 3. Samir Williams in 4. Stephen McCarter. That name might ring a bell, especially to you field fans. Long jump Olympian from UT. Olympian in 2020, also qualified to the finals of World Championships twice in the long jump, working on his speed here on the track. Travion White, Austin, the Arizona school record holder in the indoor 200, is going to be trying his hand at the 60 here in lane 6. John Clifford of Cal State Fullerton in 7, and Sanjay Selman of Western Texas in 8. 2 auto qualifiers. Time to beat is 6.75. If you want to get on time, the easiest way to do it is win your heat. Starting 2, that's Level running unattached. Level running very, very well. Leading, will he hold on? The gentleman from the outside. I think Clifford from Cal State Fullerton might have got him. It looked like they went 1-2. He did, 6.66 for Level. Clifford, the good starter, got 6.71. They will both punch their tickets to the final. So I know we don't have our eyes on the field events, but Leo the German, former decathlete champion, 7.90 in the pole vault. My gosh, dude. He is most certainly training for the decathlon at the Olympic Games this summer in Paris. That's got to be what he has his eyes on. What an athlete he is. So fun to watch. So that's going to be it for our men's 60-meter invite. Waiting for the results to populate. There we go. Our finalists are going to be Knowlton Shelvin, Brian Level, Diego Pederasi, Marcellus Moore, John Clifford, Daniel Harold, and then in on time, drum roll please, are going to be Travion White Austin with that 6.71, and the last time in is 6.75, and it went down to the thousandths. It's going to be Aaron Brown of Grand Canyon. Jared Johnson missing out by 0.003. Wild how much the slightest little bit can make a difference in the sprints. But we will see those 8 gentlemen back in the final. That men's 60-meter final is going to be at 2:10 p.m. We will take a short break here before coming back with the prelims of the women's 60 scheduled to go off in 1 minute.
We'll have the men's mile. So men's milers, you need to report in, get your hip numbers, gentlemen. And women likewise, you can get your hip numbers for the women's mile. First, men's milers
Welcome back to Albuquerque. It is FloTrack's presentation of the Dr. MLK Collegiate Invitational. And we will get started with the women's 60-meter dash prelim here. 3 heats, top 2 from each heat auto-qualify, plus the next 2 fastest times. In this race, we have Barnett in 1, Booker in 2, Zwanster in 3, Brown in 4, Rayson in 5, Rose in 6, Falkway in 7, and Johnson in 8. Cal State Fullerton's been having a great meet. Barnett's been shouted out multiple times from friends and family all over the world. School record and champion for Cal State Fullerton. She's in 1, but it's lane 4 who's out very well. That is going to be Jade Brown of Arizona, who's punching her ticket into the final. Let's wait on the results to see who got that number 2 spot. So all eyes are on Brown. It's going to be Falkway who gets in automatically with that 7.46. Trinity Barnett will have to wait on time. The school record holder for Cal State Fullerton might still have a chance there. 7.48 is going to be the time to beat right there. 7.19, the top mark in the country so far. Kayla Jackson, George Bulldog, ran that last week at the Clemson Invitational. Barnett in that last race, the FSS Division III champion in the 200. And the Big West 100-meter champion, 11.49 outdoors, that's school record. She will be the one on the hot seat, while Jade Brown of Arizona and Maki Falkway of Texas State are punched in automatically. We will turn our eyes to heat number 2. This one's going to be fun. Jamovo running unattached in 1. Davis in 2 of Texas. Holland joining her in 3. Brewer of New Mexico State in 4. Jada Moore was 5th at unseeded 200 with a 24.48. She's in 5. Kitty Petch in lane 6, also coming back from the 2. Taya Bottle of Texas State in 7. Scheduled to run is the Philippines national record holder in this event, Christina Knott, regular at the Asian Championships and a 2020 Olympian in the 200 meters. There she is in lane 8. She'll be fun to watch. 7.26 is her personal best. You know what? Micaiah Holland's pretty dang fast, too, as my research team put it. I say this, a high school kid who does a little bit of my research for me. She ran a stupid fast 7.24 in high school. Yeah, 7.24 is pretty stupid fast in high school. That's Micaiah Holland of Texas. She's in lane 3. Thanks to Kai Murata for doing a little bit of extra research for me. He's a high school runner in California, fellow track nerd. Stupid fast indeed. Here we go. A really strong heat here. Holland out very well in 3. Very well from Holland. There's some late closing speed from Knott. Not the best start, but I think it's going to be Holland and Knott. It's about what we expected. The second and third fastest times coming in. Not that Philippines national record holder gets beat by Holland 7.26. That is a collegiate best for Holland, and she will get through not as well. Andra Davis of Texas will have to wait at 7.45. Jada Moore, disappointing for her, 7.53. She's a 5-time Mountain West champion in this event. So maybe still some work to do for her Mountain West Indoor Championships. Very good heat number 2. Let's take a quick look at our qualifiers so far. Brown and Falkway remain in. Obviously, they will continue to remain in as they are the automatic qualifiers. Knott and Holland join them as automatic qualifiers, and Canondra Davis and Trinity Barnett still sitting on the hot seat. 7.48 is the time to beat. I said Heat 2 was fun. Shoot, Heat 3 is going to be pretty dang fun, too. We've got McKenna Watson of Arizona in 1. Tyra Gittens of Puma in 2. Actually, in 4, rather. Let me get my updated lane assignments here. Let's start with lane 1. Let's start over. Rashida Adeleke in 1, a Texas superstar, graduated last year. She's scheduled to be in lane 1. Hannah Waller in San Diego State 2. Jada Pierre in lane 3. Tyra Gittens in 4. Olympian for Trinidad and Tobago, a stud at Texas A&M. Mainly a multi-athlete and high jumper. But she'll be in 4. McKenna Watson of Arizona in 5. Grace Pendervis in 6. Kamaria Knight in 7. Nisa Howard in 8. Adeleke, usually a slightly longer distance runner, and by that I mean more a 100, 200-meter runner. Possibly the greatest Irish sprinter of all time. 6 national records, including in this event. 7:15 is what she's listed at. The Irish record is 7:17. It's hers. The world lead is 7:11. So let's keep an eye on that because she's run 0.4 off of it. That's Adeleke in lane 1 on the outside. Let's see what Tyra Gittens can do as well in lane 4. Some firepower on the track right now. Adeleke, not an awesome start, but she's a longer distance runner. Let's see how she can go. Oh my gosh, it's going to be lane 2. Let's keep an eye on it. Lane 2. Hannah Walker taking it off the Olympian. Hannah Waller, my apologies. Hannah Waller, that's her 3rd meet as a member of the San Diego State squad. 7:26 for her. That is a pretty nice personal best for her. Multi-talented athlete, sprints and jumps as well. Triple and long is a good bit. Wow, Hannah Waller, San Diego State. See you in the final. Adeleke, of course, will get there as well. Everybody else will have to wait and look at the clock. Let's see as the results get compiled who's going to make it into the final. Your auto qualifiers. Of course, let me remind you from Heat 1 and 2 were Micaiah Holland, Jade Brown, Christina Knott, Anki Falkway. And then, of course, in that last heat, we got Rashida Adeleke and Hannah Waller. Hannah Waller with the fastest time of the day so far. That's 7:26. Word, that's fast. And in on time are going to be Tyra Gittens of Puma. And with a 7:45, our last time qualifier, Canandra Davis of Texas. We will see y'all in that women's 60-meter final at 2:15. Keep an eye on that, and we will step away for a short break before coming back with the men's mile at 12:35. See you soon.
These from Japan, the Japanese steeplechase championships, that's the 357 flat. Lane 5 is Patrick Beaver, Puma. He was fourth as an All-American at Tulsa University, the NCAA 10-feet champion. In lane 6 is Jack Rowe, Puma. He has a 3:8:76 pass. Out of San Francisco.
Welcome back to Albuquerque. This is FloTrack's presentation of the Dr. Martin Luther King Collegiate Invitational. I'm Hayden Cox, bringing you the action all day long. And we are getting started here with the men's mile. This is going to be a great, great race.
On your mark.
You can see the starters on your screen. Two men to highlight. Eamon Kemboy of Puma Elite, 11-time All-American while racing for Arkansas, based out of North Carolina with that Puma squad. Placed second at the highly prestigious Boston opener with 13, 15, and 14 last year. Ran a 3:53 road mile in September. The other man to keep an eye on is the hometown boy, Hampton Samuel, representing the red. He's got that 2 on his half tights there on the outside. Hampton is an incredible cross-country runner. Won Roy Griak by 24 seconds in debut. Went on to get second at the cross-country championship behind Graham Blank. Completely freshman. 4-time top 10s at World 20, 17th at the World Champs in 10K. Just an incredible, incredible runner for New Mexico. Right now, it's Patrick Beaver of Puma doing the early work. We'll see if he's the pace setter or if he's sticking through. That's 59. We've got a lot of sub-4 athletes on the track. A little harder to do at altitude. Remember, they will get a conversion back down for their national list or conference list. Patrick Beaver putting in the work. Still an iconic upset victory over powerhouse and reigning NCAA cross-country champ Hunter Mance back in 2021 at outdoors in the 10K. Beaver, a really strong record runner, British national, spent 2 years in England in lieu of a traditional freshman in his sophomore year before competing for Tulsa for here. 4 All-American honors and 6 All-Conference honors in the American Conference while competing for the Golden Hurricane. Right now, he's leading Eamon Kemboy, who's sitting in second. Eamon Kemboy running very well. That's Jack Rowe sitting behind them in third. Hampton Samuel, the collegiate, the hometown kid. He may have a collegiate uniform on chasing the professionals, but Samuel is no joke. He is just as good as these gentlemen up front, so expecting to do well in this race. Yaz of Adams State also running pretty well, sitting back there in fifth. Beaver continuing to do the work up front. I think Beaver is just going to be a pace setter here, though. We'll see how long he sticks around. Samuel looking smooth in fourth. That's Hampton Samuel in the red. And that's actually Obara in fifth. Obara of Ayoma Gakuin University. Wiki Obara starting to slip a little bit as they come through the K and a little bit under 230. A little under 230. Let's see if we can break 4. It has been the year of sub-4s at altitude. We saw a sub-4 at BYU. We saw Nico Young sub-4 at over 7,000 feet of elevation in Flagstaff yesterday. Can we get another sub-4 up at altitude? Eamon Kemboy is going to try to do the work up front. The Arkansas All-American now running for Puma Elite. Hampton Samuel trying to give him a run. We're going to have 400 meters to go. Let's see, 259. 259 with 400 meters to go. Can we get a sub-4 at altitude here in Albuquerque? Eamon Kemboy has stepped on the gas. Hampton Samuel perhaps a little bit more used to the elevation training up here in Albuquerque. He's back in second. But Eamon Kemboy, the 11-time All-American, is in the lead. Kemboy glancing over his shoulder. Still plenty of room to run. There's 250 meters left as Kemboy is in the lead. Kemboy continues to lead. Samuel's slipping back a little bit in second. He's running back there with Jack Rowe. Sorry, is that? I think that's Jack Rowe. Let's get a bib number. Yeah, it is Jack Rowe in second. Samuel trying to hold on. We've got about 100 meters to go. Samuel holding on in third there. That's Jack Rowe in second. But up front, it's Eamon Kemboy. Are we going to get sub-4 from Eamon Kemboy? He's got about 50 meters left to go as he turns this corner. Look at the clock, 3:53 now. Can he get under 4? Samuel starting to charge. Huge move there with 100 meters to go. Can he get sub-4 too? 58 for Kemboy, and I think we got a sub-4 for Samuel as well. What a great race. Eamon Kemboy, your winner of the Puma Elite Running Team, one of the most talented athletes in the world. Eamon Kemboy, always fun to watch, was a killer at Arkansas, now running in the blue of Puma. Haptim Samuel gets the sub-4, 3:59, 1-2. Sub-4 at altitude, man, that is something else. Jack Rowe as well, 3:59, 8-2 will get the sub-4 as well. I believe Rowe will try to come back for some national championships later this indoor season. Haptim Samuel will have certainly punched his ticket to the NCAA indoors. Remember, they get a conversion too. So we will see what that is good for after that gets adjusted down due to the altitude. But what a great race there. Let's take a quick look at the NCAA list. Right now, it's 3:48.71 is the top NCAA time. Of course, that's an adjusted time from Nico Young up at altitude. 3 NAU boys, 1, 2, 3. Samuel will be up there soon. Sub-4 alone will get him in the top 10, and he'll get that adjustment as well due to the 5,000 feet of elevation. But wow, catch your breath, ladies and gentlemen. 3 sub-4s in the Albuquerque Convention Center at 5,000 feet. And I will do the same as we get ready for heat number 2.
Samuel, Mexico, converts to a 3:53.91 due to the altitude adjustment. That is the second fastest time on the NCAA chart this year. Number 2 by Samuel.
Yeah, I got that note. That's great. And here we come back for heat number 2. Wow. So we just got the news in. Haptim Samuel's time. Crunch some numbers. It wasn't me doing the math. I promise you it'd be incorrect. But that's a 3:53.91 is what that gets adjusted to. Shout out to the PA announcer for doing the math so I don't have to. That is the second fastest time in the NCAA this year behind Nico Young's 3:48. Jeez, these college kids are fast. Unbelievable. Speaking of fast college kids, we've got heat number 2 on the track. We have Mason Garner of North Texas, Abraham Morales of UT Rio Grande Valley, 3 West Texas A&M teammates, Dias Boris, Luis Moreau, and Harry Lorador. That West Texas A&M program, man, they are good. Keep an eye on them. Luke Cannon of North Texas, Thomas Thurmont, New Mexico, Carmelo Corral of Adams State, and 3 New Mexico JC athletes, Herman Vega, Tomas Vega, and Alex Keeter. And they come through the 400 in about 61. A little bit of inspiration, I got to imagine, after watching Kemboy and Samuel crush some fast times. So Haptim Samuel, your new number 2 runner in the NCAA this season, after his excellent cross-country season representing the Lobos. Sub-4 at altitude, man. That is unbelievable. They are getting so fast here in the college ranks. Now, of course, if you're just joining us, I'm Hayden Cox. This is FloTrack's presentation of the MLK Collegiate Invitational. If you want to shout out an athlete or provide a fun fact, nothing too embarrassing, of course, feel free to shoot me an Instagram message at _CoxHayden. We've had some shout outs all day long. Got a couple more coming up in the men's 400. We're now in the finals. We have our finals set for the 60 meters and the hurdle races later this afternoon as well. Those are going to be awesome races. So keep an eye on those. West Texas A&M doing the work up front. That's no surprise from their distance program. Really strong team they have put together there in Canyon, Texas. One of the best D2 running programs. Not one you've heard about for very long, but definitely one that's been on the scene, new and improved. Doing great work. Zach Daniel, cross-country women's and head coach there, really doing the work on the distance side of things. So he's got athletes at first and second right now. Now first and third The North Texas athlete gets involved there. That's Luke Cannon. So if you're unfamiliar with West Texas A&M, men were 4th place at D2 Cross Country Nationals this year with 4 All-Americans and the individual champion, William Epiconza, and the fastest time in West Texas history with a 29:04 10K, and was undefeated in cross country. They're currently running 1 and 3 right now. That is up front. I think Luis Moreau of West Texas A&M. He's going after something fast here today. Remember, they get a pretty steep altitude conversion. Captain Samuel got about 5 or 6 seconds. It depends on the math and what you run. There goes Moreau, finishing strong for West Texas A&M. He's got a mile PR of 4:08, so that's going to go down with the adjustment for sure. Let's see if he can tuck under it honestly here. 4:07, 4:08. He's not going to get it honestly, but he is going to get the conversion. That 4:11.11 on our clock will probably be about a 4:06, 4:07. Don't trust my numbers. I'm bad at math. I failed it in college. Let's not talk about it. But you definitely got the PB. Luis Moreau did with that conversion. German Vega coming through in second. Dias, of course, of West Texas A&M coming through in third. Good run there from the West Texas A&M gentlemen, and there's your results for heat number 2. One more heat of the men's mile remains.
Moreau, the winner there at 4:11.12. Vega, New Mexico State at 4:14. Final section now, the women's run in Gonzales. Sagi, Lubbock Christian, with 2 Alex Lee and attached to 3 is Alphonse Tremall, Lubbock Christian. 4 is Alex Canales, UT's Rio Grande Valley. 5 is Wilson Alvarado, New Mexico Junior College. 6 is Brian Cherry, New Mexico Junior College. 7 is Thomas Wharton, attached. 8 is Antonio Collins of Western Texas. 9 is Benjamin Rubio of Western Texas. 10 is Liam Kilbride of Lubbock Christian. 11, Angel Amadano of Lubbock Christian. 12 is Larry Fisher attached. And 13 is Jose Corona of UT Rio Grande Valley.
On your marks.
And here we go with heat number 3. "13 athletes scheduled to compete in this heat number 3, final heat of the men's mile. Got Hagen Sage of Lubbock Christian, Alex Lee running unattached, Alphonse Raul of Lubbock Christian 3, Alex Canales of UT Rio Grande Valley, Wilson Navarrete of New Mexico Junior College, his teammate Brian Chariot of New Mexico Junior College as well, Thomas Wharton unattached, Tiny Collins running for Western Texas, JUCO, Benjamin Rubio, his teammate in 9, Liam Kilbride of Lubbock Christian, getting a shout out as well from Mike and Jen in the chat. Look at the BCS crowd. Angel Avendano, his teammate as well, Larry Fisher, and Jose Corona of UT Rio Grande Valley. That's Alphonse Raul in second, following Alex Canales of UT Rio Grande Valley in the lead. They're joined by Brian Chariot of New Mexico JC, looking very comfortable in third. Well, if you're just joining us, you just missed the second fastest time in the NCAA run this year in the mile by Captain Samuel. That 3:58 at altitude will get adjusted to 3:53. Pushes back Colin Solomon down to number 3 and sits 1 spot behind Nico Young. Those gentlemen just ran sub 4 at altitude in northern Arizona, about 7,000 feet, a little higher than us here in Albuquerque, but not too far down the street there in Flagstaff. And Hatsum Samuel will join those ranks. The New Mexico Lobo will be undoubtedly at the NCAA Indoor Championships, at least qualified for it, as Chariot goes to the front. Chariot looking really smooth and easy. Let's see what he's got in the tail end of this race, but looking very comfortable at this current pace leading Alex Canales and then Alphonse Raul. A little farther back, Tony Collins of Western Texas, rocking the headband, getting involved up front. Also rooting for Liam Kilbride of Lubbock Christian, good number 10 in this race as well, getting cheered on by some supporters back home. Still pretty much all together up front. Chariot making this pace look very comfortable still. There goes Collins of Western Texas trying to get involved. Canales chilling right there in the gray as well. I think that's Navarrete of New Mexico JC. Apologize. I'm sure I'm getting that name wrong. But you're looking good there in third. Go by your first name, Wilson. Wilson doing well, moving up to second, getting up with his teammate, Chariot. Chariot's still looking very comfortable, starting to opening it up a little bit. Different jerseys, same team up front. That's Wilson and Chariot. Wilson starting to put on the gas, man. He was a little bit too comfortable there. Chariot starting to go with him. Two teammates, 1 and 2, running for New Mexico JC. Chariot responded to that move very well. He's got some wheels. I knew that pace looked too easy for Chariot. He's really rolling now with 100 meters to go. The two New Mexico JC athletes doing battle. That's Wilson versus Chariot. Chariot gonna take the lead there into the final straightaway. Wilson trying to attack back. Man, this has been quite a duel between the teammates. Wilson's gonna get it. Wow. I don't think that's right. I think they're a lap down. Yeah, we have a mistake here. We have miscounted the laps. I was about to say, we saw that 356 go across the screen. And let's just say that didn't look like Eamon Kemboy's 358 moments ago. So we have some massive confusion here at the Albuquerque Convention Center. The gentlemen from New Mexico Junior College miscounted their laps, so now we will have a new leader. This is Alex Lee running unattached, who has correctly counted his laps and is leading Hagen Sage. Wow, yeah, sorry for the silence there for a minute, ladies and gentlemen. I was as confused as you were because I believe the lap counter made a mistake. And the gentlemen from New Mexico JC are going to get the short end of the stick. They came through 356 with 200 meters to go, but thought they were done. Alex Lee, 4:39, will take the win. Not sure how I feel about that. Hagen Sage second, Lubbock Christian. There's Liam Kilbride with that 4:46 shouted out, getting supported by friends and family back home. Alphonse Raul, another Lubbock Christian athlete, 4:44. Wow, that was strange. That was strange. Well, we will get our bearings straight as we take a quick break, because that's going to be it for the men's mile, and we'll be back with the women's mile in a second. Welcome back to Albuquerque. It's the Dr. Martin Luther King Collegiate Invitational. We are hanging out with some distance events here, and this will be a fun one to watch. We have a stud athlete on the track with bib number 6. But we're here for the women's mile. So we actually have a couple stud athletes on this track. So let's pay close attention as they get started. Taylor Warner scheduled to run. I think she dropped Gracie Hyde. You've been shouted out earlier from your Adams State support team. She's running for Adams State. Number 2, Alicia Konachek, who's running unattached but represents Poland internationally. Was at the Olympic Games in the 3K steeplechase. She's bib number 3. Fiona Hawkins in 4. Maggie McCluskey in 5. Eleonora Kurtabi, a D2 standout for West Texas, in 6. Italian national champion in the steeplechase as well. She's running in that maroon. We have Sailor Hutton in 7. Harriet Tussin of New Mexico in 8. Vienna Lanner and Amalia Dorian of Adams State will round out the field. And that's Konachek up front. Konachek currently ranked 17th in the world in the 3K steeplechase. Qualified for 3 different world championships, including cross country and outdoor. She's your early leader. That's Gracie Hyde, number 2. Gracie Hyde, a grad transfer from Arkansas. She was back there when their women were absolutely crushing it back in the days of Chrissy Gear and more. In the mile, 1,500 meter a couple times early spring last year before honing in on the steeplechase and 5K. Was the runner-up in the steeplechase in the SEC in 2023. She's running behind Konachek. Konachek, the national record holder in the indoor 5K, gets paced on occasion by Alan Sumrall, who I have to met because I coach him in Albuquerque. Konachek lives here in Albuquerque, sponsored by On, been living here for a couple years now. Her sister's also a standout runner, ran for Oregon. Eleonora Kurtabi hanging out farther back in 3rd, the Italian steeplechase champion, goal on the Olympics this summer, rounding out her eligibility with West Texas A&M this indoor season. Konachek doing the work. Konachek looking very, very good up front. She's got a PB in this event of 4:35, 4:16 and 1,500. Word on the street says she's going to be in the Milrose Games here in a couple weeks, so making sure that she's feeling good. Does most of her workouts on this track, actually, so very, very comfortable competing at altitude. Gracie Hyde, no stranger to altitude either, competing for Adams State. Very talented runner there. Konachek continues to lead, starting to put the distance on Hyde and Kurtabi. Kurtabi back in 3rd, the Italian national champion. Hyde in 2nd, the Arkansas transfer, and Konachek, the Polish Olympian, continuing to lead. Let's see if we can get the laps right this time. If you're just joining us, a little confusion in the 3rd heat of the men's mile, but Konachek, a seasoned veteran and professional runner for On. I doubt she will have any issues whatsoever. Hyde as well, been competing for a long time for Adams State. Probably actually a late add to this field. Good to see her racing back in 3rd. Konachek driving through. Just eats up the track with her stride. 2:56 there with 3 laps to go. That's 600 meters of this 200-meter banked indoor track here at altitude. Gracie Hyde not quite out of it yet. She's running very well. Kurtabi's actually getting caught up a little bit. There's a little bit of altitude there in Canyon, but this is a little bit too much maybe for her out at Albuquerque. Konachek's starting to get in the hurt locker a little bit. 500 meters to go. See if Gracie Hyde can work to bring her back a little bit. Konachek went straight to the front and has not turned around. Probably disappointed that Taylor Warner chose not to race. Warner actually did a workout on the UNM outdoor track yesterday. I've got spies everywhere. Don't you worry. I knew she wasn't racing. Gracie Hyde there in 2nd, running for that bright yellow and green of Adams State. Always easy to spot them from anywhere. Continuing her career with Adams State. And there's Konachek now. She'll be coming into the bell here in a moment. Remember, her personal best is 4:35. Also a race organizer, put on a turkey trot in Albuquerque with over 1,500 participants. So growing the sport in addition to being very, very good at it up front. That's 4:06 with 1 lap to go. She's going to be hard-pressed to challenge her 4:35 mile PB. Remember, there is a nice little conversion here, so 4 to 5 seconds. Actually, not quite sure how that worked on the Polish national list. Gracie Hyde's starting to bring it back a little bit. Gracie will certainly get a conversion on the NCAA list. That might be worth out 6 seconds for her here at 5,000. I keep talking about conversions because of the altitude here, thinner air. Gracie Hyde's starting to bring it back. Konachek tying up just a little bit, but Konachek's going to hold on for the win here. Coming through the finish line. 4:42 for Konachek, followed very closely by Gracie Hyde. Gracie Hyde is going to be pretty far up the women's mile. I think that might have been a D2. Yes, it was. That is a D2 number 1 time for Gracie Hyde, even without the conversion. So 4:43 for Gracie Hyde, and she'll pick up a couple of seconds there, probably 4:38 when it's all converted. But Gracie Hyde, your new number 1 NCAA D2 time in second place. Well done to her, following Alicia Konachek, who's got that 4:42. There's Eleonora Kurtabi, who was with them early, faded a little bit with the altitude of 4:56, Italian national champion there. And we'll take a quick breather, not necessarily a break. I'm going to take a breather as we get ready for heat number 2. And here are your competitors for heat number 2. Here's the Lobato running unattached. She ran the 3K earlier in 11:06. North Texas teammates Trinity Trotter, Rita Stilwell, and then Maggie Gibbs of New Mexico State, Sophia McDonald of New Mexico, Emily Stutzman of New Mexico State, Samantha Gonzalez of UT Rio Grande Valley, Madeline Merrill, Lubbock Christian, in Texas, Kendall Lasetta of Colorado College, Falcon Vincent of that aforementioned West Texas A&M squad, Elliott Singer of Colorado College, Montgomery Allison of Irvine, and Nicole Cumberland of Grand Canyon. A couple more shout-outs in the chat. Naomi Gonzalez is excited for her son to run. Hard, Texas. We just missed him in the mile. And shout out to Riley Webb of Lubbock Christian as well. Riley is running 800. He is supported from mom and family. I want to shout out your favorite athlete. A message on Instagram at _CoxLead, and we love some fun facts about these athletes too. That's colored in the program. We also have a shout out to Kendrick Smallwood. Your mom's watching. He says, "Go Teeny Man." He's coming up in the 60-meter hurdle finals, so that's going to be fun. Yeah, those finals are going to be very, very good today. So stay tuned. Remember those 60 finals, the men's 60-meter hurdle finals at 115, women's at 120. We'll have a little break for the 400s, and then the men's 60-meter final at 210, and the women's 60-meter final is the marquee event of the day. You'll want to see that at 215, but you'll want to hang on even longer to watch Dina Ashford-Smith racing the women's 300, British Olympian. Can't wait to watch her. Hopefully I still have a voice by then. I'm hearing it starting to fade. If you've been with me, we've been going since 8:20 this morning. Your sole commentator holding down the fort here in Albuquerque. Right now we have our eyes on heat number 3. Of the women's mile. Sorry, heat number 2 of the women's mile. That's Sophia McDonald, your leader for New Mexico. Mexico Lobos, a really strong program. Lost their coach this year, so new coach in, new program going on for New Mexico. But a history of success for the Lobos. Helps that they have this excellent facility here in Albuquerque. Temporary facility set up in the winter, every winter, or maybe not every winter, but last couple winters for sure. Host of the USA Indoor Championships. We'll be hosting that again in a month or so. And that big old American flag will look very good for the U.S. Indoor Championships coming up. Really nice facility here. Set up a track temporarily over the winter months. A little bit of room around it to warm up. There's a practice track to the side. Little room in the convention center to warm up as well. Some decently flat roads around for the distance runners to warm up too. Only downside right now is it's 32 degrees. So that's why we're sitting inside. And that's why we have indoor track. I grew up in the south. So 32 degrees is cold for me. In the north, we continue to have Sophia McDonald doing the leading. Very comfortable running at altitude she is. She has a 4:54 mile PR. Going to Cooper. Transfer has won 9:47 in the 3K. We have seen 4 New Mexico Lobos win today, win their heats. We'll see if we can get one more for the hometown crowd here as we are entering into the last lap. Sophia McDonald of New Mexico continues to lead, trying to go sub-5 here at 5,000 feet. No easy task. We saw a sub-4 by Eamon Kemboy, as well as Jack Rowe and the hometown representative Patrick Samuel, the number 3 time in the NCAA with that 353 conversion. And I think Sophia McDonald is going to hang on and be our 5th New Mexico. Oh, wow. Look at that costume on the bottom right. That New Mexico State athlete, I'm assuming, or fan. Definitely looking good. But good job, McDonald. 5:02 to be our 5th New Mexico Lobo heat winner of the day. And we'll get those results up for you in a second as they come through. Keep an eye on that, and then we will get ready for heat number 3. Heat 3 on the track. Here are your starters. We'll talk you through our starters. You saw the start list when they were on the line, but Kayla O'Connell from New Mexico State, Miranda Breland of North Texas, Elise Liebel of that great West Texas A&M program under Zach Daniel, Maggie Subak of UC Irvine, Abby Goulis of Colorado College. A lot of Colorado College athletes in this race. I'll give you the rest of them all in a row. Ella Fullerton, Allison Barker, Isabel Olson, Emmeline Derry, and Lila Gilmer. And then we have a couple more athletes, Lubbock Christian, Olivia Wider, and then 2 New Mexico State athletes, Jordan Torres and Leah Clark, and 1 unattached athlete, Clara Petty. And it is Breland of North Texas being followed by Reveal of West Texas A&M. She's got the high socks here at the Albuquerque Convention Center. Not a look you see often. Keeping off the dirt on this Albuquerque Convention Center. Obviously, there's no dirt on this indoor track, but I like the high socks. I used to race high socks. I was slow, so that was not really fun. Elise Lievel's running a little bit faster than me, looking good at second, following Freeland, your leader for North Texas. And they are already opening up. West Texas A&M, located in Canyon, Texas. They're at 3,500 feet of elevation, so about 1,500 feet lower than we are. Not too far, honestly. It is quite a drive to get out of Texas from anywhere. Canyon, a little bit closer to Albuquerque. Jack Daniel took over that program a couple of years ago and has really done an incredible job. Conference Coach of the Year several times. He brought in some great international runners. As the G2 cross-country champion this year. You just saw Eleanor Kirkpabi, I believe, was runner-up. She was runner-up. Cross-country. Italian steeplechase champion. And have a little bit of runner's issue in the fall, but we're getting back to it. But there's the Reveal following the North Texas athlete, Breland. I think Reveal looks pretty comfortable at that pace. 36 through halfway. Farther back, we have Kayla O'Connell. It's New Mexico State. They brought their supporters out here for sure into their rivals' hometown of Albuquerque. Shout out to Garmin as well, putting up some wrapping around, sponsoring this convention center. Garmin's really done a great job of supporting some athletes in this sport, top to bottom. Breland is now pulling away a little bit from Leveal. Through the K at this point. You're just joining us. You are a little early for the finals. Coming up at you in a minute. The men's 60-meter hurdle, you can see them getting started, warming up, setting their blocks on the inside. That is going to be an excellent race. That's scheduled to go off in a minute, but I think we're going to be just a minute or two behind schedule. And that will be followed by the women's 60-meter hurdle final, which would be another great race. We'll take a quick break for the 400s. By quick break, I mean we'll take a quick break from the very fast men. We'll still be obviously showing you the 400s. And then we'll have the 60-meter finals later this afternoon, 2:10 for the men, 2:15 for the women. If you're a field fan, you can see those results on RT.track scoreboard. We do not have a very big crew here in Albuquerque. That's why I am your only commentator. So we are not covering field today. Unfortunately, all eyes on the track. As we get the bell there for Breland of North Texas. The wheel starting to fade a little bit, but we'll actually get the pace there with 200 meters to go. Those sprint events later this afternoon are going to be really fun to watch. We already saw the prelims. Rashida Adeleke is here. Julian Alfred coming back in the 200. Dina Asher Smith in the 300. If you don't know those names, are you even a track fan? If you don't, stay tuned. You'll know them by the end of the program, that's for sure. Breland is going to take the win of heat number 3. And the results will populate on your screen as Leland gets second. LaVille. Mixed up Vreeland and LaVille. It happens when you've been talking for 4 hours. 5. I can't do math. Miranda Vreeland, your winner in 5:12. There she is from the University of North Texas. We're going to take a very short break before the men's 60-meter hurdles.
He was fifth in the NCAA Division II championships last year at 400 hurdles. Gold South runner-up. Lane 2 is Josh Hornsby of Cal State Fullerton. He won the California Community College Championship last year. Lane 3 is Carter Gray of Fullerton. 5 yards. 4 is Harold, 5 Jordan, 6 Jordan, 7 Boston.
We are back for the men's 60-meter hurdle finals. This is going to be a great race. We've got Devisha McCartney of Grand Canyon in 1, Joshua Hornsby in 2, Carter Barad of Cal State Fullerton in 3, Daniel Harold in 4. We've seen a lot of him today. Abel Jordan in 5 of Cal State Fullerton, Kendrick Smallwood of Texas in 6, Zach Voss of UT Rio Grande Valley in 7, Kavanaugh in 8. Rick Smallwood, Amanda Watts shouted out, "Go Teeny Man," says Mom on the chat. Daniel Harold, one of the faster qualifiers as well. Fastest, 7.70. He's Texas State in the middle. Eyes on him. There goes Smallwood on the outside for Texas. Smallwood trying to hold out the Cal State Fullerton challenger. Jordan in second, I think. I think it was Smallwood who took it. Let's see. 7.72 for Cal State Fullerton athlete Abel Jordan. That is going to be your winner, holding off Kendrick Smallwood of Texas. What a race there. That's going to be your 8th fastest time. It's going to get adjusted. That's why I'm delaying here. There's going to be an adjustment to the hurdles because all times at altitude are going to be adjusted one way or the other. The sprinters get bumped up a little bit, so he's going to have to add 0.02 to that. But that's still going to be good for one of the fastest marks in the NCAA. That's 7.72 for Abel Jordan. Going to be number 11 on the NCAA list so far this year. Kendrick Smallwood, the 7.75, beat it just a little bit at the end. Still a very good mark. That'll put him in the top 15 in the NCAA. Daniel Harold with that 7.78 will not be his best time of the year, but still one of the best. Daniel Harold has the number 3 time in the NCAA, actually tied with Smallwood. They both ran 7.71 earlier this year on January 12th at different meets. What a great race there. Next, we'll get ready for the women's 60-meter hurdles. We'll take a little bit more time here to talk through your athletes as they get their blocks started. In lane 1, we'll have Mia Reed of Cal State Fullerton. She ran 8.66 in the prelims. In lane 2, we'll have Samoria Adkins. We've been recognizing her across the track for wearing tights in all her events this morning. She ran the fastest mark in the 60-meter dash flat in 7.46. and was our 5th fastest qualifier here in 8:42. Charlize James of San Diego State will go in lane 3. She ran 8:34 in the prelims for the 3rd fastest mark. Tally Bonds, the fastest time qualifier in 8:15, graduated from Arizona last year, Pac-12 100-meter hurdle champion and 3-time NCAA All-American honors. 100-meter hurdle school record holder at Arizona, still now racing unattached in lane 4. Vanessa Clairvaux will be racing unattached in lane 5, represents Haiti internationally, and qualified for 2 different world championships, indoor and outdoor. We also have Aliyah Logan from New Mexico State in lane 4, runner-up at the 2023 WAC Outdoor Championships in the 100-meter hurdles. Next to her will be Carrington Johnson of Texas State in lane 7, ran 8:55 in the prelims, and our last time qualifier, Amanda Threw, ran 8:47. She'll be on the outside. Keep your eyes on lane 4 and 5. Lane 3 with a really good start there. Bonds trying to bring it back. Lane 6 moving really well. Bonds in the middle of the track. Bonds is going to take it. Aliyah Logan is going to run 2nd, I believe. Charlize James got 2nd with that 8:23. Bonds takes it with an 8:15. And Logan in 3rd with an 8:24. So those, both the 8:23 and the 8:24, will be good for a top 25 mark. And then Tally Bonds is going to have her eyes on the qualifying mark for the women in that event, which is 8:05. So not quite there yet. Still has a little bit of time to get there, but is certainly the champion here at the MLK Collegiate Invitational. And we will take a short break before we come back with the 400-meter races. Welcome back to Albuquerque, New Mexico. This is the Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Invitational, and we are getting ready for the top heat, the men's 400-meter dash. We are going to run fast to slow here, or I should say faster to fast, as we get ready for heat number 1. I'm Hayden Cox. I'm bringing you all the action here in Albuquerque all day today in Albuquerque. Keep saying that word, Albuquerque. Try not to mess it up. Here we go for heat number 1. We will have Isaac Davis of Arizona in lane 3, Tahir Kelly of Texas State in 4, Paul Deduo of Altus in 5, and James Milholland in lane 6. Coach at Adams State also getting involved in the action. His mom is watching along proudly and rooting on the Grizzlies of Adams State. Milholland is also the coach of Adams State. So we'll keep an eye on him on the outside in 6. There they go. Top mark in the NCAA this year is 46.5. Done by Czech Mentorari at Penn State. Did that at the Nittany Lion Invitational. That's Deduo of Altus with a pretty good start. Kelly on the inside for the Bobcats of Texas State. Really good sprint squad there in San Marcos. See who gets himself first. It's going to be Deduo who's trying to challenge Kelly. Kelly's pulled him off on the outside. Finding his time farther back. Isaac Davis and Milholland. Really good run up front by Kelly. Can Kelly hold up Deduo? Deduo's really gotten pushed to the outside for most of this race. He's not going to be happy with that. Let's see if he can do anything in the final curve. Kelly's got the legs, though. Kelly continuing to search. Can anybody bring it back? Milholland running the New Balance kit in 4th, trying to do something on the inside, but it's actually going to be Davis who cuts the inside. And a last move there by Deduo. It's Kelly. Kelly led for 395 meters of that race, but the finish line's 400. So Deduo takes it in 46.81. Very spicy time there. Texas State 46.93. That's going to be the 4th fastest time in the NCAA by Tahir Kelly. Will get adjusted just a little bit for the altitude. That's usually about a 0.11 conversion, so it might end up being the 4th or 5th fastest time in the NCAA. But either way, very fast time from Tahir Kelly. Paul Deduo getting his season going with that Tracksmith kit, doing well as well. Great run there from all 4 gentlemen. As a reminder, you can see all these results on rt.trackscoreboard.com. If you're a field fan, we apologize. We don't have the crew to cover field today, but all those results are still on rt.trackscoreboard as well. 46.81 is going to be the time to beat. I don't think that one's going down. My word. James Milholland, 47.52 was his final result. You know, his mom is watching along. We'll get ready for heat number 2. Wow, that was fast. Heat number 2 will feature Brian West II. We'll have 2 seconds, actually. Brian West II from Texas State in 3. Jermarion Stewart of UT Rio Grande Valley in 4. His teammate Sam Johnson II in 5. And Jonah Vigil in Adams State. Whether you're the first or the second, you want to be first in this race as they whistle them back to the start. By Vigil on the outside. Vigil. I wonder if he's related to real Vigil, one of the best coaches of all time. Marion Stewart starting to move a little bit there for UT Rio Grande Valley. It's going to be Vigil on the outside, though. Vigil moving well. Vigil holding that lead, racing with the sunglasses indoors. You wear sunglasses inside, you better win. And Vigil's doing that very well. He's got the lead right now. That is Stewart trying to challenge him in second, but it's Vigil. All Vigil coming into the final straightaway. It's going to be fast. It's going to be very fast. 46.54. Let's wait a second to see if that gets adjusted. 46.54. That's got to be real high up on the D2 list. Trying to grab that list right now to get you that number. That is going to be the best, and that's going to be the best D2 time this year. Wow. Apologies for the delay on the call out there. I had the women's list pulled up accidentally. 46.54, number one D2 time. And I think ran faster than everybody, and he won, didn't he? Hey, you wear the sunglasses. You put the pressure on yourself. You made it happen. 46.54, fastest time. In D2 actually would be the second fastest time in D1. That's flying. So, wow, you don't see that very often. Fastest time of the day coming out of Heat 2. We usually try to seed these things. Now, when I say we, I am not in charge of seeding, so please fire any seeding questions elsewhere. But usually, the seeded top heats are going to be the fastest, and we're going to work our way down. You might see some, in between if somebody doesn't have their day, but usually the fastest time almost always comes out of heat number 1. But Jonah Vigil, he's a D2 guy. He's used to running with a chip on his shoulder. Coming out of Heat 2, 46.54 will take it. We'll get ready for Heat 3. There are your starters. They disappear from your screen, but I'll read them out. Jack Schomburg of Grand Canyon, Evaldo Whitehorn of North Texas, Isaiah Emerson of Cal State Fullerton, and Jacob Sanford of Arizona. Mr. Sanford's family is following along. Rooting for him and Tyson Tippett in the 60. Both of them came from Mesa CC JUCO. Sanford now competing for Arizona. There he is on the outside. Still pretty even. That's Emerson at Cal State Fullerton who's going to make the break first. Cal State Fullerton, man. Showing up today. Showing up in Albuquerque. Sanford's going to slide into second. Don't count him out yet, though. Still room to run. Really tight race, actually. Whitehorn of North Texas. The mean green headband. Looking good in third. I like the headband. Oh, Sanford. There's a move. There's a move. Sanford with his mom watching from afar. Sanford going into the lead in the last 50. Sanford. He's going to take it. Oh, it's going to be pretty fast, too. 47.9. 47.9. Very solid run for him. That's going to be in the top 30 in the NCAA. Jacob Sanford. That's the power of the shout-out, ladies and gentlemen. Mom shouts him out. He has a good race. It's got to be causation, right? Jacob Sanford, nice run, 47.86 at a Heat 3, putting himself in the top 30 on the NCAA list.
2:20 to get declared in. 200-meter dash, men and women. Here in the final section of the men's 400. We have two winners. That's Manuel Wonka of Rio Grande Valley and
We'll have one more heat of the seeded 400. Emmanuel Wanga of UT Rio Grande Valley and Malik Haban of Cal State Fullerton setting their blocks. And here we go. Getting ready for the last heat of the men's seeded 400. Handful of unseeded races coming at you next. Here they go, but make sure to stay tuned. We've got the finals of the women's 60 and the men's 60. The women's 60 is going to be world class, though. Women's 200 should be excellent as well. And then fly busy, Yusuf Bizamana coming for the men's 800 later today. There's Wenga on the inside and Pabon going into the lead. Apologize if I am mispronouncing that. Cal State Fullerton having a great meet. And he's going to get challenged by Wenga. Only two guys, but they're making it a good race here, working together. A little bit of a move there on the outside, but Pabon held him off. Can we hold him off one more time? Yep, he's going to extend big time in the last 50 meters. Wow. Way to open up that stride. 48.26 on our clock. We'll get adjusted just a bit. Well done. And we will step away and take a quick break before the men's unseeded 400 gets started.
Next section of men's 400. Lane 3 is Turner Edwards and Lovett Christian. 4 is Mark Haywood, former Congressman, former Villalobos. 48.5 is Goodswell.
Welcome back. Welcome back. We are here for the unseeded sections, the men's 400-meter dash. See your starters. We got Edwards in 3, Haywood in 4, Hua in 5, and Henry in 6. Pretty tight race here on 5 and 6 on the outside. That's Bahua and Henry. Bahua of New Mexico, JC into the lead. A lot of their athletes running very well today. Henry's going to hang right on him, though. Haywood running in third. Bahua continues to open it up. Looking good with about 50 meters to go. Looks like it's going to be all him as he comes into the final stretch. See how fast it is. 47 and some change. Bahua, pretty solid out of the unseeded section. We'll have three heats of this men's unseeded 400. But don't step away, because the women's 400 is coming up at 155. And that's going to be very, very good. They really brought out the women's sprinters to Albuquerque. Very, very good competition here. And we'll get lined up for heat number 2. 2 Adams State athletes. That's Joran Smith on the outside. He's got some supporters watching live. Elijah Hatcher, his teammates in lane 5. Evan Nichols of North Texas, the mean green, in 4. Good luck to Joran Smith, Keith and April, 2 proud Grizzly alumni rooting on you and your teammate. Lane 6. Smith out pretty well. Open up a little bit of gap on Hatcher. There it goes. Hatcher starting to get rolling there on the inside. Smith's going to need to pick up the pace a little bit on him. He does. And Nichols of UNT starting to move very well. Who's going to get it first on the break? It's going to be Nichols of UNT. But everybody's still there. It's starting to roll a little bit, moving to the outside, trying to get around Hatcher. After tying up just a little bit. Nichols continuing to lead, looking strong down the back stretch. Smith trying to bring him back. Smith's got about 5 meters to close here. Smith's closing a little bit on Nichols. There's room to do it in the straightaway. Smith hit there. Nichols trying to hit the accelerator again. Smith staying on the inside. Is that going to do it for him? Nichols is going to hold on. Smith just barely in second, but smart race staying on the inside. Nichols gave him the inside lane. Bit of a mistake there, but didn't pay for it that time. 49.2 for Nichols, 49.4 for Smith, 50.7 for Hatcher. We'll have one more heat of the men's 400 in a moment. Thanks to everyone for joining us here on FloTrack, following along all day. I'm Hayden Cox, bringing you all the events. I started bright and early this morning, 8:20 with the men's 3K, and we'll be rolling with you all the way through the women's 4x4 at 4:10. Thanks to everyone who shot me a message and shouted out your favorite athlete or your favorite team. Still want to do that? Shoot me a message on Instagram at _CoxHayden, CoxHayden. Keeping you company here in Albuquerque. You don't like me? Sorry, you're stuck with me. It was just me all day long here in Albuquerque till 4:10. And here are your starters for heat number 3. Caleb Bafukila, Joshua Montalvo, and Kendon Brown. Last heat of the men's unseeded 400 before we get rolling with the women's 400-meter dash.
On your marks.
Good start there by Brown of North Texas. Brown really opened it up there. Adam State athlete starting to move a little bit. That's Bafukila, sorry. Apologies to anyone I might have messed up the name of today. Do my best. Brown is on the outside there. He will take the lead there for the Mean Green. Kendon Brown of North Texas continuing to lead in the back stretch. Adam State in second. Caleb starting to close a little bit of Adam State, but Brown is going to be tough to catch. Accelerates into the curve again, as you should, with 100 meters left to go in the 400. A little bit of movement there in second from Montalvo. Takes over for second. And that's going to be a victory for the Mean Green. Joshua Montalvo getting a shout out from East Bernard, Texas. Being watched by his mom, family and friends in East Bernard, waiting and watching. Good job there getting second. The Lubbock Christian athlete starting running smart early and closing down there late. And we will take a quick break before coming back with the women's 400 meters. Welcome back to Albuquerque. It is time for the women's 400-meter dash. And ooh-wee, do we have an athlete on the track for you to watch today. Check out lane 5. That is Candace McLeod, Olympic finalist for Jamaica, 7th in the World Championships, Olympic medalist in the relays for Jamaica, 2-time world medalist. She's going to be fun to watch here in this 400. She'll be joined by Josephine Erickson of Utah, Shakeen Foote, who won our unseeded 200 earlier, and Lene Tava Thomas.
On your marks.
Top time in the world this year is 52.1 by Shanti Jackson.
Top time in the NCAA is that same time done at the Arkansas Invitational. And here we go. Josephine Erickson, 3'4", McLeod, 5, and Thomas in 6. Real quick start from Thomas in 6, representing Feminine Sports in that Puma kit. McLeod starting to move in lane 5. Can she start bringing this back a little bit? Thomas flying in 6 right now. 23.6 is the split I've got on her. Remember, the top time in the world, 52.1. Is it under threat right now? 52.10, the time to beat. Thomas, your leader. McLeod in second. And look at Erickson of Utah mixing it up with the pros. Erickson of Utah has the gumption to try to go around McLeod. Thomas coming into the finish line. Thomas, what's the time going to be? 52.1 is the top time in the world this year. 51.97. On our clock, that's going to get moved just a little bit. Let's see what it is. But this is going to be a top time in the world. Unless I'm misstating, I might actually be mistaken. 51.97. 51.97. And that's the second fastest time in the world. Let me correct, the second fastest time in the world behind Leah Anderson with a 51.95. And I'd like to apologize to Tyrone Nichols. I missed his son, Evan Nichols, in the 400. Evan ran well. Getting shouted out by, quote, his crazy old man, is what he said. We'll see him back again in the 4x4. I'll catch him there. And on Heat 2, we'll have Nancy DeMott of Cal State Fullerton, Cedricia Wynn running unattached in 4, Ayanna Fields in 5, Aisha Gay of UT Rio Grande Valley in 6. Good start on the outside by Fields. Fields looks like she's going to get to the break first, but she's going to be challenged on the inside by Wynn. Spoke too soon. Wynn really starting to move on the curve. She's going to get to the break line first. There it is. Wynn to the inside, followed by Fields. Gay of UT Rio Grande Valley trying to move up in 3rd, but it looks like Wynn starting to pull away just a little bit. Fields trying to hang on there in 2nd. Wynn starting to pull away a little bit again. Fields responds to the challenge, bringing it back. Fields, can she find something in the last 100? She looks strong right now. Fields starting to move on the outside. Fields challenging Wynn. Fields is going to get it at the line. 55.71. Brianna Fields. top mark of the day. Baines Thomas is 51.97. I don't think that'll get touched. Second time in the world. Not going anywhere.
On your marks.
Here we have Sims in 4, Livingston in 5, Goldsworthy in 6, 2 Cal State Fullerton athletes, and a Wildcat. Good start by both Cal State Fullerton athletes. Livingston with a better start. Looks like she's going to get to the break line first. Let's see what happens on the curve. Sims starting to move a little bit too for Arizona. She's going to try to challenge for that break line. No, it's going to be Livingston who gets to the break first. Livingston, 25 mid through 200. See if Sims can challenge here on the outside. Sims starting to move a little bit. We're also going to get a challenge from Goldsworthy. We're going to have a 3-woman race here as Sims goes to the front. Goldsworthy's trying to challenge. Livingston fading just a little bit. Can she hang? Sims into the final stretch on her own, but can Goldsworthy challenge? Goldsworthy getting the cheers from her teammates from the sides, but it's not enough for Sims.
Sims at 55-27, Goldsworthy 55-31. Very close race here with Livingston, 55-62. So 35 minutes separating those three runners. Final section now, women's 400. Men's 60-meter dash, final your next gentleman. In lane 4, Maya Marquez, UC Irvine. 5 is Kendall Tucker from Texas. And lane 6, Camilla Audio from Arizona.
Next up will be heat number 4. As these ladies set their blocks. Zoe Adams in 3, Marquise in 4, Tucker in 5, and Aguilar Perez in 6.
On your marks. Set.
And here we go with our final heat of the women's 400. Chloe Adams in the inside running well. So is Tucker of North Texas. Those North Texas athletes really running well all day today. Aguilar Perez trying to challenge a little bit on the outside, but letting herself fade here. It's going to be a battle between Adams and Tucker for the break. It's going to be Tucker that gets the break. Adams starting to slow just a little bit. Tucker really rolling here, but there's a little bit of a move by Marquise. Marquise of UC Irvine trying to move around Tucker of North Texas. She's got some work to do, though. Tucker running very well down the backstretch, extending out the stride, attack the corner. She does. Marquise trying to hold on. We're getting a little bit of renaissance back from Adams, but it's Kendall Tucker getting rooted on by the Mean Green teammates on the sidelines, and you can hear it. Kendall Tucker making her fans proud. And that'll be it for the women's 400, and we will step away before coming back with the men's 60-meter dash.
In lane 7 is Daniel Harold at Texas State. He ran 6:81 in the qualifying. In lane 8 is Eric Brown of Grand Canyon. He ran 6:75 to qualify. Those are the finals for this 16-meter dash.
Welcome back to Albuquerque. It is time for the men's 60-meter final here at the MLK Collegiate Invitational. This is going to be a great final. Lane 1, we're going to have Travion White Austin, the Arizona school record holder in the indoor 2. In lane 2, we'll have John Clifford, representing Cal State Fullerton, ran 6.71 in the prelims. Middle of the track, we'll have Diego Pederossi. He ran the third fastest time in the prelims, Italian national, Italian champ in the 200, runner-up at the Mediterranean Games, reached the semis in the European Championships. And Milton Shelvin in lane 4 for Texas. He ran alongside Texas teammate and 1 seed Marcellus Moore in the 4x1 that reached NCAA Outdoors. Moore is in 6. Brian Levels running unattached in lane 5, 2022 and 2021 silver medalist at the World U20 Games. Daniel Harold ran the fastest time in the hurdles prelim earlier today, is number 3 on the NCAA list for the hurdles, running for Texas State in 7. Last, we got Aaron Brown, an Instagram influencer in lane 8. 35,000 Instagram followers, mostly because he's running fast, school record holder in the indoor 200. Best mark in the world this year is 6.52. Best mark in the NCAA is 6.53. And here we go. Great start on the inside from Shelvin. Can he be challenged on the outside from Moore? Really tight race there in the middle. Shelvin, Level, and Moore. The Texas teammates think they have it. Let's look up at the board. I think one of them does. It's Moore. Marcellus Moore will run 6.59. That will tie his season best, put him number 5 on the NCAA list. Level close behind at 6.60, along with Shelvin. Shelvin will move up the NCAA list as well. That will put him about 9th. Remember, there is a 0.02 adjustment for running at altitude. But good showing by the Texas Longhorns in the men's 60. And we will step away for a moment before coming back with the women's edition of the 60-meter final.
Men's 300, let's check in here at numbers athletes. 300-meter dash gold minimum. Let's check in and get your head numbers, please. In the finals of the women's 60-meter dash.
Welcome back to Albuquerque. It is our marquee event of the day, the women's 60-meter dash final. Boy, do we have a great field assembled for you here. Let me talk you through it. In lane 1, we have Tyra Gittin, the Olympian for Trinidad and Tobago, stud, multi-athlete, and jumper, holds national records in the high jump, long jump, heptathlon, and pentathlon. She's in 1. Christina Knott is representing the Philippines in lane 2, and boy, does she represent the Philippines, the national record holder in this event. Set that at the American Track Festival in 2021, a regular at the Asian Championships, and an Olympian in 2020. Next to her will be Jade Brown. She won the Friday Night Axum Open in a debut meet a couple weeks ago in 7.32, a freshman out of Coral Springs, Florida. In lane 4, that's going to be Hannah Waller of San Diego State. This is her 3rd meet as a part of San Diego State. Runs sprints and jumps as well. Lane 5, Micaiah Holland. She's a freshman from Portsmouth, Virginia. Ran a 7.24 in high school. Graduated high school as the U.S. #1 runner in the country in the 100. Let's see what she can do as a Longhorn. In lane 5, Rashida Adeleke, one of the top runners in the world, possibly the greatest Irish sprinter ever. Double European U20 champion in 2021, Irish national record holder in almost every single event, chasing the world lead in this event. In lane 7, Maki Falque of Texas State, new PB of 7.46 in the heat, spent 1 year at Houston Sprint U before transferring to Texas State, another excellent sprint program. And to round out our field, Canandra Davis, the Longhorn, his first season at Texas, ran 7.45 in the heats and qualified to the NCAA regionals in the 4x1 as a Bulldog. She transferred over from Georgia this past year. So we will get these women started in just a moment. And let's quickly review the top times in the world, because that might be on watch. Right now it is 7.11 from Leah Hobbs. Top NCAA time is 7.19 from Kayla Jackson, Georgia Bulldog. And they look to be holding them on the start. Well, I'll just have to reintroduce them when we get closer to the start. Thought they were going to send them off. The officials were standing there, but decided to hold them. Schedule does say 2:15, so we will stick to that. New Mexico really does a great job. And an awesome meet here. And they're not going to mess around when it comes to time. So let's also note that the qualifier for the U.S. Indoor Championships this year is going to be 7:19 is where USATF set it. So some of these American women will be keeping an eye on that, but we have an international field assembled here for this women's 60. Here we go, standing up, loosening up a little bit. Lane 1, that's Gittins in the Puma kit. Not of the Philippines in 2. Our fastest time qualifier was the Collegiate. Hannah Waller, she ran a very nice PR of 7:26, which has earned her the honors of lane 4. Kaya Holland, though, ran the exact same time. Not quite down in the thousands, but she's in lane 5. There's the whistle. So as a reminder, we have the long jump Olympian Tyra Gittins in lane 1. The Philippines national record holder, Christina Knott, in lane 2. Jade Brown, the freshman from Arizona, in lane 3. Our fastest time qualifier, Hannah Waller, representing San Diego State, in 4. Holland, the freshman phenom from Texas, in 5. Adeleke, the Irish record holder, in 6. Balquay from Texas State in 7. And Conandra Davis in 8. (7:11), the top mark in the world this year. Adeleke charging. It's going to be Adeleke who goes wire to wire. 7:19 on our clock. Let's see the official. 7:15. That's going to be the second fastest time in the world this year from Rashida Adeleke, the Irish sprinter. Not quite getting that world lead, but still going to be very happy with that 7:15. Ties her own national record in Ireland. Micaiah Holland will be the top collegiate with that 7:23. That's going to be good for number 5 in the NCAA once that gets adjusted. Remember, we add 0.02 to these altitude marks, this thin air here in Albuquerque. Don't ask me to explain it. Ask a physics professor. All I know is we add about 0.02 for the time. So great race. Adeleke takes the win. Number 2 time in the world, followed by the number 5 NCAA time. And we will step away before we come back with the men's 300. But don't go away too long because you want to be back with Dina Ashton running in the women's 300 at 2:40. We will be back in a moment here on FloTrack.
32.96. And Gabriel Clement at UCLA at 32.90.
Woo! Welcome back to Albuquerque. There's a couple fast 60-meter dashes there. We're going to bring it up in distance just a little bit with the men's 300. We're going to have Brody Young in lane 4, Brian Herron in 5, and Gabriel Clement in 6. Herron ran a strong 60-meter dash, won his heat 6.87 earlier today. Clement's coming back from the 60 as well. Freshman out of Kaplan, Louisiana, state champion in the 100, 200, and 400. Here we go. Herron transferred from USC years there for 20 years and back-to-back All-American honors 4x4. He's chasing down Gabriel Clement on the outside. Like the All-American in high school, 400, which would be a very, very good event for him. Herron starting to move on the inside. This is the final curve. Remember, Herron is holding everybody off in this odd 300-meter event. They are coming down the straightaway for the last time. Let's see what Herron clocks. 32.89. 32.89 for Brian Herron. Very odd event, 300. At 84, it's going to get corrected to. That's going to be number 7 in the U.S., number 7 in the world, number 6 in the U.S., rather. An event very rarely run on the national and international scene. But good for a little 200, 400-meter practice. They're just getting some coached up. Coach Flo, the head coach of University of Texas, done an excellent, excellent job there. Flo knows, they say. And we'll let Heat 2 set their blocks.
So with the conversion of the 700s to the second to that 200 time, Holland's part becomes 730, which is the top 20 in the U.S. Collegiate.
They don't compete in the 300 at nationals in the NCAA, so Herron clearly just working on something, as are the rest of these gentlemen. We'll take a moment to let these guys set their blocks. Here we go with heat number 2. Dow of New Mexico, JC in 3. Kalu of the Lobos in 4. His teammate Seuss in 5. And Caleb Holden, who just watched his teammate Heron on a top 10 world time. Holden will be in lane 6. Good start all around. Remember, they will go through the finish line right here, and then 200 meters remains. They will stay in their lanes for the entire race. Holden out very well, running fast up front. Try to get challenged on the inside a little bit. That's Al Hadou of New Mexico Junior College. Can Holden bring it back? Around the outside of the bank. This is going to be very, very tight. Holden's going to get it. Let's see what the mark is. 33.57. That's going to be the second fastest time of the day. Him in heat 1. You never know what they're going to run until afterwards, right? That's the nature of it. So Holden, number 2 for the Longhorns. Longhorns are going to be first and second in this event after this heat. Remember, we still have some heats to run, so who knows what can happen. We've seen stranger things. We are still following along after the lightning fast 60s. Hang on a little bit longer. We've got some more action coming, more great action. Can you tell I've been on since 8:20 a.m. by myself? We've got some more great action coming this afternoon. The women's 3K is going to feature Dina Asher-Smith, the British Olympian and stalwart of the international scene. She'll be in the women's 300 at 2:40, so just after this. And we'll also have a nice little battle between Adeleke and her former teammate at Texas, Julian Alfred. Adeleke, we just saw run the second fastest time in the world in the NCAA this year. She'll be racing Alfred, a finalist at the World Championships in the 200, where they will be racing at 3:05. Got one more Texas athlete to keep an eye on later as well, Yusuf Bizamana, Fly Busy as they call him, who will be racing in the men's 800, was the NCAA record holder until last night, where a Georgetown freshman took it away from him. So he's going to have some business to take care of, is Bizamana in the 800. Here we'll have Caleb Kavanaugh in lane 4. We saw him in the 60 earlier. Jacob Kavanaugh as well in lane 5. And then Kendrick Smallwood, Teeny Man as his mom called him, in lane 6. He's third in the 60 with a 6.82, now working on his strength. He's going to feel this one a little bit, I think, is Smallwood. Smallwood out fast, as you would expect from such a fast 60-meter runner. There he is, barreling down the outside. Ooh, tightened up a little bit. He's going to pull up. Shoot. I hope he's not too hurt. Busy day for him. It's going to be Kavanaugh, though. Caleb Kavanaugh beating the other Kavanaugh, Jacob Kavanaugh. It's the battle of the Kavanaughs. And it's Caleb who takes it in 34:41. Busy day for Kendrick Smallwood. Hope that hamstring is okay. Looked like he grabbed at it a little bit on that straightaway. Kendrick Smallwood pulled up. See if we can get a look at him here in a second to see if he's still walking around feeling okay. Never want to see that happen to anyone. He's had a very busy day. Smallwood was second in the 60-meter hurdles with a 7.75. Third in the 60-meter dash, the 6.82. There he is, stepping on jump bit. We do have the UNM athletic training staff here, so I'm sure they will take very good care of him. They host plenty of world caliber meets here, including the U.S. championships. So they are well equipped.
Women's 300, please report to the track. Women's 300, please report to the track.
On your marks.
Heat number 4, we have Jathan Belair of Texas, Winslow Trollinger running unattached. We have Chris Brinkley of Texas and Donovan Wilson of CUI. There's your lanes on your screen. Trollinger on the outside, getting out quick. Belair of Texas trying to make up that stagger. Lane 5. Texas athletes all running very well. There's Brinkley making a move on the inside. Brinkley absolutely crushed that last 100 meters. Jeez. Chris Brinkley is your firm leader right now. And he is going to run away with this completely. What's the time going to be? 33:22. That is the second fastest time of the day, actually. So Texas is now 1, 2, 3. Brinkley just took the spot from his teammate, Caleb Holden. 33:20. That is actually the 14th fastest time, 15th actually. We've got to count his teammate up there, but the 15th fastest time in the country, sorry, in the world. Granted, very few people run the 300, so we do need to head for that. But very good run from Mr. Brinkley right there. 15th in the world. Put that on your Instagram bio. Take it and run away. One more heat remains of the men's 300 before we get to see Dina Asher-Smith. So here we go with heat number 5. 3 athletes scheduled to run here. Got Critton of UT Rio Grande Valley, Dennis of CUI, and Samir Williams of North Texas. Coming back from the 60 earlier today. All of these gentlemen have had busy days. Critton and Williams both ran in the 60. Dennis did the 60 hurdles and the long jump. Correction, Critton was in the 60 hurdles. This is our final heat of the men's 300. 8 minutes till Dina Asher-Smith takes the track. And here we go. Williams running very fast on the outside. That's Williams of North Texas running blue, green, and white today. It looks like he's moving pretty well in lane 4. But there is our current leader, Samir Williams, on the outside, charging into the back curve, coming around the bank. keeping it charging, fighting the oxygen up here at altitude. There he goes into the finish. Samir Williams, 33.70 on our clock. Should be top 5 in the event. There we go, 37 on everyone's clock. Top 5 in the event for the day. The winner will be Brian Heron. That excellent run, that 32.84, which was good for top 6 or 7th in the world this year. We will step away for just a moment and be back with what I'm sure will be an excellent women's 300 featuring Dina Asher-Smith, the Olympic medalist from Great Britain, here on FloTrack.
And in the women's 300, the first section in lane 3 is Oakley of Texas. She is a 37.50 best. Lane 4 is Collegiate Davis of Texas at 37.77. Lane 5 is Dina Asher-Smith at 90.36 flat. In lane 6, John Downey of New Mexico State. And again, men's and women's 200 meter runners, you can get your lead assignments, and that's the lane assignment and the coach ticket.
Welcome back to Albuquerque. It is FloTrack presentation of the MLK Invitational. And there you go, Dina Asher-Smith towing the line here in Albuquerque. Let's see what she can do in the 300. Fastest British sprinter of all time, 2 Olympic medals, 6 World Championship medals, UK record holder in the 100 and the 200. She is joined by 3 women as they get started here. She's joined by Dejanay Oakley, Ivana Davis, and Jonna Downey. Downey was a double champ at last year's WAC outdoors in the 200 and the 400. And no surprise, Dina is out there incredibly quickly. Let's see what she can do at altitude on this 200-meter bank track. Top time in the world for this rarely run event is 36.51. And here we go. What's the time going to be? Dina's obviously going to take the win. What's it going to be on the time? I think 36.75. Let's see what it is official. 36.77. That's going to be the 3rd fastest time in the world this year in the 300. Dina Asher-Smith working on her strength, making the trip to Albuquerque. Running the 3rd fastest time in the world. Ivana Davis in 2nd with a 37.28. Dejanay Oakley with a 37.43. Both of those are going to slot into the top 10 in the world. Obviously, a rarely run event is this 300, and it is January, so it hasn't been that long this year to get a world-leading time. But wow, what a gift for those women to run against Dina Asher-Smith. Imagine being a collegiate. You turn the corner, and you're chasing down the fastest British sprinter of all time. Very, very cool. So we'll keep the camera there and pause for a second. There's the camera on our heat number 2. Getting ready to run. here we'll have Akelia Smith of Texas. She won the long jump today in 6.73. Working on her strength here in the 300. We'll have Pozancre of New Mexico coming back from the 60. She's in 4. Holman in 5, and Conyers coming back from the 60 as well in lane 8. Good start by Conyers on the outside. Conyers hammering down the track, still has the lead. Remember, they stay in lanes for the entirety of the event. There's Conyers of UCLA. We'll see if Holman can challenge her on the inside. Holman starting to move in lane 5. Also getting a nice move from Smith in lane 3. Smith getting pretty generous on the lane lines there. We'll see what happens there. Oh, there's a move by Holman. Holman's going to take it with a late charge. White flag on that corner is going to give Holman the lead in 37.69. Very strong time from her.
In the third section, in lane 3 is Garrett, Texas. Comes in 38.75. In lane 4 is Jonathan Simpson, New Mexico Junior College, 38.60. 5 is Canada. Vassal, New Mexico State, 38.50. Lane 6 is Naomi Johnson, UCLA, 38.55.
And here we go with heat number 3. We have Simpson in 4, Vassal in 5, Johnson in 6. UCLA athlete also competed in the 60. Everybody else has fresh legs. Johnson winning on the outside right now. See if she can be challenged on the inside. That's Simpson from New Mexico JC, who's starting to challenge inside. Starting to reach a little bit is Johnson. It's looking like Simpson is going to take the win in 38.47. Really good run there from Simpson. Started smart. Johnson just got a little long there at the end. Needs to shorten that up a little bit. But that's why you run the 300. Work on that strength a little bit. Bring it back down to the 200 later in the year.
So Simpson, the winner at 38.6. In the fourth section, lane 3 is Anthony Meisner of Stanford. Comes in at 40.49. Lane 4 is Graham Austin of New Mexico State. 39.70. In lane 5, Caleb Fletcher of UCLA. 38.90. In lane 6, Grace Bedardus of New Mexico State at 39.55. Attention coaches, we need to have your relay cards turned into the clerk's table, please. The 4x4 relay cards turned into the clerk's table by 3:15. You have 30 minutes. Relay cards, names and correct order, please, to the clerk's table.
Here we go with heat number 4. Camille Peisner of Stanford in lane 3. Brianna Moss of New Mexico State in 4. Kaylin Fletcher of UCLA 5. Grace Pendarvis of New Mexico State in 6. Start by Pendarvis on the outside, really being aggressive. Fletcher not giving her a lot of room, though. Fletcher trying to bring this back early. Fletcher trying to make up the stagger there for UCLA. They're both flying down the backstretch. Fletcher really attacking this race. Fletcher making up the stagger right there, going into the final curve. Let's see what she can do over the last 100. Fletcher in control of this race with 50 meters to go. Starting to get a little bit of movement from Peisner on the inside. Fletcher. Oh, Fletcher into the final straightaway. That's 38.29 for Fletcher.
Fletcher, UCLA, 38.26.
Just
Peisner, 40 seconds flat. Pendarvis, 40, Moss, 48.4. Again, 200 runners, each of 8 in lane assignments. And be ready to run. We have 3 more sections of the 300. In section 5, we have Janaya Hill of Utah, comes in at 41.50. Lane 4, Christine Lazavija of Texas at 40 meters, 40.90. Lane 5 is Maddie Durant of Utah, 40.50. And lane 6 is Ashley Lingueno of UT Rio Grande Valley on the outside.
here we are with the women of heat number 5. Heat number 5 of this women's 300 meter. Janaya Hill in lane number 3. Christine Lazavica, a multi-athlete in 4. She's competed in the shot and the long jump today already. Strong multi-athlete for Texas. Maddie Durant of Utah in 5, and Ashley Lingueno of UT Rio Grande Valley in lane 6. Lazavika out pretty hard on lane 4, trying to make up the stagger on Durant. She does mix it up very early. Lazavika, a very hard-working athlete for the Longhorns. 100 meters to go. Storming away from the Utah women. Utah has some good 200-meter runners. Struggling here with the strength, are they? With Lazavica is going to run away with it. A 39.06 on our clock. It's probably going to go less than 03. Let's see. It is. Good run from her. A few more heats remain of the women's 300. She talks it over with Coach Flo. Number 6. We'll have Emma Jones of Colorado College in 3. And a Kais running unattached in lane 4. Emma Fowkes in lane 5, and Claire Lippert in lane 6. Lippert's had a busy day, competed in the long jump and the 600.
On your marks.
Lippert with the strongest start, attacking the brace early. Kais running well through. Kais running unattached. Now in the lead in lane 4. Who has the shorter lane to run here, so there she goes, making up the stagger. And it's going to be all Hannah Kais. Lane 41.65. One more heat remains of this women's 300-meter dash. Remaining on our agenda for the day, we'll have men's and women's 200. That women's 200 especially is going to be a must-watch at 3:05. Don't miss that one. Then we'll have the men's and women's 800. We'll get to see Yusuf Bizamana, the NCAA 1K record holder up until last night. He'll be racing the 800 for the Longhorns. And then we'll have the 4x4s, men's and women's, to close out the day. But first, this last heat of the women's 300, Rachel Bear of Utah in 3, Glo Hussey in 4, Lena Miranda in 5, and Madison Romaine in 6. All of these women have already competed in some events today, some long jumps, some high jumps, some hurdles. Madison Romaine, who is storming on the home stretch. 300 meters, though, so we'll see what can happen. She is very much in the lead right now. Bear moving well for Utah. Bear starting to challenge as Romaine ties up just a little bit. Bear is going to take the win of this final heat. A 41.40, and we will take a quick break before coming back with the men's 200-meter dash. Welcome back to Albuquerque. There's the whistle to get started with this men's 200-meter dash. We'll have 4 heats running fast to slow, at least according to seed times, but we have seen several people in the later heats upset the status quo. In this first heat, we'll have Sean Collins of Texas State, 10 podiums at the SWAC champs while running for Jackson State before transferring down to San Marcos. Colton Shelvin in lane 4. We've seen a lot of him today. Was 3rd at the 60 earlier this afternoon. In 5, Dominic Yancey of Texas State. He's got 9 Sun Belt titles and is the 400 outdoor champ in 2023. And in lane 6, Marley Stewart of New Mexico. JC came to the U.S. from Jamaica 2 years ago.
On your marks. Set. On your marks. Stand up. On your marks. Set. Now the final section, on your marks. Stand up.
Having some power issues here. Apologies for missing out on y'all, but obviously had a 200-meter world lead that I just missed, I should say. Hoping y'all saw it. 22.28 for Julian Alfred, followed by Adeleke, and 22.49 was the final result of that women's 200. Unfortunately, technical difficulties are on our end, prevented me from bringing it to you. Hoping y'all still were able to see it, though. Not sure. Anyway, we will bring you to the 800. Men's 800 now on the track. As we get ready for heat number 1. Here are your starters for heat number 1 of the men's 800. Man to watch is that number 4, Yusuf Bizamana, NCAA record holder until last night. Third in the 800 at the 2020 British Outdoors before moving to America's run 145. One of the most consistent middle distance runners in the NCAA the last couple years. Commonly known as Fly Busy. Got his record taken last night from Tianda Masatsa, a Georgetown freshman phenom in the 1K. So Busy will be back here in the 800 with something to prove. He's joined by a host of very strong runners here. Elijah Mosley's one to watch. Another Texas athlete, number 2. They've really got a great mid-distance program in Texas. Creighton Carroza was one to watch last year. Graduated, now running professionally. Mosley's, this is his first year at Texas after 2 years at the JUCO. Barton County made the final in the JUCO champs in several distances. Won the 600 at last week's Maud McCravey Memorial. And here we go. Top time in the NCAA this year is 1:47 by a Texas athlete, Cole Lindhurst. So let's see if we can see an NCAA lead. Demon in 1, Mosley in 2, Mecabello in 3, Bizamana in 4, Burrows in 5, Cardenas in 6, and Lemaitre of Grand Canyon in 7. Bizamana going straight to the front. He's in lane 4. Rather, that's Mosley going straight to the front. 2 Texas Longhorns mixing him up there, but it's Mosley in 2. He's going to let Demon take the lead there. Bizamana staying back a little bit because he's got some excellent foot speed, sitting in 3rd place. Mosley and Bizamana, the men to watch here. Demon's going to try to upset them both here at his home track at the Albuquerque Convention Center. There goes Fly. Moving up into 2nd. Yusuf Bizamana, the NCAA 1K record holder until about 12 hours ago. Now he's taking the inside, so that's actually some pacing being done by Demon. Appreciate that. New Mexico Lobo showing out with the hospitality. There goes Fly down the back stretch. He's really opening this one up. I mean, Mosley is no slouch, but look how far back he is in 2nd. Busy absolutely opening this up front. Yusuf Bizamana, Fly Busy 200 meters to go, through in about 118 high. 147.39 is the top NCAA mark this year. Let's keep an eye on him and on the clock as he comes down the back stretch. Yusuf Bizamana, 100 meters to go for the Texas Longhorns. Yusuf Bizamana flying down with the last straightaway, the only thing separating him from the end of this race. It's going to be all Yusuf Bizamana, and that is an NCAA lead, 146. That's going to be second in the world this year, too, behind James Preston of New Zealand. Yusuf Bizamana stamping his authority on this race, 146.47. Well done to him. David Cardenas back there in second. It's also going to be a D2 lead for him and for Adams State. Apologies if anyone experienced a break in the action there over the last 20 or 30 minutes or so. It's amazing how important power is, isn't it? Still not sure what happened on our end. All I do is talk into a microphone, so I've really got no idea. We go with heat number 2. A couple of notables in this race. Let's talk you through all the starters. Aziz Muhammad of West Texas A&M in 1. Owen Nohilly, Atlanta Track Club Elite in 2. Shaquille Focha of North Texas in 3. Brandon Hebert of Grand Canyon. Wow, he made a resurrection in 4. Hebert best known for banditing the Texas State Cross Country Championships. Allegedly. Noah Ray, allegedly. It was definitely him. Noah Ray of Arizona 5. Luke Cannon in 6. He's been shouted out on Instagram earlier today. And he is in the lead there, looking over his shoulder. Looking pretty easy for him right now. Maybe doing some basic work. Find out. Yep, stepped aside at 400 meters. Lets Noah Ray take the lead. Continues to be Noah Ray of Arizona in the lead. Fucha of North Texas hanging out in second, trying to make a move here with about 600 meters to go. That's Fucha of North Texas. Takes the bell in the lead. And keep your eye on Owen Nohilly. He's starting to move for Atlanta Track Club. 800-meter mark for him that he's chasing is going to be 147. I think that's going to be tough. But Nohilly is now charging around. Can he get around Fucha? He can, maybe. Fucha's doing a great job holding him off. There goes a strong finish by Nohilly, 152.0. Brendan Hebert, the Texas Bandit, finishing in third in 153. And that'll be it for heat number 2. We'll turn our attention to heat number 3. We'll have 5 gentlemen on the track for this. Jake Beckwith of Adams State, Cooper Quigley of Arizona, Andrew O'Keefe of Adams State, Harrison Smith running unattached, and Chase Lair of North Texas in 5. Another very quick start on the outside. That's usually indicative of pacing, but I'd be surprised if we had pacing in heat number 3, especially from a North Texas athlete. Usually see the home team doing the pacing, but that's Chase Lear, who's trying to get to the front and being held off a little bit by Quigley, but there he goes, Chase Lear to the front. Adams State duo of O'Keefe and Beckwith running 3 and 4 right now. And there goes Adams State to the lead. Adams State athlete charging forward there. Not sure which one he is. Can't see the bib numbers from here. But Beckwith and O'Keefe for the 2 Adams State athletes in this race, and one of them has completely taken control in this penultimate lap. Was worried there for a second. He had miscounted laps. We saw that earlier in the men's mile, but no issue here. Just open it up big time is Adams State. Arizona starting to challenge there. That's Quigley trying to bring it back a little bit. Chase Lear also moving very well there at the end. But it's all Adams State for the win. That was O'Keefe with the 153.2. Next, we will get ready for Heat 4. Remember, we have 5 heats of this men's 800. Here are your starters for heat number 4. Caden Noon of Lubbock Christian. Got a little bit of, do we have scratches? Maybe. Our original starters are scheduled to be Caden Noon of Lubbock Christian, Mason Garner of North Texas in 2, Jeremiah Rodriguez of Western Texas in 3, Elijah Sternberg running unattached in 4, Michael Langett running for Lubbock Christian in 5, and Luke Mosley in lane 6. And we do have scratches in 2 and 3. That's Garner and Rodriguez scratching. Both Lubbock Christian athletes out well there. That's Noon and Mosley. Caden Noon taking the lead, Mosley on his shoulder. One more Lubbock Christian athlete. Lane got farther back, trying to close the gap on his teammates. Noon continuing to lead. 56.2 on my watch through the 400. Up here at 5,000 feet of elevation in Albuquerque. Noon opening it up a little bit. Starting to drop his teammate there a little bit. That's Mosley falling back in second. He might get overtaken here by Mason Garner. Caden Noon opens it up, takes control. Still 200 to go. That's Garner now in second firmly. Sorry, Stenberg running up was originally scheduled to run in lane 2, but is a scratch. Noon opening it up, coming down the home stretch, and it is all Noon. Let's see if he can get challenged here by Stenberg. I don't think so. Noon ties up just a little bit, but holds on for the victory in 156 point. One more heat remains. The men's 800. Fun fact, in this next heat, we have Rodolfo Juarez and Riley Webb, who were teammates at Sands High School, where they won state in the 1A 4x400 meter relay in 2021. I obviously did not know on that on the top of my head, so thank you to Shelly Peacock for DMing me the fun facts of the day. Both will be competing against each other in this fifth heat of the 800. We'll have Abraham Morales of UT Grant Valley in 1. Cyprian Bill of JC in 2. Rodolfo Juarez of Western Texas in 3. Riley Webb in 4, racing his high school teammate. And Godley of Adams State in that bright yellow and orange on the outside. Sponsoring that between Juarez and Webb. 1, 3, and 4. Former high school teammates racing against each other at the collegiate level. Love seeing them extend their time in the sport, and it's Webb that goes straight to the front. Mom and family are watching. Beloved Christian athlete. We've had some pretty good success today. Of anyone that got shouted out has run very well. And let's hope it's not the commentator's curse, as Webb is now fighting against Morales on the outside. You have additional fun facts. We're running out of time on this broadcast, but shout out your favorite athlete or drop a fun fact on my Instagram at _Cox Hayden. COXAKYTPN. Love to get a little background on these athletes. You guys always know more about them than I do. Riley Webb continuing to lead, trying to hold off the pack of gentlemen challenging him. And there goes that pack. A little elbowy there with the bell, pushing Riley farther back. We have a new leader there. That's Cyprian Bell of New Mexico JC. Abraham Morales starting to challenge as well. Abraham Morales starting to get pushed back just a little bit. Cyprian Bill looks like he might hang on here. Cyprian Bill of New Mexico. Oh, wow. Morales takes it. 159.1 was his PB. And he ties. Well done.
Now, the first section of the women's 800, lane 1 is Lori Bartnett and track club. Runner-up for the 2020 NCAA outdoors NCAA champion last year, she was running out here at 600.
Now we will move on to the women's.
Track club. 80 to the 2020 NCC. 806 indoors, Florida. Qualified for the NCAA Outdoor Championships in 1500. 6 times in All-American levels it was.
Here we go, getting ready for the women's 800. This should be a great race. We have Lori Barton, just new to Atlanta Track Club, came across from Brooks East. She's in lane 1. Gabrielle Wilkinson in 2 for the Atlanta Track Club. Londe Garambe of Atlanta Track Club as well in 3. She's a real speedster. Indoor 1500 meter champion, Swedish indoors. Joanna Archer from Grand Canyon in 4. Gabrielle Zabo of New Mexico in 5. Jessica Simon of Adams State there on the outside of your picture in 6. Joanna Archer, the 2022 Diana national champ from Grand Canyon in 4. A lot of international talent here. We have a Swede. We have Australian national and Sarah Eckel back there in the back of the pack. And of course, we have Harambe, who is the 3rd bib right there. And Wilkinson doing the leading right now. 6-time All-American while at Florida's run 2:01.2. SEC 1500 meter outdoor champion. Doing the pace work, I believe. Harambe behind her a little bit farther back. That's Lori Barton. Barton was a stud for Clemson before signing with the Brooks Beast. Now moved across the country to Atlanta. I don't think Wilkinson is pacing because Harambe is starting to challenge her on the outside a little bit. Let's see what we can pull off here. There's a move by Lori Barton. Lori Barton, usually known for going out quick, but this time making the move a little later in the game. Let's see how this pays out for her. Barton in the lead. Harambe starting to challenge now. Harambe and Barton, the 2 Atlanta Track Club athletes, going shoulder to shoulder. Top time in the world this year is 2:02.67. Let's see if it's taken. Harambe into the lead. Harambe putting Barton behind her. Harambe, can she hold on? Don't forget about Wilkinson farther back. She might be biding her time. Barton's trying to hold on the inside. Harambe's not cutting her off, which is nice of the teammate, but Harambe closing it out. He's going to run 2:05.8 and take the win here in heat number 1 at the Albuquerque Convention Center. Barton hangs on for second, 2:06.1. Wilkinson 2:06.30. Top collegiate in the race, Gabriela Zabo for New Mexico. We'll have 6 heats of the women's 800.
On your marks.
Kara Mickelson of Arizona in 1. Jennifer Martinez running unattached in 2. Madeline Merrill of Lubbock Christian in 3. Raquel Chavez in 4. Abil Amon of New Mexico State in 5. Zoe Rich of Grand Canyon in 6. That's Kara Mickelson of Arizona in 3. She's currently holding off Raquel Chavez of that excellent West Texas A&M program led by Zach Daniel. One of the best D2 programs out there. One of the best NCAA programs out there. Not just D2. Really great place to develop athletes there in Canyon, Texas. As I say it, she goes in the lead. Raquel Chavez representing that maroon well, going to the front. Jennifer Martinez trying to challenge her on the outside. Chavez has run 2:11 the 800. She's going to make another surge with 200 meters to go, trying to hold on to Martinez, but Martinez in the lead. Big move from Coleman of New Mexico State. He's a talent. We'll see her race here a few times last year as well. Abil Amon starting to challenge Martinez up front. Women's run 2:08.8. She won't be doing that today, but she is going to take the win of her heat here at the Dr. MLK Junior Collegiate Invitational.
England out of New Mexico State winner 1309.
Here we go with heat number 3. Holland Powers of Arizona. Cole Hemmerlin of Grand Canyon. Anna Castillo of UC Irvine. Estrella Madeline of UT Rio Grande Valley. Nia Allison of New Mexico State, and Aditi Silwal of North Texas. So all together right there. Silwal of North Texas in the front of the pack, followed by Medellin and Hemmerlin of Grand Canyon. I expect some changes of position here with 400 moves to go. And trying to get the inside there, pushed out by Madeline. Never want to leave the inside open, especially in an 800. So move by Medellin to close the inside, make Hemmerlin run around her. That's fair game. Hemmerlin now into second, running behind Silwal of North Texas. Hemmerlin still got some gas in the tank, making a move with 2:50 to go. Hemmerlin now your clear leader, coming through about 143 at 600. Hemmerlin's starting to open up slipping a little bit. That bank really pushes you down, but she kept her balance, didn't step inside. She's good. Hemmerlin continuing to swim away, opening the gap a little bit on Silwal. And Silwal do anything to bring this back with 100 meters to go. Generally, it's going to be status quo in an 800. Especially a women's 800 in the last 100, and it remains the case here. Hemmerlin making that move at about 400, opening it up. She's going to run about 2:19, maybe 2:18. We'll see the official time here in a moment. 2:18.9. She does dip just under.
Hemmerlin of Grand Canyon was the winner of that section. She ran 2:18.92, which is Rhonda Stoll, North Texas at 2:19.81. Section 4 out of 6 now, and 1 is Texas State.
3 more heats left for this women's 8. And then we'll have 4x4 for the rest of the evening.
Lane 3 is Keely Salazar, UT Rio Grande Valley, and flat. Lane 4 is Ella Thornton, Colorado College, 223 flat. 5 is Lisanne Chapnock, New Mexico Junior College, 223.09. And 6 is Riley Norris. Victoria, and 7 is Trinity Tribe, Texas. On your mark.
There's our starters for heat number 4 of this women's 800 meter. Harambe still has the top time of the day, 2:05.86. Barton in second, 2:06.17, and Wilkinson in third with a 2:06.30. It's Tyler Rodas of Texas State, who is your leader right now.
Section 1 north, that's lane 1 is Jane Allen, that's from Juco, 2:24.67. 2 is College, 2:25. 3 is Emily Soros, Minnesota, 2:25. And 4 is Gabriel Melendez, College, 2:25. On your marks.
Got Jane Elvin, Allison Parker, Gabriella Lewis, Happy Victory, Julia Starling, Wilton Bultmeyer here in this heat. Out of McMahon of Arizona. And she's related to Dot McMahon, the prolific professional marathoner for Hanson Brooks, about to run her 5th Olympic trials here soon. It's Emily Saris in the lead, representing the Wildcats, now getting challenged on the outside by Allison Barker. Allison Barker's going to hit the 400 about 1:08, 1:09. She continues to open up the race. Barker continues to open it up. Looks like that was a very smart move at 300 as the field was holding her back. Allison Barker continues to roll. .200 meters to go. Barker now in the penultimate curve. She's starting to get chased just a little bit here. Charles of Arizona. No, strike that. That's Waltmere of New Mexico JC. That's not my red colors here. Red teams. A lot of red teams out here. But Allison Barker continues to lead. Allison Barker, the freshman, is going to take the win here in heat number 5 with a 2:27.1. Still one more heat remaining of this women's 800 before we get to the final races of the day, the 4x4s. Here we go with our final heat of the women's 800.
On your
We go with Sydney Jones of Lubbock Christian, Sky Theodosopoulos in 2, Abby Goulis in 3, Emmeline Derry in 4, Daphne Kaus in 5, Leela Gilmer in 6, Sarah Lindenthal in 7, and Amelia Adamson in 8. If you're just joining us, you can follow all the results along at rt.trackscoreboard.com. We just have a skeleton crew covering the track events today with some great action on the field. Unfortunately, that's going to be limited to the results. So head over to rt.trackscoreboard.com if you want to get a look at that. Right now, it's Daphne Cruz of New Mexico JC out in the lead, followed by Sydney Jones of Lubbock Christian. Jones looks pretty comfortable thinking about making a move right here, I think. Got a little encouragement from her teammate there, coming through at about 112. Jones still thinking about a move there on the outside, running on Kaus's shoulder. Kaus still holding her off just fine, though, sensing the footsteps. Especially easy to sense the footsteps on indoor track. You can hear them pretty loudly, especially this track. It's hollow on the bottom. Temporary track they just put up in the winter here in the Albuquerque Convention Center. So pretty noisy, especially when the spinners come by. Man, are they loud. Kaus in the lead. Jones in second. Is Jones going to make a move? She's been thinking about it for 600 meters. I think she's queuing one up here for the backstretch. Kaus trying to hold off Jones, but there goes Jones making a move down the backstretch. They are shoulder to shoulder, and Kaus puts in a return attack, pushes Jones back. Again, Kaus starting to open it up a little bit. I think Jones is out of this race, out of the lead, that is, as it's Al Kaus. Kaus opening it up. Sydney Jones getting one more cheer from her teammate on the inside. But it's going to be Daphne Kaus of New Mexico JC who takes the win in heat number 6, 2:27.75. And that will wrap up our women's 800-meter run. And we will step aside before we return with the men's 4x400-meter relay. Welcome back to Albuquerque. It is our last two events here at the Albuquerque Convention Center, where the officials are having some stern words with lane number 5 here, trying to get this underway. That'd be Texas State lollygagging. Also happen to be one of the better sprint schools out here. This first heat will feature Western Texas College in lane 3, Grand Canyon in lane 4, Texas State in lane 5, and Arizona in lane 6. See a couple athletes we've already seen today. Jacob Sanford, his mom's following along. Gave him a shout out earlier in the program. Had a good meet so far. He'll be running for Arizona. Scheduled to be on that first leg in lane 6. And there's the starter. Gunna is up. There we go. Took them long enough to get started, but they will waste no time getting around the track. Texas State, the Sun Belt outdoor champions in this event, going straight to the lead. On their outside is going to be Arizona, 5th at Pac-12s. Grand Canyon starting to slip back here, 3rd back outdoors. Texas actually 10th overall at Chico championships. They're pretty good. Texas State straight through the front. Continuing to open it up. Well, pretty good move from Texas State. Getting up a little bit by that guy on the outside. I think this is 47-1. Wow, that's a pretty dang good flip. 47-1 for that first flip for Texas State. 5 for the other gentleman. A bit farther back. We'll see if Texas State can hang on. Nice early lead. Always good to hand off in the lead. Boys from San Marcos, Texas, doing great. Come through one more time before handing off to leg number 3. Lead still holding pretty steady. Grand Canyon back in 2nd, Western Texas in 3rd, Arizona in 4th. I see a little bit of move from the Grand Canyon athlete. Grand Canyon trying to close on West Texas A&M. Texas State. Too many dang Texas schools. There goes Texas State. And off with 3. Grand Canyon right there. A little bit of traffic for Western Texas. Arizona gets through all right. Got to get out of the way, John. That's for 2 years. Better than that. Texas State continues to lead. The Bobcats up front. Grand Canyon in 2nd. Western Texas starting to put some pressure on Grand Canyon. He's trying to move on the outside. Grand Canyon athlete actually flies to the outside and blocks him there. Good move there. Don't want to keep it up that inside. Got a real good run happening to Grand Canyon athlete. Can he bring back the Texas State athlete? Can he give them a chance? He is closing. He might have a chance here at going around. Texas State has been in the lead since the gun, but Grand Canyon starting to challenge. Grand Canyon can get around on the outside. Texas State will at least hand off in the lead and push Grand Canyon to the outside. Look at that turn. Let's see who can get to the front. It's Texas State. Turn is what happens when you try to say turn and corner at the same time, for those wondering. Texas State in the lead. I've been with you since 8:20 a.m. And it's been a long day, but these boys are flying, making it look like short work. There goes Grand Canyon into the front. Grand Canyon, great move there. Making it happen in the straightaway, not waiting for the curve. I like it. And we got some noise happening in the Albuquerque Convention Center. Grand Canyon in the lead. Can Texas State bring it back? He's holding strong. What do they have on the anchor? Got to try to catch him here in the straightaway. Got to try to give your anchor a chance at getting to the first turn in the lead. I messed it up. That is not the anchor. Miscounted. Grand Canyon with the lead. My apologies. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that's what happens when you're watching a track meet since 8:20 in the morning and commenting all of them solo. But Grand Canyon with the lead, 307.5 for marking them, 307.7 for Texas State. Texas State with a really strong 1-2 leg, but need to figure out the third leg's really where they got in trouble. Fourth did all right. We'll get ready for heat number 2.
In the second section, North Texas is hit 3, Grand Canyon B team hit 4, Rio Grande Valley hit 5, and Lubbock Christian hit 6. On your marks.
Here we are with heat number 2 of the men's 4x4. We have North Texas in lane 3, Grand Canyon in lane 4. That's their B squad, of course. UT Rio Grande Valley in lane 5. Lubbock Christian in lane 6. UT Rio Grande Valley out to an early lead here. And they will hold on through the lead to the backstretch. Lubbock Christian starting to challenge. Lubbock Christian in second. You see Joshua Montalvo on their third leg. It's a clean handoff for leg number 2. Still no changes in the order through the handoff. So Texas starting to make a move in the outside and go around Grand Canyon B squad. And they are also going to go around Lubbock Christian. A good run there from their second leg. Trying to challenge UT Rio Grande Valley up front. The main team getting rolling here. UT Rio Grande Valley is going to hold them off. Grand Canyon fading a little bit. And that is their B squad. We did just see their A squad going heat number 1. And UT Rio Grande Valley handing off. Texas handing off. Lubbock Christian handing off. That's Joshua Montalvo in lane 3, making his appearance. And EB crowd. Getting shouted out in the chat. Moon Green in second. UT Rio Grande Valley continuing to open it up front. Extreme race here on the UT Rio Grande Valley in the lead since the first handoff. North Texas trying to challenge. Tying up a little bit is North Texas. Rio Grande Valley is going to open it up.
But a clean handoff for both. Kudos to Rio Grande Valley. Back quick for the third leg. Now we are on anchor. And they are flying down the back stretch. North Texas trying to make up some ground, but not really doing any damage. Rio Grande Valley, if anything, is opening that up even more. Something can happen in the last 200 of the 400, though. And they go into this penultimate turn. Starting to make up a little bit of ground is North Texas. 150 meters to go, and they are closing the gap little by little. Blood is in the water for North Texas. They are going after UP Rio Grande Valley. You can hear the cheers as they're sensing it. UP Rio Grande Valley gets the feel and knows he's back there and holds on, arms in the air to take the victory. Heat 2. 3:13:36.
Now the final section of the men's relay. In course, Lubbock Christian was led off by Maddox Frazier. Concordia University will be led off by Donovan Wilson. And Lubbock Christian CT by Luke Wilson. We still have a red cell phone that's been turned in over here at the announcer's position.
Now we are getting ready for number 3, the last heat of the men's 4x4. Good run on that last heat by everybody. UT Rio Grande Valley holding everybody off. Special shout out to Evan Nichols, who was running for North Texas there. That in the chat, shouting him out. This is his second collegiate season, running for North Texas. A non-scholarship athlete, as most of these athletes tend to be. The dream of the full ride, pretty much non-existent in track unless you're putting up 10 points at your conference meet for a big school. If you're a high school kid watching this, I speak from experience. I've coached at the NCAA D1 level. Get your grades up. You'll get a heck of a lot more scholarship with academics than you will with track, even if you are dang good. Never hurts to be good at both either. Last heat will feature CUI in the middle, flanked by Lubbock Christian B and Lubbock Christian C. We'll see if they've decided to make these teams even or have really stacked one or the other. We mentioned earlier that Montalvo will be running for Lubbock Christian A. I think he's on Lubbock Christian B. And they're on the inside. Always fun to put two somewhat even teams on your B and C squads, have them race each other. Have a little bit of fun at the end of the meet, get in a good workout before you get on the bus ride back to Lubbock. But it's going to be CUI that goes into the lead. Now there goes Lubbock Christian. That's their C squad. So it looks like they did put somewhat even teams out there if their C squad is going to be out there early. Donovan Wilson holding down the fort for CUI. It's going to be a 52-0 split.
the top team, 55-0 for the third team. CUI is starting to challenge a little bit here with leg number 2. Running hard in the early phases of this race. We're also starting to see a push from Lubbock Christian B. Christian C holding him off. Didn't do anything against CUI, but definitely wants to hold back his teammate. We'll have to live with that one for the next week either way, so definitely don't want to lose to a teammate. Brings out a little extra in you. CUI continuing to run away, handling to their next leg. Lubbock Christian C now very far back. CUI, can they upset both Lubbock Christian teams? I'm sure that's their goal here. They're the only yellow vest on the track. Want to beat the Blues, but there goes one of the Blues starting to attack into the back stretch. Lubbock Christian now back into the lead in front of CUI. Really opening a gap on their B team as well. A team, B team, who knows? They're opening up a gap on their other Lubbock Christian team, and here is the anchor leg. 2:34. Christian continues to be in the lead. CUI trying to challenge here on the anchor. They are running out of room to do it. And that's going to be all she wrote there in the 4x4 326. The Lubbock Christian is going to take the win in heat number 3. And we will step away before coming back for the last event of the meet, the women's 4x4. Welcome back to the track. It is the last event of the day here at the Albuquerque Convention Center. It's been a great meet. We have seen a world lead from Julian Alfred. We've seen number 2 times from Rashida Adeleke and Dina Asher-Smith. And we saw an NCAA lead from Yusuf Bizamana in the 800. We have 4 races left, 4 heats of the women's 4x4. You're looking at Cal Poly Pomona in lane 3, Arizona in 4, Utah in 5, and New Mexico State in 6. New Mexico State DNF'd WAC Outdoors last year, so they're going to be working on their 4x4 squad throughout the year, trying to score some points at conference. They're currently challenged by Utah. Utah scored 6th at Pac-12 Outdoors. Arizona in there as well. Arizona's actually in 2nd. They were 7th at Pac-12 Outdoors. Utah was 6th. So expect a good battle between the Pac-12 teams prepping for their conference meet. Some shady handoffs there with some ladies not getting off the track. Don't love that. Got to get off the track quickly when you're in the 4x4, not just for your own team, but for the safety of everyone involved. They're coming fast. Something athletes run over and hurt there. Mexico State continues to lead Arizona in 2nd. Utah closing the gap a little bit, but really struggled with that handoff. Cal Poly Pomona farther back. They were 1st at the CCAA Outdoors, 6th at B2 Outdoors. But quite out of that race right now. There's Utah starting to come back a little bit. Pretty strong 4x4 squad they have. Seeing if they can challenge here. Good handoff. They're going to get, ooh, way to stay outside. Utah staying out of the way. Good job there. There goes Utah in 2nd, but New Mexico State remains your leader. Arizona trying to do some damage in 3rd, see if they can catch Utah. We got a little Pac-12 rivalry happening in 2nd and 3rd, while the WAC school is up front. WAC, of course, being the WAC, Western Athletic Conference. New Mexico State leading. Utah and Arizona throwing some bows. Arizona trying to get around, but Utah holding her off, doing well to keep her on the outside. So much value in keeping that inside lane. And by nature of it, is starting to close the gap just a little bit on New Mexico State. Utah remains in 2nd, is going to hand off in that 2nd position for sure. And there goes New Mexico State onto their anchor leg. There goes Utah. There goes Arizona. Arizona trying to close the gap on Utah. Utah trying to close the gap on New Mexico State. They are closing the gap a little bit down the back stretch, but got a lot of work to do with about 300 meters to go. 300 meters to go in heat 1 of the women's 4x4. New Mexico State has been the leader since the gun, and Utah starting to mount a challenge. Utah keeping the wheels turning through that curve. They're going to try to go on the outside. Never like that. Always bide your time and wait for the straight, because the last straight might be too late. Utah now fading just a little bit. Here comes Arizona. It's all come back together here in the last 100 meters. Can New Mexico State hang on? They've done all the work through legs 1, 2, and 3. Can their anchor hold it down? There's the last bid from Utah trying to go around to the outside, but he is out of gas, and New Mexico State is going to keep it. And they made it a race there at the end, but New Mexico State holds on with 3:38.8. Utah in 2nd and Arizona in 3rd. And there's Cal Poly Pomona. We'll throw it to a quick break before heat number 2. Welcome back for heat number 2 of this women's 4x4. Heat 2 of 4 here, closing out the day in beautiful Albuquerque, New Mexico. Here we'll have UC Irvine in 3, UC Irvine again in 4, Western Texas in 5, and North Texas in 6. UC Irvine was 4th at Big West in their outdoor championships last year. Western Texas, a very strong JUCO school, was 5th at JUCO championships outdoors. North Texas 3rd at Conference USA outdoors as well. They've had some pretty good sprinters today, especially on the female side. And no surprise to see them out in the lead. That's North Texas, followed by UC Irvine, followed by Western Texas. Strike that. Western Texas now in 2nd with a move there into the final curve for these athletes, heading off to leg number 2. North Texas is going to hand off in the lead, but Western Texas is coming there. A bit of traffic back in 3 and 4. UC Irvine getting caught up. There goes Western Texas. I'm going to tell you right now, that is a strong attack from Western Texas. 400's always dangerous to riding that knife's edge. Let's see what happens in lap number 2. North Texas measuring themselves a little bit more, letting the Western Texas athlete go. Let's see how well the Western Texas athlete knows her body. North Texas is already starting to bring that back just a little. See if Western Texas can make it 150 more meters. She's starting to tie up. Watch that cadence slow down. North Texas is keeping it just about the same, although she's starting to tie up a good bit too. Let's see who's stronger here in the last 50 meters. Western Texas holding on in the lead, holding off North Texas. She is going to hold her off. And the handoffs are going to be close here. Western Texas remaining in the lead. North Texas in 2nd. See how well this leg bides her time. I like this from North Texas. Stay inside, stay on the rail, be patient. If you're going to make a move, make it in a straightaway. She's thinking about it right here. Come to the outside of the Western Texas shoulder, but not going to make the move there. Slide back on the inside, save that energy. It makes such a difference staying on the inside on these indoor 200-meter tracks. Still staying patient is North Texas. She make a move. Is Western Texas going to tie up? Starting to just a little bit. We'll see if the North Texas athlete can sense that. There she goes on the outside. She does sense it, and there's a big move on the outside. North Texas is going to regain the lead. And not the best handoff, and that almost gives Western Texas back inside, but North Texas holds her to the outside. Western Texas really attacking there. North Texas is not going to be able to hold her off. That is a blistering first 100 meters for the Western Texas athlete. North Texas now about 5 meters behind. Opening that gap continually over that 200 meters. Looks like Western Texas has a little something spicy here on the anchor because they have opened the lead big time on North Texas, who handed off in the lead. But here goes North Texas. Has Western Texas mismeasured this? North Texas attacking their western neighbors here. Here they go, making the move into the curve. I don't love that. You want to wait for the straightaway, but there's not a lot of room left. Western Texas starting to hold her off. Might have made the move too early, did North Texas. Can she bring it back? No. Western Texas is going to open it up and hold her off in the 100. So hard to make a move on the outside of a bank trap. And it's not going to happen there for North Texas. Western Texas takes the lead and the win in heat number 2. And we'll step away briefly before coming back with heat number.
Now the third section women's relay is in lane 2 with
Here we go with heat number 3. We have UT Rio Grande Valley in 2, Texas State in 3, New Mexico State in 4, UC Irvine in 5, Lubbock Christian in 6. This will be a very busy 4x4. Usually only see 4 athletes on the track for the indoor 4x4, but now we got 5. We'll certainly make it pandemonium at that handoff, especially the first one. Lubbock Christian, your leader, they are going to have the clear handoff. A huge advantage in a 4x4. Bad handoff there. Well, mission success for all 5 teams to get the baton to leg number 2. That was a lot cleaner than expected. But Lubbock Christian going down the back stretch. That's a movement in the back. Texas State and New Mexico State in second and third. Texas State trying to move a little bit, but they're opening up the inside here a little bit for UC Irvine. That's tough. You want to keep the inside closed for you, but you also want to go to the outside to get New Mexico State, which is happening right here in second. Texas State going into second. Lubbock Christian remaining in the lead. Lubbock Christian definitely going to hand off far and away. Not a great handoff. Got to keep that momentum going. We'll see what happens here as this is going to be busy. Ooh, a little bit of a move there on the outside. New Mexico State and Texas State doing battle for second. Lubbock Christian way ahead. That is New Mexico State now in second. Maroon versus Maroon. Texas State in third, trying to move on the outside. Going inside is Texas State. I like it. New Mexico State's going to have to be careful. Now Texas State trying to challenge on the outside. Lubbock Christian is losing space quickly. Here comes Texas State, big move on the outside. Let's see if she can get all the way up into the lead. The Lubbock Christian athlete tying up. Texas State, can they get into the lead with their anchor leg? Yes, they do. Lubbock Christian had a massive lead going in, but that third leg really lost a lot of space. Texas State now attacking up front. Let's see if she can measure this out right. Lubbock Christian going to try to bring it back. They had a huge lead on legs 1 and 2, but Texas State made it up. Texas State went from third to first in that last leg, and now it's going to be a battle between Texas State and Lubbock Christian. Lubbock Christian keeping the inside. See if she can find a window there on the inside. This Texas State athlete's kind of gone to the outside a couple times here on the straightaway. Let's see what happens. Is the Lubbock Christian athlete going to make a move on the outside? Yes. Texas State holding on. This is going to be a battle in the last 50 meters. Texas State pushing her to the outside. That's what you need to do. Now it's just a battle of the last 20 meters. It's going to be Texas State who holds it off. Well done. Beating Lubbock Christian by a tenth of a second, 351.6 for Texas State, 352 for Lubbock Christian. The anchor leg couldn't quite get it done for Lubbock Christian. Got to find a third leg there. Lubbock Christian really had a great lead from 1 and 2. We'll have one more heat as we step away for a moment here in Albuquerque.
Utah on the inside. Allie Bone on the lead. Beloved Christian B team with Kylie Cummins on the lead. If 4 will be Cal Poly Pomona. B team 355 their best. If 5 is Adam State. They're on by Sila Alcoon and Concordia University 6 with Logan Nelson.
And we are back with our fourth and final heat here in Albuquerque. We have Utah B team in lane 2, Lubbock Christian's B team in lane 3, Cal Poly Pomona's B team in lane 4, Adams State in lane 5, and CUI in lane 6. Utah out quick in lane 2. They will be your early leader as they make the break. Adams State is going to slot into second. Opened up pretty quickly here. Utah holding on up front. Got about 20 meters on Adams State and really nothing doing farther back. And off to leg number 2. Should be pretty uneventful with that kind of spacing. It's been a great day here in Albuquerque. We've seen some great running, fast running all around. We saw Haptim Samuel lead off the finals with a sub-4 at altitude, good for the number 2 time in the NCAA. He was just behind Eamon Kemboy, who won that race in a 3:58. A nice little altitude adjustment here at Albuquerque. We saw Rashida Adeleke run the number 2 time in the world in the 60. We saw Dina Asher Smith do the same in the 300. Got to see Julian Alfred set the world lead in the 200, a woman to watch this summer for the Olympic Games for sure. All 3 of those women truly are, but Alfred especially has charged onto the scene. So we passed off for leg number 3. Utah remaining in the lead, but Adams State starting to close a little bit. We get a race up front. And then, of course, we saw Yusuf Bizamana with an NCAA lead in the 800 about 12 hours after his NCAA 1K record was broken last night by the Georgetown freshman on the East Coast. Highlight of the meet for sure, though, was Julian Alfred's world lead. Missed bringing it to you with the power outage, but great race that was. And Adams State is now into the lead. On their 3rd leg, Utah's starting to fade just a little bit. They'll still have some room to run, though, for their anchor. Anything can happen with an anchor leg. Adams State ladies cheering on their teammate. And here's your anchor. Utah attacking it hard. See if she can keep that cadence for 400 meters. Adams State going long. Utah going short with the cadence. See which strategy pays off here. Adams State looks like they're going to take it as Utah starts to fade just a little bit. couldn't get it done on the anchor. Utah, that is. So Utah is going to lose to Adams State here in our final heat. Adams State had a great meet in that bright green all day long. Can always spot them all over the facility here. And that will be our last victor of the day, as that is a wrap on the Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Invitational for 2024. This is Hayden Cox, and I have been bringing you all of FloTrack's presentation of this meet here in Albuquerque, and I am signing off to leave you guys to an excellent evening and a great rest of your indoor track season.